7. The female relations of a dead man in the Arunta tribe also cut and hack themselves in token of sorrow, working themselves up into a sort of frenzy as they do so, yet in all their apparent excitement they take care never to wound a vital part, but vent their fury on their scalps, their shoulders, and their legs. 238 Cuttings for the dead among the Warramunga. In the Warramunga tribe of Central Australia, Messrs. Spencer and Gillen witnessed the mourning for a dead man. Even before the sufferer had breathed his last, the lamentations and self-inflicted wounds began. When it was known that the end was near, all the native men ran at full speed to the spot, and Messrs. Spencer and Gillen followed them to see what was to be seen. What they saw, or part of what they saw, was this. Some of the women, who had gathered from all directions, were lying prostrate on the body of the dying man, while others were standing or kneeling around, digging the sharp ends of yam sticks into the crown of their heads, from which the blood streamed down over their faces, while all the time they kept up a loud continuous wail. Many of the men, rushing up to the scene of action, flung themselves also higgledy-piggledy on the sufferer, the women rising and making way for them, till nothing was to be seen but a struggling mass of naked bodies all mixed up together. Presently up came a man yelling and brandishing a stone knife. On reaching the spot he suddenly gashed both his thighs with the knife, cutting right across the muscles, so that, unable to stand, he dropped down on the top of the struggling bodies, till his mother, wife, and sisters dragged him out of the scrimmage, and immediately applied their mouths to his gaping wounds, while he lay exhausted and helpless on the ground. Gradually the struggling mass of dusky bodies untwined itself, disclosing the unfortunate sick man, who was the object, or rather the victim, of this well-meant demonstration of affection and sorrow. If he had been ill before, he was much worse when his friends left him. Indeed, it was plain that he had not long to live. Still the weeping and wailing went on, the sun set, darkness fell on the camp, and later in the evening the man died. Then the wailing rose louder than before, and men and women, apparently frantic with grief, rushed about cutting themselves with knives and sharp-pointed sticks, while the women battered each other's heads with clubs, no one attempting to ward off either cuts or blows. An hour later a funeral procession set out by torchlight through the darkness, carrying the body to a wood about a mile off, where it was laid on a platform of boughs in a low gum tree. When day broke next morning, not a sign of human habitation was to be seen in the camp where the man had died. All the people had removed their rude huts to some distance, leaving the place of death solitary, for nobody wished to meet the ghost of the deceased, who would certainly be hovering about, along with the spirit of the living man who had caused his death by evil magic, and who might be expected to come to the spot in the outward form of an animal to gloat over the scene of his crime. But in the new camp the ground was strewed with men lying prostrate, their thighs gashed with the wounds which they had inflicted on themselves with their own hands. They had done their duty by the dead and would bear to the end of their life the deep scars on their thighs as badges of honor. On one man Messrs. Spencer and Gillen counted the dints of no less than 23 wounds which he had inflicted on himself at various times. Meantime the women had resumed the duty of lamentation. 40 or 50 of them sat down in groups of 5 or 6, weeping and wailing frantically with their arms round each other, while the actual and tribal wives, mothers, wives' mothers, daughters, sisters, mothers' mothers, sisters' husbands' mothers, and granddaughters, according to custom, once more cut their scalps open with yamsticks, and the widows afterwards in addition seared the scalp wounds with red-hot fire sticks. Cuttings for the dead strictly regulated by custom. In these mourning customs, wild and extravagant as the expression of sorrow appears to be, everything is regulated by certain definite rules, and a woman who did not thus maul herself when she ought to do so would be severely punished, or even killed, by her brother. Similarly with the men, it is only those who stand in certain relationships to the deceased who must cut and hack themselves in his honor, and these relationships are determined by the particular exogamous class to which the dead man happened to belong. Of such classes there are 8 in the Warramunga tribe. On the occasion described by Messrs. Spencer and Gillen it was a man of the Chunguri class who died, and the men who gashed their thighs stood to him in one or other of the following relationships: grandfather on the mother's side, mother's brother, brother of the dead man's wife, and her mother's brother. 239 The cuttings and brandings which mourners inflict on themselves may be intended to convince the ghost of the sincerity of their sorrow. We naturally ask, what motive have these savages for inflicting all this voluntary and, as it seems to us, wholly superfluous suffering on themselves? It can hardly be that these wounds and burns are merely a natural and unfeigned expression of grief. We have seen that by experienced observers such extravagant demonstrations of sorrow are set down rather to fear than to affection. Similarly, Messrs. Spencer and Gillen suggest that at least one motive is a fear entertained by the native lest, if he does not make a sufficient display of grief, the ghost of the dead man will be offended and do him a mischief. 240 In the Kadish tribe of Central Australia, it is believed that if a woman does not keep her body covered with ashes from the campfire during the whole time of mourning, the spirit of her deceased husband, who constantly follows her about, will kill her and strip all the flesh from her bones. 241 Again, in the Arunta tribe, mourners smear themselves with white pipeclay, and the motive for this custom is said to be to render themselves more conspicuous, so that the ghost may see and be satisfied that he is being properly mourned for. 242 Thus the fear of the ghost, who, at least among the Australian Aborigines, is commonly of a jealous temper and stands very firmly on his supposed rights, may suffice to explain the practice of self-mutilation at mourning. Custom of allowing the blood of mourners to drip on the corpse or into the grave. But it is possible that another motive underlies the drawing of blood on these occasions. For it is to be observed that the blood of the mourners is often allowed to drop directly either on the dead body or into the grave. Thus, for example, among the tribes on the River Darling, several men used to stand by the open grave and cut each other's heads with a boomerang, then they held their bleeding heads over the grave so that the blood dripped on the corpse lying in it. If the deceased was highly esteemed, the bleeding was repeated after some earth had been thrown on the body. 243 Among the Arunta, it is customary for the women kinsfolk of the dead to cut their own and each other's heads so severely with clubs and digging sticks that blood streams from them on the grave. 244 Again, at a burial on the Vass River, in Western Australia, a writer describes how, when the grave was dug, the natives placed the corpse beside it, then gashed their thighs, and at the flowing of the blood they all said, "I have brought blood," and they stamped the foot forcibly on the ground, sprinkling the blood around them, then wiping the wounds with a wisp of leaves, they threw it, bloody as it was, on the dead man. 245 With these Australian practices we may compare a custom observed by the civilized Greeks of antiquity. Every year the Peloponnesian lads lashed themselves on the grave of Pelops at Olympia, till the blood ran down their backs as a libation in honor of the dead man. 246 The blood intended to strengthen the dead. Now what is the intention of thus applying the blood of the living to the dead or pouring it into the grave? So far as the ancient Greeks are concerned, the answer is not doubtful. We know from Homer that the ghosts of the dead were supposed to drink the blood that was offered to them and to be strengthened by the draught. 247 Similarly with the Australian savages, their object can hardly be any other than that of strengthening the spirit of the dead, for these aborigines are in the habit of giving human blood to the sick and the aged to drink for the purpose of restoring them to health and strength. 248 Hence it would be natural for them to imagine that they could refresh and fortify the feeble ghost in like manner. Perhaps the blood was intended specially to strengthen the spirits of the dead for the new birth or reincarnation, to which so many of these savages look forward. Custom of burying people in the place where they were born. The custom perhaps intended to facilitate the rebirth of the soul. The same motive may possibly explain the custom observed by some Australian tribes of burying people, as far as possible, at the place where they were born. Thus, in regard to the tribes of Western Victoria, we are informed that dying persons, especially those dying from old age, generally express an earnest desire to be taken to their birthplace, that they may die and be buried there. If possible, these wishes are always complied with by the relatives and friends. Parents will point out the spot where they were born, so that when they become old and infirm, their children may know where they wish their bodies to be disposed of. 249 Again, some tribes in the north and northeast of Victoria are said to be more than ordinarily scrupulous in interring the dead. If practicable, they will bury the corpse near the spot where, as a child, it first drew breath. A mother will carry a dead infant for weeks, in the hope of being able to bury it near the place where it was born, and a dead man will be conveyed a long distance, in order that the last rites may be performed in a manner satisfactory to the tribe. 250 Another writer, speaking of the Australian Aborigines in general, says, "By what I could learn, it is considered proper by many tribes that a black should be buried at or near the spot where he or she was born, and for this reason, when a black becomes seriously ill, the invalid is carried a long distance to these certain spots to die, as in this case. They apparently object to place a body in strange ground." The same writer mentions the case of a black fellow, who began digging a grave close beside the kitchen door of a Mr. Campbell. When Mr. Campbell remonstrated with him, the native replied that he had no choice, for the dead man had been born on that very spot. With much difficulty Mr. Campbell persuaded him to bury his deceased friend a little further off from the kitchen door. 251 A practice of this sort would be intelligible on the theory of the Central Australians, who imagine that the spirits of all the dead return to the very spots where they entered into their mother's wombs, and that they wait there until another opportunity presents itself to them of being born again into the world. For if people really believe, as do many Australian tribes, that when they die they will afterwards come to life again as infants, it is perfectly natural that they should take steps to ensure and facilitate the new birth. The Unmatjara and Kadish tribes of Central Australia do this in the case of dead children. These savages draw a sharp distinction between young children and very old men and women. When very old people die, their bodies are at once buried in the ground, but the bodies of children are placed in wooden troughs and deposited on platforms of boughs in the branches of trees, and the motive for treating a dead child thus is, we are informed, the hope that before very long its spirit may come back again and enter into the body of a woman, in all probability that of its former mother. 252 The reason for drawing this distinction between the young and the old by disposing of their bodies in different fashions is explained with great probability by Messrs. Spencer and Gillen as follows. In the Unmatjara and Kadish tribes, while every old man has certain privileges denied to the younger men, yet if he be decidedly infirm and unable to take his part in the performance of ceremonies which are often closely concerned, or so at least the natives believe them to be, with the general welfare of the tribe, then the feeling undoubtedly is that there is no need to pay any very special respect to his remains. This feeling is probably vaguely associated with the idea that, as his body is infirm, so to a corresponding extent will his spirit part be, and therefore they have no special need to consider or propitiate this, as it can do them no harm. On the other hand, they are decidedly afraid of hurting the feelings of any strong man who might be capable of doing them some mischief unless he saw that he was properly mourned for. Acting under much the same feeling, they pay respect to the bodies of dead children and young women, in the hope that the spirit will soon return and undergo reincarnation. It is also worth noticing that they do not bury in trees any young man who has violated tribal law by taking his wife a woman who was forbidden to him. Such an individual is always buried directly in the ground. 253 Apparently these law-abiding savages are not anxious that members of the criminal classes should be born again and should have the opportunity of troubling society once more. Different modes of disposing of the dead adopted in the same tribe. I would call your attention particularly to the different modes of burial thus accorded by these two tribes to different classes of persons. It is too commonly assumed that each tribe has one uniform way of disposing of all its dead, say either by burning or by burying, and on that assumption certain general theories have been built as to the different views taken of the state of the dead by different tribes. But in point of fact, the assumption is incorrect. Not infrequently the same tribe disposes of different classes of dead people in quite different ways. For instance, it will bury some and burn others. Thus amongst the Ngoni of British Central Africa the corpses of chiefs are burned with all their household belongings, but the bodies of commoners are buried with all their belongings in caves. 254 In various castes or tribes of India it is the custom to burn the bodies of married people but to bury the bodies of the unmarried. 255 With some peoples of India the distinction is made, not between the married and the unmarried, but between adults and children, especially children under 2 years old. In such cases the invariable practice appears to be to burn the old and bury the young. Thus among the Malayalas of Malabar the bodies of men and women are burned, but the bodies of children under 2 years are buried, and so are the bodies of all persons who have died of cholera or smallpox. 256 The same distinctions are observed by the Nayars, Kajapatans, and other castes or tribes of Cochin. 257 The old rule laid down in the ancient Hindu law book the Griya Sutras was that children who died under the age of 2 should be buried, not burnt. 258 The Boshas of the Himalayas bury all children who have not yet obtained their permanent teeth, but they burn all other people. 259 Among the Komars the young are buried, and the old cremated. 260 The Korgs bury the bodies of women and of boys under 16 years of age, but they burn the bodies of men. 261 The Chukchansi Indians of California are said to have burned only those who died a violent death or were bitten by snakes, but to have buried all others. 262 The Minatari Indians disposed of their dead differently according to their moral character. Bad and quarrelsome men they buried in the earth that the Master of Life might not see them, but the bodies of good men they laid on scaffolds, that the Master of Life might behold them. 263 The Kalash or Tlingit Indians of Alaska burn their ordinary dead on a pyre, but deposit the bodies of shamans in large coffins, which are supported on 4 posts. 264 The ancient Mexicans thought that all persons who died of infectious diseases were killed by the rain god Tlaloc, so they painted their bodies blue, which was the rain god's color, and buried instead of burning them. 265 special modes of burial adopted to prevent or facilitate the return of the spirit. These examples may suffice to illustrate the different ways in which the same people may dispose of their dead according to the age, sex, social rank, or moral character of the deceased, or the manner of his death. In some cases, the special mode of burial adopted seems clearly intended to guard against the return of the dead, whether in the form of ghosts or of children born again into the world. Such, for instance, was obviously the intention of the Old English custom of burying a suicide at a crossroad with a stake driven through his body. And if some burial customs are plainly intended to pin down the dead in the earth, or at least to disable him from revisiting the survivors, so others appear to be planned with the opposite intention of facilitating the departure of the spirit from the grave, in order that he may repair to a more commodious lodging or be born again into the tribe. For example, the Arunta of Central Australia always bury their dead in the earth and raise a low mound over the grave, but they leave a depression in the mound on the side which faces towards the spot where the spirit of the deceased is supposed to have dwelt in the intervals between his successive reincarnations, and we are expressly told that the purpose of leaving this depression is to allow the spirit to go out and in easily, for until the final ceremony of mourning has been performed at the grave, the ghost is believed to spend his time partly in watching over his near relations and partly in the company of its Aramburinga or spiritual double, who lives at the old Nanja spot, that is, at the place where the disembodied soul tarries waiting to be born again. 266 Thus the Arunta imagine that for some time after death the spirit of the deceased is in a sort of intermediate state, partly hovering about the abode of the living, partly visiting his own proper spiritual home, to which on the completion of the mourning ceremonies he will retire to await the new birth. The final mourning ceremony, which marks the close of this intermediate state, takes place some 12 or 18 months after the death. It consists mainly in nothing more or less than a ghost hunt. Men armed with shields and spear throwers assemble and with loud shouts beat the air, driving the invisible ghost before them from the spot where he died, while the women join in the shouts and buffet the air with the palms of their hands to chase away the dead man from the old camp which he loves to haunt. In this way the beaters gradually advance towards the grave till they have penned the ghost into it, when they immediately dance on the top of it, beating the air downwards as if to drive the spirit down, and stamping on the ground as if to trample him into the earth. After that, the women gather round the grave and cut each other's heads with clubs till the blood streams down on it. This brings the period of mourning to an end, and if the deceased was a man, his widow is now free to marry again. In token that the days of her sorrow are over, she wears at this final ceremony the gay feathers of the ringneck parrot in her hair. The spirit of her dead husband, lying in the grave, is believed to know the sign and to bid her a last farewell. Even after he has thus been hunted into the grave and trampled down in it, his spirit may still watch over his friends, guard them from harm, and visit them in dreams. 267 Departure of the ghost supposed to coincide with the disappearance of the flesh from his bones. We may naturally ask, why should the spirit of the dead be supposed at first to dwell more or less intermittently near the spot where he died, and afterwards to take up his abode permanently at his Nanja spot till the time comes for him to be born again? A good many years ago I conjectured 268 that this idea of a change in the abode of the ghost may be suggested by a corresponding change which takes place, or is supposed to take place, about the same time in the state of the body, in fact, that so long as the flesh adheres to the bones, so long the soul of the dead man may be thought to be detained in the neighborhood of the body, but that when the flesh has quite decayed, the soul is completely liberated from its old tabernacle and is free to repair to its true spiritual home. In confirmation of this conjecture I pointed to the following facts. Some of the Indians of Diana bring food and drink to their dead so long as the flesh remains on the bones, but when it has moldered away, they conclude that the man himself has departed. 269 The Matacos Indians of the Gran Chaco in Argentina believe that the soul of a dead man does not pass down into the netherworld until his body is decomposed or burnt. Further, the Alfers of Central Celebes suppose that the spirits of the departed cannot enter the spirit land until all the flesh has been removed from their bones, for until that has been done, the gods, Lamoa, in the other world could not bear the stench of the corpse. Accordingly, at a great festival the bodies of all who have died within a certain time are dug up and the decaying flesh scraped from the bones. Comparing these ideas, I suggested that they may explain the widespread custom of a second burial, that is, the practice of disinterring the dead after a certain time and disposing of their bones otherwise. Second burial of the bones among the tribes of Central Australia. Final burial ceremony among the Warramunga. Now, so far as the tribes of Central Australia are concerned, my conjecture has been confirmed by the subsequent researches of Messrs. Spencer and Gillen in that region. For they have found that the tribes to the north of the Arunta regularly give their dead a second burial, that a change in the state of the ghosts is believed to coincide with the second burial, and apparently also, though this is not so definitely stated, that the time for the second burial is determined by the disappearance of the flesh from the bones. Amongst the tribes which practice a second burial, the custom is first to deposit the dead on platforms among the branches of trees, till the flesh has quite mouldered away, and then to bury the bones in the earth. In short, they practice tree burial first and earth burial afterwards. 270 For example, in the Anmachara and Kaddish tribes, when a man dies, his body is carried by his relations to a tree distant a mile or two from the camp. There it is laid on a platform by itself for some months. When the flesh has disappeared from the bones, a kinsman of the deceased, in strictness a younger brother, ITIA, climbs up into the tree, dislocates the bones, places them in a wooden vessel, and hands them down to a female relative. Then the bones are laid in the grave with the head facing in the direction in which his mother's brother is supposed to have camped in days of old. After the bones have been thus interred, the spirit of the dead man is believed to go away and to remain in his old Alcharinga home until such time as he once more undergoes reincarnation. 271 But in these tribes, as we saw, very old men and women receive only one burial, being at once laid in an earthy grave and never set up on a platform in a tree, and we have seen reason to think that this difference in the treatment of the aged springs from the indifference or contempt in which their ghosts are held by comparison with the ghosts of the young and vigorous. In the Warramunga tribe, who regularly deposit their dead in trees first and in the earth afterwards, so long as the corpse remains in the tree and the flesh has not completely disappeared from the bones, the mother of the deceased and the women who stand to him or her in the relation of tribal motherhood are obliged from time to time to go to the tree, and sitting under the platform to allow its putrid juices to drip down on their bodies, into which they rub them as a token of sorrow. This, no doubt, is intended to please the jealous ghost, for we are told that he is believed to haunt the tree and even to visit the camp, in order, if he was a man, to see for himself that his widows are mourning properly. The time during which the mouldering remains are left in the tree is at least a year and maybe more. 272 The final ceremony which brings the period of mourning to an end is curious and entirely different from the one observed by the Arunta on the same occasion. When the bones have been taken down from the tree, an arm bone is put carefully apart from the rest. Then the skull is smashed, and the fragments together with all the rest of the bones except the arm bone, are buried in a hollow anthill near the tree. Afterwards the arm bone is wrapped up in paper bark and wound round with fir string, so as to make a torpedo-shaped parcel, which is kept by a tribal mother of the deceased in her rude hovel of branches, till, after the lapse of some days or weeks, the time comes for the last ceremony of all. On that day a design emblematic of the totem of the deceased is drawn on the ground, and beside it a shallow trench is dug about a foot deep and 15 feet long. Over this trench a number of men, elaborately decorated with down of various colors, stand straddle-legged, while a line of women, decorated with red and yellow ochre, crawl along the trench under the long bridge made by the straddling legs of the men. The last woman carries the arm bone of the dead in its parcel, and as soon as she emerges from the trench, the bone is snatched from her by a kinsman of the deceased, who carries it to a man standing ready with an uplifted axe beside the totemic drawing. On receiving the bone, the man at once smashes it, hastily buries it in a small pit beside the totemic emblem of the departed, and closes the opening with a large flat stone, signifying thereby that the season of mourning is over and that the dead man or woman has been gathered to his or her totem. The totemic design, beside which the arm bone is buried, represents the spot at which the totemic ancestor of the deceased finally went down into the earth. When once the arm bone has thus been broken and laid in its last resting place, the soul of the dead person, which they describe as being of about the size of a grain of sand, is supposed to go back to the place where it camped long ago in a previous incarnation, there to remain with the souls of other men and women of the same totem until the time comes for it to be born again. 273 General conclusion as to the belief in immortality and the worship of the dead among the Australian Aborigines. This must conclude what I have to say as to the belief in immortality and the worship of the dead among the Aborigines of Australia. The evidence I have adduced is sufficient to prove that these savages firmly believe both in the existence of the human soul after death and in the power which it can exert for good or evil over the survivors. On the whole, the dominant motive in their treatment of the dead appears to be fear rather than affection. Yet the attention which many tribes pay to the comfort of the departed by providing them with huts, food, water, fire, clothing, implements and weapons, may not be dictated by purely selfish motives. In any case they are clearly intended to please and propitiate the ghosts, and therefore contain the germs of a regular worship of the dead. Footnote 216, Return, E.J. Eyre, Journals of Expeditions of Discovery into Central Australia, London, 1845, 2. 349, Footnote 217, Return, A. Oldfield, The Aborigines of Victoria, Transactions of the Ethnological Society of London, N.S. 3. 1865, page 245. Footnote 218, Return, P. Beveridge, in Journal and Proceedings of the Royal Society of New South Wales, 17. 1883, pages 29 square. Compare Brough Smith, Aborigines of Victoria, I. 100 note. Footnote 219, Return, Sir G. Gray, Journals of Two Expeditions of Discovery, 2. 332 square. Footnote 220, Return, Reverend J. Roscoe, The Baganda, London, 1911, pages 109 SQQ. Footnote 221, Return, E. M. Kerr, The Australian Race, Melbourne and London, 1886 to 1887, I. 87. Footnote 222, Return, A. W. Howitt, Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, page 463. Footnote 223, Return, A. W. Howitt, opposite page 461. Footnote 224, Return, A. W. Howitt, opposite page 473. Footnote 225, Return, A. W. Howitt, opposite page 474. Footnote 226, Return, F. C. Urquhart, Legends of the Australian Aborigines, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, 14. 1885, page 88. Footnote 227, Return, E. M. Kerr, The Australian Race, I. 87. Footnote 228, Return, Leviticus 19. 28, Deuteronomy 14. 1. Footnote 229, Return, W. Stanbridge, Tribes in the Central Part of Victoria, Transactions of the Ethnological Society of London, N.S. I. 1861, page 298. Footnote 230, Return, R. Brough Smith, Aborigines of Victoria, I. 105. Footnote 231, Return, A. W. Howitt, Native Tribes of Southeast Australia, page 459. Footnote 232, Return, A. W. Howitt, opposite page 453. Footnote 233, Return, P. Beveridge, in Journal and Proceedings of the Royal Society of New South Wales, 17. 1883, pages 28, 29. Footnote 234, Return, A. W. Howitt, opposite page 466. Footnote 235, Return, E. J. Eyre, Journals of Expeditions of Discovery into Central Australia, London, 1845, 2. 347, Footnote 236, Return, W. E. Roth, Studies Among the Northwest Central Queensland Aborigines, Brisbane and London, 1897, page 164, compare page 165. Footnote 237, Return, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, page 500. Footnote 238, Return, Spencer and Gillen, opposite page 510. Footnote 239, Return, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 516 to 552. Footnote 240, Return, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes, page 510. Footnote 241, Return, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes, page 507. Footnote 242, Return, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes, page 511. Footnote 243, Return, F. Abani, On Some Customs of the Aborigines of the River Darling, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, 13. 1884, pages 134 square. Footnote 244, Return, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 507, 509 square. Footnote 245, Return, Sir G. Gray, Journals of Two Expeditions of Discovery, 2. 332, quoting Mr. Bussell. Footnote 246, Return, Scholiast on Pindar, Olymp. I. 146. Footnote 247, Return, Homer, Odyssey, 11. 23 SQQ. Footnote 248, Return, The Magic Art and the Evolution of Kings, I. 91 square. Footnote 249, Return, J. Dawson, Australian Aborigines, page 62. Footnote 250, return, Arbroath Smith, Aborigines of Victoria, I. 108. Footnote 251, return, J. F. Mann, Notes on the Aborigines of Australia, Proceedings of the Geographical Society of Australasia, I. Sydney, 1885, page 48. Footnote 252, return, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, page 506. Footnote 253, return, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes, page 512. Footnote 254, return, Art Sutherland Rattray, Some Folklore Stories and Songs in Chinyanja, London, 1907, pages 99 to 101, 182. Footnote 255, return, F. Fawcett, The Kandayam Kadai Maravars, a Dravidian tribe of Tinnevelly, Southern India, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, 33. 1903, page 64, Captain Wolseley Haig, Notes on the Rangari Caste in Bearer, Journal of the Asiatic Society of Bengal, 70. Part 3. 1901, page 8, E. Thurston, Castes and Tribes of Southern India, Madras, 1909, 4. 226, as to the Lambetas, 6. 244, as to the Raniyavas, compare ID. Ethnographic Notes in Southern India, Madras, 1906, p. 155, footnote 256, return, E. Thurston, Ethnographic Notes in Southern India, page 207. Footnote 257, return, L. K. Anantha Krishna Iyer, The Cochin Tribes and Castes, Madras, 1909 to 1912, 2. 91, 112, 157, 360, 378. Footnote 258, return, The Griya Sutras, translated by H. Oldenburg, Part 1, page 355, Sacred Books of the East, Volume 29. Compare W. Crook, Popular Religion and Folklore of Northern India, Westminster, 1896, I. 245. Footnote 259, return, C.H.A. Sharing, Western Tibet and the British Borderland, London, 1906, pages 123 square. Footnote 260, return, P. N. Bose, Chhattisgarh, Journal of the Asiatic Society of Bengal, Licks. Part 1, 1891, page 290. Footnote 261, return, E. Thurston, Ethnographic Notes in Southern India, page 205. Footnote 262, return, S. Powers, Tribes of California, Washington, 1877, page 383. Footnote 263, return, Maximilian Prinz Zuweid, Recent Dawsonnier Nord America, Koblenz, 1839 to 1841, 2. 235, footnote 264, return, T. de Pauli, Description ethnographique de Peuples de la Russie, Peuples de la Marie Creuse, St. Petersburg, 1862, page 13. Footnote 265, return, E. Seeler, Alt-Mexikanische Studien, 2. Berlin, 1899, page 42, Veröffentlichungen aus dem Königlichen Museum für Völkerkunde, 6. February 4. Footnote 266, return, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, page 497, ID. Northern Tribes of Central Australia, page 506. Footnote 267, return, Spencer and Gillen, Native Tribes of Central Australia, pages 503 to 508. The name of the final mourning ceremony among the Arunta is Milkaima. Footnote 268, return, The Golden Bough, 2nd edition, London, 1900, I. 434 square. Footnote 269, return, A. Abit, Voyage de la France Equinoxiale en l'Isle de Cayenne, Paris, 1664, page 392. Footnote 270, return, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 505 SQQ. Footnote 271, return, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 506 to 508. Footnote 272, return, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, page 530. Footnote 273, return, Spencer and Gillen, Northern Tribes of Central Australia, pages 530 to 543. Lecture 8, The Belief in Immortality Among the Natives of the Torres Straits Islands, the Islanders of Torres Straits. The Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits. In the last lecture I concluded my account of the belief in immortality and worship of the dead, or rather of the elements out of which such a worship might have grown, among the Aborigines of Australia. Today we pass to the consideration of a different people, the Islanders of Torres Straits. As you may know, Torres Straits are the broad channel which divides Australia on the south from the great island of New Guinea on the north. The small islands which are scattered over the strait fall roughly into two groups, a western and an eastern, of which the eastern is at once the more isolated and the more fertile. In appearance, character, and customs, the inhabitants of all these islands belong to the Papuan family, which inhabits the western half of New Guinea, but in respect of language there is a marked difference between the natives of the two groups, for while the speech of the Western Islanders is akin to that of the Australians, the speech of the Eastern Islanders is akin to that of the Papuans of New Guinea. The conclusion to be drawn from these facts appears to be that the western islands of Torres Straits were formerly inhabited by Aborigines of the Australian family, and that at a later time they were occupied by immigrants from New Guinea, who adopted the language of the Aboriginal inhabitants, but gradually extinguished the Aboriginal type and character either by peaceful absorption or by conquest and extermination. 274 Hence the Western Islanders of Torres Straits form a transition both geographically and ethnographically between the Aborigines of Australia on the one side and the Aborigines of New Guinea on the other side. Accordingly, in our survey of the belief in immortality among the lower races, we may appropriately consider the Islanders of Torres Straits immediately after the Aborigines of Australia and before we pass onward to other and more distant races. These islanders have a special claim on the attention of a Cambridge lecturer, since almost all the exact knowledge we possess of them we owe to the exertions of Cambridge anthropologists and especially to Dr. A.C. Haddon, who on his first visit to the islands in 1888 perceived the urgent importance of procuring an accurate record of the old beliefs and customs of the natives before it was too late, and who never rested till that record was obtained, as it happily has been, first by his own unaided researches in the islands, and afterwards by the united researches of a band of competent inquirers. In the history of anthropology, the Cambridge expedition to Torres Straits in 1898 will always hold an honorable place, to the credit of the university which promoted it and especially to that of the zealous and devoted investigator who planned, organized, and carried it to a successful conclusion. Practically all that I shall have to tell you as to the beliefs and practices of the Torres Straits Islanders is derived from the accurate and laborious researches of Dr. Haddon and his colleagues. Social culture of the Torres Straits Islanders. While the natives of Torres Straits are, or were at the time of their discovery, in the condition which we call savagery, they stand on a far higher level of social and intellectual culture than the rude Aborigines of Australia. To indicate roughly the degree of advance we need only say that, whereas the Australians are nomadic hunters and fishers, entirely ignorant of agriculture, and destitute to a great extent not only of houses but even of clothes, the natives of Torres Straits live in settled villages and diligently till the soil, raising a variety of crops, such as yams, sweet potatoes, bananas, sugarcane, and tobacco. 275 Of the two groups of islands, the eastern is the more fertile and the inhabitants are more addicted to agriculture than are the natives of the western islands, who, as a consequence of the greater barrenness of the soil, have to eke out their subsistence to a considerable extent by fishing. 276 And there is other evidence to shew that the eastern islanders have attained to a somewhat higher stage of social evolution than their western brethren. 277 The more favorable natural conditions under which they live may possibly have contributed to raise the general level of culture. One of the most marked distinctions in this respect between the inhabitants of the two groups is that, whereas a regular system of totemism with its characteristic features prevails among the Western Islanders, no such system nor even any very clear evidence of its former existence is to be found among the Eastern Islanders, whether it be that they never had it or, what is more likely, that they once had but have lost it. 278 Belief of the Torres Straits Islanders in the existence of the human spirit after death. On the other hand, so far as regards our immediate subject, the belief in immortality and the worship of the dead, a general resemblance may be traced between the creed and customs of the eastern and western tribes. Both of them, like the Australian Aborigines, firmly believe in the existence of the human spirit after death, but unlike the Australians they seem to have no idea that the souls of the departed are ever born again into the world. The doctrine of reincarnation, so widespread among the natives of Australia, appears to have no place in the creed of their near neighbours the Torres Straits Islanders, whose dead, like our own, though they may haunt the living for a time, are thought to depart at last to a distant spirit land and to return no more. At the same time, neither in the one group nor in the other is there any clear evidence of what may be called a worship of the dead in the strict sense of the word, unless we accept the cults of certain more or less mythical heroes. On this point the testimony of Dr. Haddon is definite as to the Western Islanders. He says, "In no case have I obtained in the Western Islands an indication of anything approaching a worship of deceased persons ancestral or otherwise, with the exception of the heroes shortly to be mentioned, neither is there any suggestion that their own ancestors have been in any way apotheosized. 279 Fear of the ghosts of the recently departed. But if these savages have not, with the possible exception of the cult of certain heroes, any regular worship of the dead, they certainly have the germ out of which such a worship might be developed, and that is a firm belief in ghosts and in the mischief which they may do to the living. The word for a ghost is mari in the west and mar in the east. It means also a shadow or reflection. 280 which seems to shew that these savages, like many others, have derived their notion of the human soul from the observation of shadows and reflections cast by the body on the earth or on water. Further, the Western Islanders appear to distinguish the ghosts of the recently departed, mari, from the spirits of those who have been longer dead, which they call markai. 281 And if we accept this distinction, we may assert, according to Dr. Haddon, that the Torres Straits Islanders feared the ghosts but believed in the general friendly disposition of the spirits of the departed. 282 Similarly, we saw that the Australian Aborigines regard with fear the ghosts of those who have just died. While they are either indifferent to the spirits of those who have died many years ago or even look upon them as beings of higher powers than their descendants, whom they can benefit in various ways. This sharp distinction between the spirits of the dead, according to the date at which they died, is widespread, perhaps universal among mankind. However truly the dead were loved in their lifetime, however bitterly they were mourned at their death, no sooner have they passed beyond our ken than the thought of their ghosts seems to inspire the generality of mankind with an instinctive fear and horror, as if the character of even the best friends and nearest relations underwent a radical change for the worse as soon as they had shuffled off the mortal coil. But among savages this belief in the moral deterioration of ghosts is certainly much more marked than among civilized races. Ghosts are dreaded both by the western and the eastern tribes of Torres Straits. Thus in Mabuyag, one of the western islands, the corpse was carried out of camp feet foremost, else it was thought that the ghost would return and trouble the survivors. Further, when the body had been laid upon a stage or platform on clear level ground away from the dwelling, the remains of any food and water of which the deceased might have been partaking in his last moments were carried out and placed beside the corpse lest the ghost should come back to fetch them for himself, to the annoyance and terror of his relations. This is the reason actually alleged by the natives for what otherwise might have been interpreted as a delicate mark of affection and thoughtful care for the comfort of the departed. If next morning the food was found scattered, the people said that the ghost was angry and had thrown it about. 283 Further, on the day of the death the mourners went into the gardens, slashed at the taro, knocked down coconuts, pulled up sweet potatoes, and destroyed bananas. We are told that the food was destroyed for the sake of the dead man. It was like goodbye. 284 We may suspect that the real motive for the destruction was the same as that for laying food and water beside the corpse, namely, a wish to give the ghost no excuse for returning to haunt and pester his surviving relatives. How could he have the heart to return to the desolated garden which in his lifetime it had been his pride and joy to cultivate? Fear of the ghosts of the recently departed among the Murray Islanders. In Murray Island, also, which belongs to the eastern group, the ghost of a recently deceased person is much dreaded. It is supposed to haunt the neighborhood for 2 or 3 months, and the elaborate funeral ceremonies which these savages perform appear to be based on this belief and to be intended, in fact, to dismiss the ghost from the land of the living, where he is a very unwelcome visitor, to his proper place in the land of the dead. 285 The Murray Islanders, says Dr. Haddon, perform as many as possible of the necessary ceremonies in order that the ghost of the deceased might not feel slighted, for otherwise it was sure to bring trouble on the relatives by causing strong winds to destroy their gardens and break down their houses. 286 These islanders still believe that a ghost may feel resentment when his children are neglected or wronged, or when his lands or goods are appropriated by persons who have no claim to them. And this fear of the wrath of the ghost, Dr. Haddon tells us, no doubt in past times acted as a wholesome deterrent on evildoers and helped to keep the people from crime, though nowadays they look rather to the law than to ghosts for the protection of their rights and the avenging of their wrongs. 287 Yet here, as in so many places, it would seem that superstition has proved a useful crutch on which morality can lean until it is strong enough to walk alone. In the absence of the police, the guardianship of law and morality may be provisionally entrusted to ghosts, who, if they are too fickle and uncertain in their temper to make ideal constables, are at least better than nothing. With this exception, it does not appear that the moral code of the Torres Straits Islanders derived any support or sanction from their religion. No appeal was made by them to totems, ancestors, or heroes. No punishment was looked for from these quarters for any infringement of the rules and restraints which hold society together. 288 The island home of the dead. The land of the dead to which the ghosts finally depart is, in the opinion of the Torres Straits Islanders, a mythical island in the far west or rather northwest. The Western Islanders name it Kibu, the Eastern Islanders call it Boigu. The name Kibu means sundown. It is natural enough that islanders should place the home of the dead in some far island of the sea to which no canoe of living men has ever sailed, and it is equally natural that the fabulous island should lie to westward where the sun goes down, for it seems to be a common thought that the souls of the dead are attracted by the great luminary, like moths by a candle, and follow him when he sinks in radiant glory into the sea. To take a single example, in the Maram district of Assam it is forbidden to build houses facing westward, because that is the direction in which the spirits of the dead go to their long home. 289 But the Torres Straits Islanders have a special reason, as Dr. Haddon has well pointed out, for thinking that the home of the dead is away in the northwest, and the reason is that in these latitudes the trade wind blows steady and strong from the southeast for 7 or 8 months of the year, so that for the most part the spirits have only to let themselves go and the wind will sweep them away on its pinions to their place of rest. How could the poor fluttering things beat up to windward in the teeth of the blast? 290 Elaborate funeral ceremonies observed by the Torres Straits Islanders. The funeral ceremonies observed by the Torres Straits Islanders were numerous and elaborate, and they present some features of special interest. They succeeded each other at intervals, sometimes of months, and amongst the Eastern Islanders in particular there were so many of them that, were it not that the bodies of the very young and the very old were treated less ceremoniously, the living would have been perpetually occupied in celebrating the obsequies of the dead. 291 The obsequies differed somewhat from each other in the East and the West, but they had two characteristics in common. First, the skulls of the dead were commonly preserved apart from the bodies and were consulted as oracles, and, second, the ghosts of the recently deceased were represented in dramatic ceremonies by masked men, who mimicked the gait and gestures of the departed and were thought by the women and children to be the very ghosts themselves. But in details there were a good many variations between the practice of the Eastern and the Western Islanders. We will begin with the customs of the Western Islanders. Funeral ceremonies observed by the Western Islanders. Removal and preservation of the skull. Skulls used in divination. When a death had taken place, the corpse was carried out of the house and set on a staging supported by 4 forked posts and covered by a roof of mats. The office of attending to the body devolved properly on the brothers-in-law, IMI, of the deceased, who, while they were engaged in the duties of the office, bore the special title of Mariget or Ghost Hand. It deserves to be noticed that these men were always of a different totem from the deceased, for if the dead person was a man, the Mariget were his wife's brothers and therefore had the same totem as the dead man's wife, which, on account of the law of exogamy, always differed from the totem of her husband. And if the dead person was a woman, the Mariget were her husband's brothers and therefore had his totem, which necessarily differed from hers. When they had discharged the preliminary duties to the corpse, the brothers-in-law went and informed the relations and friends. This they did not in words but by a prescribed pantomime. For example, if the deceased had had the crocodile for his totem, they imitated the ungainly gait of crocodiles waddling and resting. If the deceased had the snake for his totem, they in like manner mimicked the crawling of a snake. The relations then painted their bodies with white coral mud, cut their hair, plastered mud over their heads, and cut off their ear ornaments or severed the distended lobe of the ear as a sign of mourning. Then, armed with bows and arrows, they came out to the stage where the corpse was lying and let fly arrows at the men who were in attendance on it, that is, at the brothers-in-law of the deceased, who warded off the shafts as best they could. 292 The meaning of this sham attack on the men who were discharging the last offices of respect to the dead comes out clearly in another ceremony which was performed some time afterwards, as we shall see presently. For 5 or 6 days the corpse remained on the platform or bier watched by the brothers-in-law, who had to prevent certain large lizards from devouring it and to frighten away any prowling ghosts that might be lured to the spot by the stench. After the lapse of several days the relations returned to the body, mourned, and beat the roof of the bier, while they raised a shout to drive off any part of the dead man's spirit that might be lingering about his moldering remains. The reason for doing so was, that the time had now arrived for cutting off the head of the corpse, and they thought that the head would not come off easily if the man's spirit were still in the body. He might reasonably be expected to hold on tight to it and not to resign, without a struggle, so valuable a part of his person. When the poor ghost had thus been chased away with shouts and blows, the principal brother-in-law came forward and performed the amputation by sawing off the head. Having done so, he usually placed it in a nest of termites or white ants in order that the insects might pick it clean, but sometimes for the same purpose he deposited it in a creek. When it was thoroughly clean, the grinning white skull was painted red all over and placed in a decorated basket. Then followed the ceremony of formally handing over this relic of the dead to the relations. The brothers-in-law, who had been in attendance on the body, painted themselves black all over, covered their heads with leaves, and walked in solemn procession, headed by the chief brother-in-law, who carried the skull in the basket. Meantime the male relatives were awaiting them, seated on a large mat in the ceremonial ground, while the women grouped themselves in the background. As the procession of men approached bearing the skull, the mourners shot arrows over their heads as a sign of anger at them for having decapitated their relation. But this was a mere pretense, probably intended to soothe and flatter the angry ghost. The arrows flew over the men without hurting them. 293 Similarly, in ancient Egypt, the man who cut open a corpse for embalmment had no sooner done his office than he fled precipitately, pursued by the relations with stones and curses, because he had wounded and mangled the body of their kinsman. 294 Sometimes the skull was made up to resemble the head of a living man. An artificial nose of wood and beeswax supplied the place of a nose of flesh. Pearl shells were inserted in the empty eyeballs, and any teeth that might be missing were represented by pieces of wood, while the lower jaw was lashed firmly to the cranium. 295 Whether thus decorated or not, the skulls of the dead were preserved and used in divination. Whenever a skull was to be thus consulted, it was first cleaned, repainted, and either anointed with certain plants or placed upon them. Then the inquirer enjoined the skull to speak the truth, and placing it on his pillow at night went to sleep. The dream which he dreamed that night was the answer of the skull, which spoke with a clappering noise like that of teeth chattering together. When people went on voyages, they used to take a divining skull with them in the stern of the canoe. 296 Great Death Dance of the Western Islanders. The dead personated by masked actors. The great funeral ceremony, or rather death dance, of the Western Islanders took place in the island of Pulu. When the time came for it, a few men would meet and make the necessary preparations. The ceremony was always performed on the sacred or ceremonial ground, quad, and the first thing to do was to enclose this ground, for the sake of privacy, with a screen of mats hung on a framework of wood and bamboos. When the screen had been erected, the drums which were to be used by the orchestra were placed in position beside it. Then the relations were summoned to attend the performance. The ceremony might be performed for a number of recently deceased people at once, and it varied in importance and elaboration according to the importance and the number of the deceased whose obsequies were being celebrated. The chief differences were in the number of the performers and the greater or less display of scenic apparatus. The headdresses or leafy masks worn by the actors in the sacred drama were made secretly in the bush. No woman or uninitiated man might witness the operation. When all was ready, and the people were assembled, the men being stationed in front and the women and children in the background, the disguised actors appeared on the scene and played the part of the dead, each one of them mimicking the gait and actions of the particular man or woman whom he personated. For all the parts were played by men, no woman might act in these ceremonies. The order in which the various ghosts were to appear on the scene was arranged beforehand, so that when the actors came forward from behind the screen, the spectators knew which of the dead they were supposed to have before them. The performers usually danced in pairs, and vanished behind the screen when their dance was finished. Thus one pair would follow another till the play was over. Besides the actors who played the serious and solemn part of the dead, there was usually a clown who skipped about and cut capers, tumbling down and getting up again, to make the spectators laugh and so to relieve the strain on their emotions, which were deeply stirred by this dance of death. The beat of the drums proclaimed that the sacred drama was at an end. Then followed a great feast, at which special portions of food were assigned by the relatives of the deceased to the actors who had personated them. 297 Intention of the ceremonies. As to the intention of these curious dramatic performances we have no very definite information. Dr. Haddon says, the idea evidently was to convey to the mourners the assurance that the ghost was alive and that in the person of the dancer he visited his friends. The assurance of his life after death comforted the bereaved ones. 298 Funeral ceremonies observed by the Eastern Islanders. The soul of the dead carried away by a masked actor. In the eastern islands of Torres Straits the funeral ceremonies seem to have been even more numerous and elaborate. The body was at first laid on the ground on a mat outside the house, if the weather were fine. Their friends wept and wailed over it, the nearest relations, such as the wife and mother, sitting at the head of the corpse. About an hour after the sun had set, the drummers and singers arrived. All night the drums beat and the people sang, but just as the dawn was breaking the wild music died away into silence. The wants of the living were now attended to. The assembled people breakfasted on green coconuts, and then, about an hour after sunrise, they withdrew from the body and took up a position a little further off to witness the next act of the drama of death. The drums now struck up again in quicker time to herald the approach of an actor, who could be heard, but not seen, shaking his rattle in the adjoining forest. Faster and faster beat the drums, louder and louder rose the singing, till the spectators were wound up to a pitch of excitement bordering on frenzy. Then at last a strange figure burst from the forest and came skipping and posturing towards the corpse. It was Terror, a spirit or mythical being who had come to fetch the soul of the departed and to bear it far away to its place of rest in the island beyond the sea. On his head he wore a wreath of leaves, a mask made of the midribs of coconut leaves or of croton leaves hid his face, a long feather of the white tern knotted on his brow, and a mantle of green coconut leaves concealed his body from the shoulders to the knees. His arms were painted red, round his neck he wore a crescent of pearl shell, in his left hand he carried a bow and arrows, and in his mouth a piece of wood, to which were affixed 2 rings of green coconut leaf. Thus attired he skipped forwards, rattling a bunch of nuts in his right hand, bending his head now to one side and now to another, swaying his body backwards and forwards, but always keeping time to the measured beat of the drums. At last, after a series of rapid jumps from one foot to the other, he ended his dance, and turning round fled away westward along the beach. He had taken the soul of the dead and was carrying it away to the spirit land. The excitement of the women now rose to the highest pitch. They screamed and jumped from the ground, raising their arms in air high above their heads. Shrieking and wailing, all pursued the retreating figure along the beach, the mother or widow of the dead man casting herself again and again prostrate on the sand and throwing it in handfuls over her head. Among the pursuers was another masked man, who represented Occam, the mother of Terror. She, or rather he, was dressed in dried banana leaves, long tufts of grass hung from her head over her face and shoulders, and in her mouth she carried a lighted bundle of dry coconut fiber, which emitted clouds of smoke. With an unsteady rickety gait the beldame hobbled after her rapidly retreating son, who turned round from time to time, skipping and posturing derisively as if to taunt her, and then hurrying away again westward. Thus the 2 quaint figures retreated further and further, he in front and she behind, till they were lost to view. But still the drums continued to beat and the singers to chant their wild song, when nothing was to be seen but the deserted beach with the sky and the drifting clouds above and the white waves breaking on the strand. Meantime the 2 actors in the sacred drama made their way westward till their progress was arrested by the sea. They plunged into it and swimming westward unloosed their leafy envelopes and let them float away to the spirit land in the far island beyond the rolling waters. But the men themselves swam back to the beach, resumed the dress of ordinary mortals, and quietly mingled with the assembly of mourners. 299 Personation of Ghosts by Masked Men. Such was the first act of the drama. The second followed immediately about 10 o'clock in the morning. The actors in it were 20 or 30 men disguised as ghosts or spirits of the dead, Zara Marchi. Their bodies were blackened from the neck to the ankles, but the lower part of their faces and their feet were dyed bright red, and a red triangle was painted on the front of their bodies. They wore headdresses of grass with long projecting ribs of coconut leaves, and a long tail of grass behind reaching down to the level of the knees. In their hands they held long ribs of coconut leaf. They were preceded by a curious figure called Pager, a man covered from head to foot with dry grass and dead banana leaves, who sidled along with an unsteady rolling gait in a zigzag course, keeping his head bowed, his red painted hands clasped in front of his face, and his elbows sticking out from both sides of his body. In spite of his erratic course and curious mode of progression, he drew away from the troop of ghosts behind him and came on towards the spectators, jerking his head from side to side, his hands shaking, and wailing as he went. Behind him marched the ghosts, with their hands crossed behind their backs and their faces looking out to sea. When they drew near to the orchestra, who were singing and drumming away, they halted and formed in 2 lines facing the spectators. They now all assumed the familiar attitude of a fencer on guard, one foot and arm advanced, the other foot and arm drawn back, and lunged to right and left as if they were stabbing something with the long ribs of the coconut leaves which they held in their hands. This maneuver they repeated several times, the orchestra playing all the time. Then they retreated into the forest, but only to march out again, form in line, stand on guard, and lunge again and again at the invisible foe. This appears to have been the whole of the second act of the drama. No explanation of it is given. We can only conjecture that the band of men, who seem from their name, Zara Marchi, to have represented the ghosts or spirits of the dead, came to inform the living that the departed brother or sister had joined the majority, and that any attempt to rescue him or her would be vain. 303. This notion seems inconsistent with the belief that the soul of the departed had already been carried off to Boigu, the island of the dead, but consistency in such matters is as little to be looked for among savages as among ourselves. Mummification of the corpse. When the body had remained a few days on the stage in the open air, steps were taken to convert it into a mummy. For this purpose it was laid in a small canoe manned by some young people of the same sex as the deceased. They paddled it across the lagoon to the reef and there rubbed off the skin, extracted the bowels from the abdomen and the brain from the skull, and having sewed up the hole in the abdomen and thrown the bowels into the sea, they brought the remains back to land and lashed them to the wooden framework with string, while they fixed a small stick to the lower jaw to keep it from drooping. The framework with its ghastly burden was fastened vertically to 2 posts behind the house, or it was concealed from public view by a screen of coconut leaves. Holes were pricked with an arrow between the fingers and toes to allow the juices of decomposition to escape, and a fire was kindled and kept burning under the stage to dry up the body. 304. Garb of mourners. Cuttings for the dead. About 10 days after the death, a feast of bananas, yams, and germinating coconuts was partaken of by the relations and friends, and portions were distributed to the assembled company, who carried them home in baskets. It was on this occasion that kinsfolk and friends assumed the garb of mourners. Their faces and bodies were smeared with a mixture of grayish earth and water, the ashes of a wood fire were strewn on their heads, and fringes of sago leaves were fastened on their arms and legs. A widow wore besides a special petticoat made of the inner bark of the fig tree. The ends of it were passed between her legs and tucked up before and behind. She had to leave her hair unshorn during the whole period of her widowhood, and in time it grew into a huge mop of a light yellow color in consequence of the ashes with which it was smeared. This coating of ashes, as well as the gray paint on her face and body, she was expected to renew from time to time. 305. It was also on the occasion of this feast, on or about the 10th day after death, that young kinsfolk of the deceased had certain patterns cut in their flesh by a sharp shell. The persons so operated on were young adults of both sexes nearly related to the dead man or woman. Women generally operated on women and men on men. The patients were held down during the operation, which was painful, and they sometimes fainted under it. The patterns were first drawn on the skin in red paint and then cut in with the shell. They varied a good deal in shape. Some consisted of arrangements of lines and scrolls. A favorite one, which was only carved on women, represented a centipede. The blood which flowed from the wounds was allowed to drip on the corpse, thus forming a sacrifice or tribute to the dead. 306. The Dance of Death. The nocturnal dance. When the body had remained some time, perhaps 4 or 6 months, on the scaffold, and the process of mummification was far advanced, a dance of death was held to celebrate the final departure of the spirit for its long home. Several men, seldom exceeding 4 in number, were chosen to act the part of ghosts, including the ghost of him or her in whose honor the performance was specially held. Further, about a dozen men were selected to form a sort of chorus. Their business was to act as intermediaries between the living and the dead, summoning up the shades, serving as their messengers, and informing the people of their presence. The costume of the ghosts was simple, consisting of nothing but a headdress and shoulder band of leaves. The chorus, if we may call them so, wore girdles of leaves round their waists and wreaths of leaves on their heads. When darkness had fallen, the first act of the drama was played. The chorus stood in line opposite the mummy. Beyond them stood or sat the drummers, and beyond them again the audience was crowded on the beach, the women standing furthest from the mummy and nearest to the sea. The drummers now struck up, chanting at the same time to the beat of the drums. This was the overture. Then a shrill whistle in the forest announced the approach of a ghost. The subdued excitement among the spectators, especially among the women, was intense. Meantime the chorus, holding each other's hands, advanced sidelong towards the mummy with strange gestures, a hollow thud of their feet as they stamped on the ground being supposed to be the tread of the ghosts. Thus they advanced to the red-painted mummy with its grinning mouth. Behind it by this time stood one of the ghosts, and between him and the chorus a dialogue ensued. "Whose ghost is there?" called out the chorus, and a strident voice answered from the darkness, "The ghost of so-and-so is here." At that the chorus retreated in the same order as they had advanced, and again the hollow thud of their feet sounded in the ears of the excited spectators as the tramp of the dead. On reaching the drummers in their retreat the chorus called out some words of uncertain meaning, which have been interpreted, "Spirit of so-and-so, away at sea, loved little." At all events, the name of a dead person was pronounced, and at the sound the women, thrilled with excitement, leaped from the ground, holding their hands aloft, then hurled themselves prone on the sand, throwing it over their heads and wailing. The drums now beat faster and a wild weird chant rose into the air, then died away and all was silent, except perhaps for the lapping of the waves on the sand or the muffled thunder of the surf afar off on the barrier reef. Thus one ghost after another was summoned from the dusty dead and vanished again into the darkness. When all had come and gone, the leader of the chorus, who kept himself invisible behind the screen save for a moment when he was seen by the chorus to glide behind the mummy on its stage, blew a whistle and informed the spectators in a weird voice that all the ghosts that had been summoned that night would appear before them in broad daylight on the morrow. With that the audience dispersed. But the men who had played the parts of the ghosts came forward and sat down with the chorus and the drummers on mats beside the body. There they remained singing to the beat of the drums till the first faint streaks of dawn glimmered in the east. The noonday dance. The ghosts represented by masked actors. Next morning the men assembled beside the body to inspect the actors who were to personate the ghosts, in order to make sure that they had learned their parts well and could mimic to the life the figure and gait of the particular dead persons whom they represented. By the time that these preparations were complete, the morning had worn on to noon. The audience was already assembled on the beach and on the long stretch of sand left by the ebbing tide, for the hour of the drama was always fixed at low water so as to allow ample space for the spectators to stand at a distance from the players, lest they should detect the features of the living under the masks of the dead. All being ready, the drummers marched in and took up their position just above the beach, facing the audience. The overture having been concluded, the first ghost was seen to glide from the forest and come dancing towards the beach. If he represented a woman, his costume was more elaborate than it had been under the shades of evening the night before. His whole body was painted red. A petticoat of leaves encircled his waist, a mask of leaves, surmounted by tufts of cassowary and pigeon feathers, concealed his head, and in his hands he carried brooms of coconut palm leaf. If he personated a man, he held a bow in one hand and an arrow in the other, and his costume was the usual dress of a dancer, with the addition of a headdress of leaves and feathers and a diamond-shaped ornament of bamboo, which he held in his teeth and which entirely concealed his features. He approached dancing and mimicking the gestures of the person whom he represented. At the sight the women wailed, and the widow would cry out, "That's my husband," the mother would cry out, "That's my son." Then suddenly the drummers would call out, "Ah! Ah! AI! AI!" at which the women would fall to the ground, while the dancer retreated into the forest. In this way one ghost after the other would make his appearance, play his part, and vanish. Occasionally two of them would appear and dance together. The women and children, we are told, really believed that the actors were the ghosts of their dead kinsfolk. When the first dancer had thus danced before the people, he advanced with the drummers towards the framework on which the mummy was stretched, and there he repeated his dance before it. But the people were not allowed to witness this mystery, they remained wailing on the beach, for this was the moment at which the ghost of the dead man or woman was supposed to be departing forever to the land of shades. 307 Preservation of the mummy. Some days afterwards the mummy was affixed to a new framework of bamboo and carried into the hut. In former times the huts were of a beehive shape, and the framework which supported the mummy was fastened to the central post on which the roof rested. The body thus stood erect within the house. Its dried skin had been painted red. The empty orbits of the eyes had been filled with pieces of pearl shell of the nautilus to imitate eyes, 2 round spots of black beeswax standing for the pupils. The ears were decorated with shreds of the sago palm or with gray seeds. A frontlet of pearl shell nautilus adorned the head, and a crescent of pearl shell the breast. In the darkness of the old-fashioned huts the body looked like a living person. In course of time it became almost completely mummified and as light as if it were made of paper. Swinging to and fro with every breath of wind, it turned its gleaming eyes at each movement of the head. The hut was now surrounded by posts and ropes to prevent the ghost from making his way into it and taking possession of his old body. Ghosts were supposed to appear only at night, and it was imagined that in the dark they would stumble against the posts and entangle themselves in the ropes, till in despair they desisted from the attempt to penetrate into the hut. In time the mummy mouldered away and fell to pieces. If the deceased was a male, the head was removed and a wax model of it made and given to the brother, whether blood or tribal brother, of the dead man. The head thus prepared or modeled in wax, with eyes of pearl shell, was used in divination. The decaying remains of the body were taken to the beach and placed on a platform supported by 4 posts. That was their last resting place. 308 General Summary. Dramas of the Dead. To sum up the foregoing evidence, we may say that if the beliefs and practices of the Torres Straits Islanders which I have described do not amount to a worship of the dead, they contain the elements out of which such a worship might easily have been developed. The preservation of the bodies of the dead, or at least their skulls, in the houses, and the consultation of them as oracles, prove that the spirits of the dead are supposed to possess knowledge which may be of great use to the living, and the custom suggests that in other countries the images of the gods may perhaps have been evolved out of the mummies of the dead. Further, the dramatic representation of the ghosts in a series of striking and impressive performances indicates how a sacred and in time a secular drama may elsewhere have grown out of a purely religious celebration concerned with the souls of the departed. In this connection we are reminded of Professor Ridgway's theory that ancient Greek tragedy originated in commemorative songs and dances performed at the tomb for the purpose of pleasing and propitiating the ghost of the mighty dead. 309 Yet the mortuary dramas of the Torres Straits Islanders can hardly be adduced to support that theory by analogy so long as we are ignorant of the precise significance which the natives themselves attach to these remarkable performances. There is no clear evidence that the dramas were acted for the amusement and gratification of the ghost rather than for the edification of the spectators. One important act certainly represented, and might well be intended to facilitate, the final departure of the spirit of the deceased to the land of souls. But the means taken to effect that departure might be adopted in the interests of the living quite as much as out of a tender regard for the welfare of the dead, since the ghost of the recently departed is commonly regarded with fear and aversion, and his surviving relations resort to many expedients for the purpose of ridding themselves of his unwelcome presence. Footnote 274, Return, S.H. Ray, in Reports of the Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, 3. Cambridge, 1907, pages 509 to 511, S.E. Haddon, The Religion of the Torres Straits Islanders, Anthropological Essays presented to E. B. Tyler, Oxford, 1907, page 175. Footnote 275, Return, Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, 4. 92 SQQ. 144 SQQ. V. 346, 6. 207 SQQ. Footnote 276, Return, A.C. Haddon, in Anthropological Essays presented to E. B. Tyler, page 186. Footnote 277, Return, Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, 6. 254 square. Footnote 278, Return, Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, 6. 254 SQQ. Footnote 279, Return, I.C. Haddon, in Anthropological Essays presented to E. B. Tyler, page 181. Footnote 280, Return, Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, v. 355 square, 6. 251, A.C. Haddon, in Anthropological Essays presented to E. B. Tyler, page 179. Footnote 281, Return, for authorities see the references in the preceding note. Footnote 282, Return, Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, 6. 253, Footnote 283, Return, Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, v. 248, 249. Footnote 284, Return, ID, page 250. Footnote 285, Return, Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, 6. 253, H.C. Haddon, in Anthropological Essays presented to E. B. Tyler, page 180. Footnote 286, Return, H.C. Haddon, L.C. Footnote 287, Return, A.C. Haddon, opposite pages 182 square, Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, 6. 127, Footnote 288, Return, A.C. Haddon, opposite page 183. Footnote 289, Return, T.C. Hodson, The Naga Tribes of Manipur, London, 1911, page 43. Footnote 290, Return, Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, v. 355 square, 6. 252, in the former passage Dr. Haddon seems to identify Boiga with the island of that name off the south coast of New Guinea, in the latter he prefers to regard it as mythical. Footnote 291, Return, Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, 6. 127, footnote 292, return, Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, v. 248 square footnote 293, return, Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, v. 250 square footnote 294, return, Diodorus Siculus, Ike 91. Footnote 295, return, Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, v. 258. Footnote 296, return, ID, page 362. Footnote 297, return, Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, v. 252 to 256. Footnote 298, return, Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, v. 256. Footnote 299, return, Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, 6. 129 to 133, footnote 300, return, Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, 6. 133 square footnote 301, return, ID, pages 135, 154. Footnote 302, return, Sir George Grey, Journals of Two Expeditions of Discovery in Northwest and Western Australia, London, 1841, 2. 335, footnote 303, return, Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, 6. 135, footnote 304, return, opposite page 136. Footnote 305, return, opposite pages 138, 153, 157 square footnote 306, return, opposite. Pages 154 square footnote 307, return, Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, 6. 139 to 141, footnote 308, return, Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits, 6. 148 square. As to divination with skulls or waxen models, CID. Pages 266 SQQ. Footnote 309, return, W. Ridgway, The Origin of Tragedy, with special reference to the Greek tragedians, Cambridge, 1910, pages 26 SQQ. Lecture 9, The Belief in Immortality Among the Natives of British New Guinea, the two races of New Guinea, the Papuan and the Melanesian. In my last lecture I dealt with the islanders of Torres Straits, and shewed that these savages firmly believe in the existence of the human soul after death, and that if their beliefs and customs in this respect do not always amount to an actual worship of the departed, they contain at least the elements out of which such a worship might easily be developed. Today we pass from the small islands of Torres Straits to the vast neighboring island, almost continent, of New Guinea, the greater part of which is inhabited by a race related by physical type and language to the Torres Straits Islanders, and exhibiting approximately the same level of social and intellectual culture. New Guinea, roughly speaking, appears to be occupied by two different races, to which the names of Papuan and Melanesian are now given, and it is to the Papuan race, not to the Melanesian, that the Torres Straits Islanders are akin. The Papuans, a tall, dark-skinned, frizzly-haired race, inhabit apparently the greater part of New Guinea, including the whole of the western and central portions of the island. The Melanesians, a smaller, lighter-colored, frizzly-haired race, inhabit the long eastern peninsula, including the southern coast from about Cape Possession eastward. 310 and tribes speaking a Melanesian language are also settled about Finch Harbor and Huon Gulf in German New Guinea. 311 These Melanesians are most probably immigrants who have settled in New Guinea from the north and east, where the great chain of islands known as Melanesia stretches in an immense semicircle from New Ireland on the north to New Caledonia on the southeast. The natives of this chain of islands or series of archipelagos are the true Melanesians. Their kinsmen in New Guinea have undergone admixture with the Papuan aborigines, and accordingly should rather be called Papuo-Melanesians than Melanesians simply. Their country appears to be wholly comprised within the limits of British and German New Guinea. So far as I am aware, the vast area of Dutch New Guinea is inhabited solely by tribes of the Papuan race. In respect of material culture, both races stand approximately on the same level. They live in settled villages, they practice agriculture, they engage in commerce, and they have a fairly developed barbaric art. Thus they have made some progress in the direction of civilization. Certainly they have far outstripped the wandering savages of Australia, who subsist entirely on the products of the chase and on the natural fruits of the earth. Scantiness of our information as to the natives of New Guinea. But although the natives of New Guinea have now been under the rule of European powers, Britain, Germany, and Holland, for many years, we unfortunately possess little detailed information as to their mental and social condition. It is true that the members of the Cambridge Anthropological Expedition to Torres Straits visited some parts of the southern coasts of British New Guinea, and several years later, in 1904, Dr. Seligman was able to devote somewhat more time to the investigation of the same region and has given us the results of his inquiries in a valuable book. But the time at his disposal did not suffice for a thorough investigation of this large region, and accordingly his information, eked out though it is by that of Protestant and Catholic missionaries, still leaves us in the dark as to much which we should wish to know. Among the natives of British New Guinea our information is especially defective in regard to the Papuans, who occupy the greater part of the possession, including the whole of the western region, for Dr. Seligman's book, which is the most detailed and systematic work yet published on the ethnology of British New Guinea, deals almost exclusively with the Melanesian portion of the population. Accordingly I shall begin what I have to say on this subject with the Melanesian or rather Papuo-Melanesian tribes of southeastern New Guinea. The Motu, their beliefs and customs concerning the dead. Amongst these people the best known are the Motu, a tribe of fishermen and potters, who live in and about Port Moresby in the central district of British New Guinea. Their language conforms to the Melanesian type. They are immigrants, but the country from which they came is unknown. 312 In their opinion the spirits of the dead dwell in a happy land where parted friends meet again and never suffer hunger. They fish, hunt, and plant, and are just like living men, except that they have no noses. When they first arrive in the mansions of the blessed, they are laid out to dry on a sort of gridiron over a slow fire in order to purge away the grossness of the body and make them ethereal and light, as spirits should be. Yet, oddly enough, though they have no noses they cannot enter the realms of bliss unless their noses were pierced in their lifetime. For these savages bore holes in their noses and insert ornaments, or what they regard as such, in the holes. The operation is performed on children about the age of 6 years, and if children die before it has been performed on them, the parents will bore a hole in the nose of the corpse in order that the spirit of the child may go to the happy land. For if they omitted to do so, the poor ghost would have to herd with other whole-nosed ghosts in a bad place called Tagiani, where there is little food to eat and no betel nuts to chew. The spirits of the dead are very powerful and visit bad people with their displeasure. Famine and scarcity of fish and game are attributed to the anger of the spirits. But they hearken to prayer and appear to their friends in dreams, sometimes condescending to give them directions for their guidance in time of trouble. 313 The Koita or Koitapu. Side by side with the Motu live the Koita or Koitapu, who appear to be the aboriginal inhabitants of the country and to belong to the Papuan stock. Their villages lie scattered for a distance of about 40 miles along the coast, from a point about 7 miles southeast of Port Moresby to a point on Redskar Bay to the northwest of that settlement. They live on friendly terms with the Motu and have intermarried with them for generations. The villages of the two tribes are usually built near to or even in direct continuity with each other. But while the Motu are mainly fishers and potters, the Koita are mainly tillers of the soil, though they have learned some arts or adopted some customs from their neighbors. They say to the Motu, "Yours is the sea, the canoes, the nets, ours the land and the wallaby. Give us fish for our flesh, and pottery for our yams and bananas." The Motu look down upon the Koita, but fear their power of sorcery, and apply to them for help in sickness and for the weather they happen to require, for they imagine that the Koita rule the elements and can make rain or sunshine, wind or calm by their magic. Thus, as in so many cases, the members of the immigrant race confess their inability to understand and manage the gods or spirits of the land, and have recourse in time of need to the magic of the aboriginal inhabitants. While the Koita belong to the Papuan stock and speak a Papuan language, most of the men understand the Motu tongue, which is one of the Melanesian family. Altogether these two tribes, the Koita and the Motu, may be regarded as typical representatives of the mixed race to which the name of Papuo-Melanesian is now given. 314 Beliefs of the Koita concerning the human soul. The Koita believe that the human spirit or ghost, which they call Sua, leaves the body at death and goes away to live with other ghosts on a mountain called Edu. But they think that the spirit can quit the body and return to it during life. It goes away, for example, in dreams, and if a sleeper should unfortunately waken before his soul has had time to return, he will probably fall sick. Sneezing is a sign that the soul has returned to the body, and if a man does not sneeze for many weeks together, his friends look on it as a grave symptom. His soul, they imagine, must be a very long way off. 315 Moreover, a man's soul may be enticed from his body and detained by a demon or taboo, as the Koita call it. Thus, when a man who has been out in the forest returns home and shakes with fever, it is assumed that he has fallen down and been robbed of his soul by a demon. In order to recover that priceless possession, the sufferer and his friends repair to the exact spot in the forest where the supposed robbery was perpetrated. They take with them a long bamboo with some valuable ornaments tied to it, and two men supported horizontally over a pot which is filled with grass. A light is put to the grass, and as it crackles and blazes, a number of men standing round the pot strike it with stones till it breaks, whereat they all groan. Then the company returns to the village, and the sick man lies down in his house with the bamboo and its ornaments hung over him. This is supposed to be all that is needed to effect a perfect cure, for the demon has kindly accepted the soul of the ornaments and released the soul of the sufferer, who ought to recover accordingly. 316 Beliefs of the Koita concerning the state of the dead. Alleged communications with the dead by means of mediums. However, at death the soul goes away for good and all. At least there appears to be no idea that it will ever return to life in the form of an infant, as the souls of the Central Australian Aborigines are supposed to do. All Koita ghosts live together on Mount Edu, and their life is very like the one they led here on Earth. There is no distinction between the good and the bad, the righteous and the wicked, the strong and the weak, the young and the old. They all fare alike in the spirit land, with one exception. Like the Motu, the Koita are in the habit of boring holes in their noses and inserting ornaments in the holes, and they think that if any person were so unfortunate as to be buried with his nose whole and entire, his ghost would have to go about in the other world with a creature like a slowworm depending from his nostrils on either side. Hence, when anybody dies before the operation of nose boring has been performed on him or her, the friends take care to bore a hole in the nose of the corpse in order that the ghost may not appear disfigured among his fellows in dead man's land. There the ghosts dwell in houses, cultivate gardens, marry wives, and amuse themselves just as they did here on earth. They live a long time, but not forever, for they grow weaker and weaker and at last die the second death, never to revive again, not even as ghosts. The exact length of time they live in the spirit land has not been accurately ascertained, but there seems to be a notion that they survive only so long as their names and their memories survive among the living. When these are utterly forgotten, the poor ghosts cease to exist. If that is so, it is obvious that the dead depend for their continued existence upon the recollection of the living. Their names are in a sense their souls, so that oblivion of the name involves extinction of the soul. 317 But though the spirits of the dead go away to live for a time on Mount Edu, they often return to their native villages and haunt the place of their death. On these visits they shew little benevolence or loving kindness to their descendants. They punish any neglect in the performance of the funeral rites and any infringement of tribal customs, and the punishment takes the form of sickness or of bad luck in hunting or fishing. This dread of the ghost commonly leads the Koita to desert a house after a death and to let it fall into decay, but sometimes the widow, or in rare cases a brother or sister, will continue to inhabit the house of the deceased. Children who play near dwellings which have been deserted on account of death may fall sick, and if people who are not members of the family partake of food which has been hung up in such houses, they also may sicken. It is in dreams that the ghosts usually appear to the survivors, but occasionally they may be seen or at least felt by people in the waking state. Some years ago, Motwan girls persuaded many natives of Port Moresby that they could evoke the spirit of a youth named Tamasi, who had died 3 years before. The mother and other sorrowing relatives of the deceased paid a high price to the principal medium, a young woman named Maya, for an interview with the ghost. The meeting took place in a house by night. The relations and friends squatted on the ground in expectation, and sure enough the ghost presented himself in the darkness and went round shaking hands most affably with the assembled company. However, a skeptic who happened to assist at this spiritual sitting had the temerity to hold on tight to the proffered hand of the ghost, while another infidel assisted him to obtain a sight as well as a touch of the vanished hand by striking a light. It then turned out that the supposed apparition was no spirit but the medium Maya herself. She was brought before a magistrate, who sentenced her to a short term of imprisonment and relieved her of the property which she had amassed by the exercise of her spiritual talents. 318 It is hardly for us, or at least for some of us, to cast stones at the efforts of ignorant savages to communicate by means of such intermediaries with their departed friends. Similar attempts have been made in our own country within our lifetime, and I believe that they are still being made, in perfect good faith, by educated ladies and gentlemen, who like their black brethren and sisters in the faith are sometimes made the dupes of designing knaves. If New Guinea has its Mies, Europe has its Eusapias. Human credulity and vulgar imposture are much the same all the world over. Fear of the dead. The fear of the dead is strongly marked in some funeral customs which are observed by the Roro-speaking tribes who occupy a territory at the mouth of the St. Joseph River in British New Guinea. 319 When a death takes place, the female relations of the deceased lacerate their skulls, faces, breasts, bellies, arms, and legs with sharp shells, till they stream with blood and fall down exhausted. Moreover, a fire is kindled on the grave and kept up almost continually for months for the purpose, we are told, of warming the ghost. 320 These attentions might be interpreted as marks of affection rather than of fear, but in other customs of these people the dread of the ghost is unmistakable. For when the corpse has been placed in the grave, a near kinsman strokes it twice with a branch from head to foot in order to drive away the dead man's spirit, and in Yule Island, when the ghost has thus been brushed away from the body, he is pursued by two men brandishing sticks and torches from the village to the edge of the forest, where with a last curse they hurl the sticks and torches after him. 321 Ghost of dead wife feared by widower. Among these people the visits of ghosts, though frequent, are far from welcome, for all ghosts are supposed to be mischievous and to take no delight but in injuring the living. Hence, for example, a widower in mourning goes about everywhere armed with an axe to defend himself against the spirit of his dead wife, who might play him many an ill turn if she caught him defenseless and off his guard. And he is subject to many curious restrictions and has to lead the life of an outcast from society, apparently because people fear to come into contact with a man whose steps are dogged by so dangerous a spirit. 322 This account of the terrors of ghosts we owe to a Catholic missionary. But according to the information collected by Dr. Seligman, among these people the dread inspired by the souls of the dead is not so absolute. He tells us, indeed, that ghosts are thought to make people ill by stealing their souls, that the natives fear to go alone outside the village in the dark lest they should encounter a specter, and that if too many quarrels occur among the women, the spirits of the dead may manifest their displeasure by visiting hunters and fishers with bad luck, so that it may be necessary to conjure their souls out of the village. On the other hand, it is said that if the ghosts abandoned a village altogether, the luck of the villagers would be gone, and if such a thing is supposed to have happened, measures are taken to bring back the spirits of the departed to the old home. 323 Beliefs of the Mathulu concerning the dead. Inland from the Roro-speaking tribes, among the mountains at the head of the St. Joseph River, there is a tribe known to their neighbors as the Mathulu, though they call themselves Mambule. They speak a Papuan language, but their physical characteristics are believed to indicate a strain of Negrito blood. 324 The Mathulu hold that at death the human spirit leaves the body and becomes a malevolent ghost. Accordingly they drive it away with shouts. It is supposed to go away to the tops of the mountains there to become, according to its age, either a shimmering light on the ground or a large sort of fungus, which is found only on the mountains. Hence natives who come across such a shimmering light or such a fungus are careful not to tread on it, much less would they eat the fungus. However, in spite of their transformation into these things, the ghosts come down from the mountains and prowl about the villages and gardens seeking what they may devour, and as their intentions are always evil their visits are dreaded by the people, who fill up the crevices and openings, except the doors, of their houses at night in order to prevent the incursions of these unquiet spirits. When a mission station was founded in their country, the Mathulu were amazed that the missionaries should sleep alone in rooms with open doors and windows, through which the ghosts might enter. 325 Burial customs of the Mathulu. Common people among the Mathulu are buried in shallow graves in the village, and pigs are killed at the funeral for the purpose of appeasing the ghost. Mourners wear necklaces of string and smear their faces, sometimes also their bodies, with black, which they renew from time to time. Instead of wearing a necklace, a widow, widower, or other near relative may abstain during the period of mourning from eating a favorite food of the deceased. A woman who has lost a child, especially a firstborn or dearly loved child, will often amputate the first joint of one of her fingers with an adze, and she may repeat the amputation if she suffers another bereavement. A woman has been seen with 3 of her fingers mutilated in this fashion. 326 The corpses of chiefs, their wives, and other members of their families are not buried in graves but laid in rude coffins, which are then deposited either on rough platforms in the village or in the fork of a species of fig tree. This sort of tree, called by the natives gabi, is specially used for such burials. One of them has been seen supporting no less than 6 coffins, one above the other. The Mathulu never cut down these trees, and in seeking a new site for a village they will often choose a place where one of them is growing. So long as the corpse of a chief is rotting and stinking on the platform or the tree, the village is deserted by the inhabitants. Only 2 men, relatives of the deceased, remain behind exposed to the stench of the decaying body and the blood of the pigs which were slaughtered at the funeral feast. When decomposition is complete, the people return to the village. Should the coffin fall to the ground through the decay of the platform or the tree on which it rests, the people throw away all the bones except the skull and the larger bones of the arms and legs. These they bury in a shallow grave under the platform, or put in a box on a burial tree, or hang up in the chief's house. 327 Use made of the skulls and bones at a great festival. The skulls and leg and arm bones of chiefs, their wives, and other members of their families, which have thus been preserved, play a prominent part in the great feasts which the inhabitants of Immortality village celebrate at intervals of perhaps 15 or 20 years. Great preparations are made for such a celebration. A series of tall posts, one for each household, is erected in the open space which intervenes between the 2 rows of the village houses. Yams and taro are fastened to the upper parts of the posts, and below them are hung in circles the skulls and arm and leg bones of dead chiefs, their wives, and kinsfolk, which have been preserved in the manner described. Any skulls and bones that remain over when all the posts have been thus decorated are placed on a platform, which has either served for the ordinary exposure of a chief's corpse or has been specially erected for the purpose of the festival. At a given moment of the ceremony, the chief of the clan cuts down the props which support the platform, so that the skulls and bones roll on the ground. These are picked up and afterwards distributed, along with some of the skulls and bones from the posts, by the chief of the clan to the more important of the invited guests, who wear them as ornaments on their arms in a great dance. None but certain of the male guests take part in the dance. The villagers themselves merely look on. All the dancers are arrayed in full dancing costume, including heavy headdresses of feathers, and they carry drums and spears, sometimes also clubs or adzes. The dance lasts the whole night. When it is over, the skulls and bones are hung up again on the tall posts. Afterwards, the fruits and vegetables which have been collected in large quantities are divided among the guests. On a subsequent morning, a large number of pigs are killed, and certain of the hosts take some of the human bones from the posts and dip them in the blood which flows from the mouths of the slaughtered pigs. With these blood-stained bones, they next touch the skulls and all the other bones on the posts, which include all the skulls and arm and leg bones of all the chiefs and members of their families and other prominent persons who have been buried in the village or in any other village of the community since the last great feast was held. These relics of mortality may afterwards be kept in the chief's house, or hung on a tree, or simply thrown away in the forest, but in no case are they ever again used for purposes of ceremony. The slaughtered pigs are cut up and the portions distributed among the guests, who carry them away for consumption in their own villages. 328 Trace of ancestor worship among the Mafulu. This preservation of the skulls and bones of chiefs and other notables for years, and the dipping of them in the blood of pigs at a great festival, must apparently be designed to propitiate or influence in some way the ghosts of the persons to whom the skulls and bones belonged in their lifetime. But Mr. Art W. Williamson, to whom we are indebted for the description of this interesting ceremony, was not able to detect any other clear indications of ancestor worship among the people. 329 Worship of the dead among the natives of the Aroma district. However, a real worship of the dead, or something approaching to it, is reported to exist among some of the natives of the Aroma district in British New Guinea. Each family is said to have a sacred place, whither they carry offerings for the spirits of dead ancestors, whom they terribly fear. Sickness in the family, death, famine, scarcity of fish, and so forth, are all set down to the anger of these dreadful beings, who must accordingly be propitiated. On certain occasions the help of the spirits is especially invoked and their favor wooed by means of offerings. Thus, when a house is being built and the central post has been erected, sacrifices of wallaby, fish, and bananas are presented to the souls of the dead, and a prayer is put up that they will be pleased to keep the house always full of food and to prevent it from falling down in stormy weather. Again, when the natives begin to plant their gardens, they first take a bunch of bananas and sugarcane and standing in the middle of the garden call over the names of dead members of the family, adding, "There is your food, your bananas and sugarcane, let our food grow well, and let it be plentiful. If it does not grow well and plentifully, you all will be full of shame, and so shall we." Again, before the people set out on a trading expedition, they present food to the spirits at the central post of the house and pray them to go before the traders and prepare the people, so that the trade may be good. Once more, when there is sickness in the family, a pig is killed and its carcass carried to the sacred place, where the spirits are asked to accept it. Sins, also, are confessed, such as that people have gathered bananas or coconuts without offering any of them to their dead ancestors. In presenting the pig, they say, "There is a pig, accept it, and remove the sickness." But if prayers and sacrifices are vain, and the patient dies, then, while the relatives all stand round the open grave, the chief's sister or cousin calls out in a loud voice, "You have been angry with us for the bananas or the coconuts which we have gathered, and in your anger you have taken away this child. Now let it suffice, and bury your anger." So saying, they lower the body into the grave and shovel in the earth on the top of it. The spirits of the departed, on quitting their bodies, paddle in canoes across the lagoon and go away to the mountains, where they live in perfect bliss, with no work to do and no trouble to vex them, chewing betel, dancing all night and resting all day. 330 The Hood Peninsula. The town of Callao. Between the Aroma district in the southeast and Port Moresby on the northwest is situated the Hood Peninsula in the central district of British New Guinea. It is inhabited by the Bulla, Babaka, Kamali, and Callao tribes, which all speak dialects of one language. 331 The village or town of Callao, built at the base of the peninsula, close to the mouth of the Vanagila or Kemp Welch River, is said to be the wealthiest village in British New Guinea. It includes some magnificent native houses, all built over the water on piles, some of which are 30 feet high. The sight of these great houses perched on such lofty and massive props is very impressive. In front of each house is a series of large platforms like gigantic steps. Some of the posts and undersurfaces of the houses are carved with figures of crocodiles and so forth. The labor of cutting the huge planks for the flooring of the houses and the platforms must be immense, and must have been still greater in the old days, when the natives had only stone tools to work with. Many of the planks are cut out of the slab-like buttresses of tall forest trees which grow inland. So hard is the wood that the boards are handed down as heirlooms from father to son, and the piles on which the houses are built last for generations. The inhabitants of Callao possess gardens, where the rich alluvial soil produces a superabundance of coconuts, bananas, yams, sweet potatoes, and taro. Areca palms also flourish and produce the betel nuts, which are in great demand for chewing with quicklime and so constitute a source of wealth. Commanding the mouth of the Vanagila River, the people of Callao absorbed the trade with the interior, and their material prosperity is said to have rendered them conceited and troublesome. 332 Beliefs and customs concerning the dead among the natives of the Hood Peninsula. Seclusion of the widow or widower. The tribes inhabiting the Hood Peninsula are reported to have no belief in any good spirit but an unlimited faith in bad spirits, amongst whom they include the souls of their dead ancestors. At death the ghosts join their forefathers in a subterranean region, where they have splendid gardens, houses, and so forth. Yet not content with their life in the underworld, they are always on the watch to deal out sickness and death to their surviving friends and relations, who may have the misfortune to incur their displeasure. So the natives are most careful to do nothing that might offend these touchy and dangerous spirits. Like many other savages, they do not believe that anybody dies a natural death. They think that all the deaths which we should call natural are brought about either by an ancestral ghost, palagu, or by a sorcerer or witch, wara. Even when a man dies of snakebite, they detect in the discoloration of the body the wounds inflicted upon him by the fell art of the magician. 333 On the approach of death, the house of the sick man is filled by anxious relatives and friends, who sit around watching for the end. When it comes, there is a tremendous outburst of grief. The men beat their faces with their clenched fists, the women tear their cheeks with their nails till the blood streams down. They usually bury their dead in graves, which among the inland tribes are commonly dug near the houses of the deceased. The maritime tribes, who live in houses built on piles over the water, sometimes inter the corpse in the forest. But at other times they place it in a canoe, which they anchor off the village. Then, when the body has dried up, they lay it on a platform in a tree. Finally, they collect and clean the bones, tie them in a bundle, and place them on the roof of the house. When the corpse is buried, a temporary hut is erected over the grave, and in it the widow or widower lives in seclusion for 2 or 3 months. During her seclusion, the widow employs herself in fashioning her widow's weeds, which consist of a long grass petticoat reaching to the ankles. She wears a large headdress made of shells, her head is shaved, and her body blackened. Further, she wears round her neck the waistband of her deceased husband with his lower jawbone attached to it. The costume of a widower is somewhat similar, though he does not wear a long grass petticoat. Instead of it he has a graceful fringe, which hangs from his waist halfway to the knees. On his head he wears an elaborate headdress made of shells, and on his arms he has armlets of the same material. His hair is cut off and his whole skin blackened. Round his neck is a string, from which depends his dead wife's petticoat. It is sewn up into small bulk and hangs under his right arm. While the widow or widower is living in seclusion on the grave, he or she is supplied with food by relations. At sundown on the day of the burial, a curious ceremony is performed. An old woman or man, supposed to be gifted with second sight, is sent for. Seating herself at the foot of the grave, she peers into the deepening shadows under the coconut palms. At first she remains perfectly still, while the relations of the deceased watch her with painful anxiety. Soon her look becomes more piercing, and lowering her head, while she still gazes into the depth of the forest, she says in low and solemn tones, "I see coming hither so-and-so's grandfather," mentioning the name of the dead person. He says he is glad to welcome his grandson to his abode. I see now his father and his own little son also, who died in infancy. Gradually, she grows more and more excited, waving her arms and swaying her body from side to side. "Now they come," she cries, "I can see all our forefathers in a fast-gathering crowd. They are coming closer and yet closer. Make room for the spirits of our departed ancestors." By this time she has worked herself up into a frenzy. She throws herself on the ground, beating her head with her clenched fists. Foam flies from her lips, her eyes become fixed, and she rolls over insensible. But the fit lasts only a short time. She soon comes to herself, the vision is past, and the visionary is restored to common life. 334 Application of the juices of the dead to the persons of the living. Some of the inland tribes of this district have a peculiar way of disposing of their dead. A double platform about 10 feet high is erected near the village. On the upper platform the corpse is placed, and immediately below it the widow or widower sleeps on the lower platform, allowing juices of the decaying body to stream down on her or him. This application of the decomposing juices of a corpse to the persons of the living is not uncommon among savages. It appears to be a form of communion with the dead, the survivors thus in a manner identifying themselves with their departed kinsfolk by absorbing a portion of their bodily substance. Among the tribes in question, a widower marks his affection for his dead wife by never washing himself during the period of mourning. He would not rid himself of those products of decomposition which link him, however sadly, with her whom he has lost. Every day, too, reeking with these relics of mortality, he solemnly stalks through the village. 335 Precautions taken by manslayers against the ghosts of their victims. But there is a distinction between ghosts. If all of them are feared, some are more dreadful than others, and amongst the latter may naturally be reckoned the ghosts of slain enemies. Accordingly, the slayer has to observe special precautions to guard against the angry and vengeful spirit of his victim. Amongst these people, we are told, a man who has taken life is held to be impure until he has undergone certain ceremonies. As soon as possible after the deed is done, he cleanses himself and his weapon. Then he repairs to his village and seats himself on the logs of sacrificial staging. No one approaches him or takes any notice whatever of him. Meantime a house is made ready, in which he must live by himself for several days, waited on only by 2 or 3 small boys. He may eat nothing but toasted bananas, and only the central parts of them, the ends are thrown away. On the 3rd day a small feast is prepared for him by his friends, who also provide him with some new waistbands. Next day, arrayed in all his finery and wearing the badges which mark him as a homicide, he sallies forth fully armed and parades the village. Next day a hunt takes place, and from the game captured a kangaroo is selected. It is cut open, and with its spleen and liver the back of the homicide is rubbed. Then he walks solemnly down to the nearest water and standing straddle legs in it washes himself. All young untried warriors then swim between his legs, which is supposed to impart his courage and strength to them. Next day at early dawn he dashes out of his house fully armed and calls aloud the name of his victim. Having satisfied himself that he has thoroughly scared the ghost of the dead man, he returns to his house. Further, floors are beaten and fires kindled for the sake of driving away the ghost, lest he should still be lingering in the neighborhood. A day later the purification of the homicide is complete and he is free to enter his wife's house, which he might not do before. 336 This account of the purification of a homicide suggests that the purificatory rites, which have been observed in similar cases by many peoples, including the ancient Greeks, are primarily intended to free the slayer from the dangerous ghost of his victim, which haunts him and seeks to take his life. Such rites in fact appear designed, not to restore the homicide to a state of moral innocence, but merely to guard him against a physical danger. They are protective, not reformatory, in character. They are exorcisms, not purifications in the sense which we attach to the word. This interpretation of the ceremonies observed by manslayers among many peoples might be supported by a large array of evidence, but to go into the matter fully would lead me into a long digression. I have collected some of the evidence elsewhere. 337 Beliefs and Customs Concerning the Dead Among the Mosim of Southeastern New Guinea. Hayoyoa, the Land of the Dead. Mourners bathe and shave their heads. Food deposited in the grave. Dietary restrictions imposed on mourners. We now pass to that branch of the Papua-Melanesian race which occupies the extreme southeastern part of British New Guinea, and to which Dr. Seligman gives the name of Mosim. These people have been observed more especially at three places, namely Bartle Bay, Wagga Wagga, and Tube Tube, a small island of the Engineer Group lying off the southeastern extremity of New Guinea. Among them the old custom was to bury the dead on the outskirts of the hamlet and sometimes within a few yards of the houses, and apparently the remains were afterwards as a rule left undisturbed. There was no general practice of exhuming the bones and depositing them elsewhere. 338 At Wagga Wagga the name for the spirit or soul of a dead person is Arugo, which also signifies a man's shadow or reflection in a glass or in water, and though animals and trees are not supposed to have spirits, their reflections bear the same name Arugo. 339 The souls of the dead are believed to depart to the land of Hayoyoa, which is under the sea, near Maivara, at the head of Milne Bay. The land of the dead, as usual, resembles in all respects the land of the living, except that it is day there when it is night at Wagga Wagga, and the dead speak of the upper world in the language of Milne Bay instead of in that of Wagga Wagga. A certain being called Tumadurari receives the ghosts on their arrival and directs them where to make their gardens. The souls of living men and women can journey to the land of the dead and return to earth. Indeed, this happens not unfrequently. There is a man at Wagga Wagga who has often gone thither and come back. Whenever he wishes to make the journey, he has nothing to do but to smear himself with a magical stuff and to fall asleep, after which he soon wakes up in Hayoyoa. At first the ghosts whom he met in the other world did not invite him to partake of their food, because they knew that if he did so he could not return to the land of the living, but apparently practice has rendered him immune to the usually fatal effects of the food of the dead. 340 Though Hayoyoa, at the head of Milne Bay, lies to the west of Wagga Wagga, the dead are buried in a squatting posture with their faces turned to the east, in order that their souls may depart to the other world. 341 Immediately after the funeral the relations who have taken part in the burial go down to the sea and bathe, and so do the widow and children of the deceased because they supported the dying husband and father in his extremity. After bathing in the sea the widow and children shave their heads. 342 Both the bathing and the shaving are doubtless forms of ceremonial purification, in other words, they are designed to rid the survivors of the taint of death, or perhaps more definitely to remove the ghost from their persons, to which he may be supposed to cling like a burr. At Bartle Bay the dead are buried on their sides with their heads pointing in the direction from which the totem clan of the deceased is said to have come originally, and various kinds of food, of which the dead man had partaken in his last illness, are deposited, along with some paltry personal ornaments, in the grave. Apparently the food is intended to serve as provision for the ghost on his journey to the other world. Curiously enough, the widow is forbidden to eat of the same kinds of food of which her husband ate during his last illness, and the prohibition is strictly observed until after the last of the funeral feasts. 343 The motive of the prohibition is not obvious, perhaps it may be a fear of attracting the ghost back to earth through the savory food which he loved in the body. At Wagga Wagga, after the relatives who took part in the burial have bathed in the sea, they cut down several of the coconut trees which belonged to the deceased, leaving both nuts and trees to rot on the ground. During the first 2 or 3 weeks after the funeral these same relatives may not eat boiled food, but only roast. They may not drink water, but only the milk of young coconuts made hot, and although they may eat yams they must abstain from bananas and sugar cane. 344 A man may not eat coconuts grown in his dead father's hamlet, nor pigs and areca nuts from it during the whole remainder of his life. 345 The reasons for these dietary restrictions are not mentioned, but no doubt the abstinences are based on a fear of the ghost, or at all events on a dread of the contagion of death, to which all who had a share in the burial are especially exposed. Funeral customs at Tube Tube. The fire on the grave. The happy land. At Tube, in like manner, immediately after a funeral a brother of the deceased cuts down 2 or 3 of the dead man's coconut trees. There, also, the children of the deceased may not eat any coconuts from their father's trees nor even from any trees grown in his hamlet, nay, they may not partake of any garden produce grown in the vicinity of the hamlet, and similarly they must abstain from the pork of all pigs fattened in their dead father's village. But these prohibitions do not apply to the brothers, sisters, and other relatives of the departed. The relations who have assisted at the burial remain at the grave for 5 or 6 days, being fed by the brothers or other near kinsfolk of the deceased. They may not quit the spot even at night, and if it rains they huddle into a shelter built over the grave. During their vigil at the tomb they may not drink water, but are allowed a little heated coconut milk. They are supposed to eat only a little yam and other vegetable food. 346 On the day when the body is buried a fire is kindled at the grave and kept burning night and day until the feast of the dead has been held. The reason for having the fire is that the spirit may be able to get warm when it rises from the grave. The natives regard the spirit as being very cold, even as the body is when the life has departed from it, and without this external warmth provided by the fire it would be unable to undertake the journey to its final home. The feast for the dead is celebrated when the flesh has decayed, and in some places the skull is taken from the grave, washed and placed in the house, being buried again when the feast is over. At Tube this custom of taking the skull from the grave is not regularly followed, in some instances it is, but the feast is always held, and on the night of the day on which the feast takes place, the fire, which has been in some cases kept burning for over a month, is allowed to burn out, as the spirit, being now safe and happy in the spirit land, has no further need of it. 347 In this spirit land eternal youth prevails, there are no old men nor old women, but all are in the full vigor of the prime of life, or are attaining thereto, and having reached that stage never grow older. Old men and old women, who die as such on Tube, renew their youth in this happy place, where there are no more sickness, no evil spirits, and no death. Marriage, and giving in marriage, continue. If a man dies, his widow, though she may have married again, is at her death reunited to her first husband in the spirit land, and the second husband when he arrives has to take one of the women already there who may be without a mate, unless he marries again before his death, in which case he would have to wait until his wife joins him. Children are born, and on arriving at maturity do not grow older. Houses are built, canoes are made but they are never launched, and gardens are planted and yield abundantly. The spirits of their animals, dogs, pigs, etc., which have died on Tube, precede and follow them to the spirit land. Fighting and stealing are unknown, and all are united in a common brotherhood. 348 The names of the dead not mentioned. In the southeastern part of New Guinea the fear of the dead is further manifested by the common custom of avoiding the mention of their names. If their names were those of common objects, the words are dropped from the language of the district so long as the memory of the departed persists, and new names are substituted for them. For example, when a man named Bainama, which means the hornbill, died at Wagga Wagga, the name of the bird was changed to Ambadina, which means the plasterer. 349 In this way many words are either permanently lost or revived with modified or new meanings. Hence the fear of the dead is here, as in many other places, a fertile source of change in language. Another indication of the terror inspired by ghosts is the custom of abandoning or destroying the house in which a death has taken place, and this custom used to be observed in certain cases at Tube and Wagga Wagga. 350 Beliefs and customs concerning the dead in the island of Kiwe. Thus far I have dealt mainly with the beliefs and practices of the Papua-Melanesians in the eastern part of British New Guinea. With regard to the pure Papuan population in the western part of the possession our information is much scantier. However, we learn that in Kiwe, a large island at the mouth of the Fly River, the dead are buried in the villages and the ghosts are supposed to live in the ground near their decaying bodies, but to emerge from time to time into the upper air and look about them, only, however, to return to their abode beneath the sod. Nothing is buried with the corpse, but a small platform is made over the grave, or sticks are planted in the ground along its sides, and on these are placed sago, yams, bananas, coconuts, and cooked crabs and fish, all for the spirit of the dead to eat. A fire is also kindled beside the grave and kept up by the friends for 9 days in order that the poor ghost may not shiver with cold at night. These practices prove not merely a belief in the survival of the soul after death but a desire to make it comfortable. Further, when the deceased is a man, his bow and arrows are stuck at the head of the grave. When the deceased is a woman, her petticoat is hung upon a stick. No doubt the weapons and the garment are intended for the use of the ghost when he or she revisits the upper air. On the 9th day after the burial, a feast is prepared, the drum is beaten, the conch shell blown, and the chief mourner declares that no more fires need be lighted and no more food placed on the grave. 351 Adiri, the land of the dead, and Ceto, the first man who went thither. The fear of ghosts. According to the natives of Kiwe, the land of the dead is called Adiri or Wabu. The first man to go thither and to open up a road for others to follow him was Ceto, a popular hero about whom the people tell many tales. But whereas in his lifetime Ceto was an admired and beneficent being, in his ghostly character he became a mischievous elf who played pranks on such as he fell in with. His adventures after death furnish the theme of many stories. However, it is much to his credit that, finding the land of the dead a barren region without vegetation of any sort, he, by an act of generation, converted it into a garden, where bananas, yams, taro, coconuts and other fruits and vegetables grew and ripened in a single night. Having thus fertilized the lower region, he announced to Adiri, the lord of the subterranean realm, that he was the precursor of many more men and women who would descend thereafter into the spirit world. His prediction has been amply fulfilled, for ever since then everybody has gone by the same road to the same place. 352 However, when a person dies, his or her spirit may linger for a few days in the neighborhood of its old home before setting out for the far country. During that time the spirit may occasionally be seen by ordinary people, and accordingly the natives are careful not to go out in the dark for fear of coming bolt on the ghost, and they sometimes adopt other precautions against the prowling specter, who might otherwise haunt them and carry them off with him to Deadland. Some classes of ghosts are particularly dreaded on account of their malignity. Such, for example, are the spirits of women who have died in childbed, and of people who have hanged themselves or been devoured by crocodiles. Such ghosts loiter for a long time about the places where they died, and they are very dangerous, because they are forever luring other people to die the same death which they died themselves. Yet another troop of evil ghosts are the souls of those who were beheaded in battle, for they kill and devour people, and at night you may see the blood shining like fire as it gushes from the gaping gashes in their throats. 353 The path of the ghosts to Adiri. Adiri, the land of the dead. The road to Adiri or Deadland is fairly well known, and the people can point to many landmarks on it. For example, in the island of Peho there is a tree called Dani, under which the departing spirits sit down and weep. When they have cried their fill and rubbed their poor tear-bedraggled faces with mud, they make little pellets of clay and throw them at the tree, and anybody can see for himself the pellets sticking to the branches. It is true that the pellets resemble the nests of insects, but this resemblance is only fortuitous. Near the tree is a rocking stone, which the ghosts set in motion, and the sound that they make in so doing is like the muffled roll of a drum. And while the stone rocks to and fro with a hollow murmur, the ghosts dance, the men on one side of the stone and the women on the other. Again at Mabutavane, where the Moata people have gardens, you may sometimes hear, in the stillness of night, the same weird murmur, which indicates the presence of a ghost. Then everybody keeps quiet, the children are hushed to silence, and all listen intently. The murmur continues for a time and then ends abruptly in a splash, which tells the listeners that the ghost has leaped over the muddy creek. Further on, the spirits come to Boigu, where they swim in the waterhole and often appear to people in their real shape. But after Boigu the track of the ghosts is lost, or at least has not been clearly ascertained. The spirit world lies somewhere away in the far west, but the living are not quite sure of the way to it, and they are somewhat vague in their accounts of it. There is no difference between the fate of the good and the fate of the bad in the far country. The dead meet the friends who died before them, and people who come from the same village probably live together in the same rooms of the Longhouse of the Ghosts. However, some native skeptics even doubt whether there is such a place as Adiri at all, and whether death may not be the end of consciousness to the individual. 354 Appearance of the dead to the living in dreams. The dead often appear to the living in dreams, warning them of danger or furnishing them with useful information with regard to the cultivation of their gardens, the practice of witchcraft, and so on. In order to obtain advice from his dead parents, a man will sometimes dig up their skulls from the grave and sleep beside them, and to make sure of receiving their prompt attention he will not infrequently provide himself with a cudgel, with which he threatens to smash their skulls if they do not answer his questions. Some persons possess a special faculty of communicating with the departing spirit of a person who has just died. Should they desire to question it, they will lurk beside the road which ghosts are known to take, and in order not to be betrayed by their smell, which is very perceptible to a ghost, they will chew the leaf or bark of a certain tree and spit the juice over their bodies. Then the ghost cannot detect them, or rather he takes them to be ghosts like himself, and accordingly he may in confidence impart to them most valuable information, such for example as full particulars with regard to the real cause of his death. This priceless intelligence the ghost seer hastens to communicate to his fellow tribesmen. 355 Offerings to the Dead. When a man has just died and been buried, his surviving relatives lay some of his weapons and ornaments, together with presents of food, upon his grave, no doubt for the use of the ghost, but some of these things they afterwards remove and bring back to the village, probably considering, with justice, that they will be more useful to the living than to the dead. But offerings to the dead may be presented to them at other places than their tombs. The great power, says Dr. Lantman, which the dead represent to the living has given rise to a sort of simple offering to them, almost the only kind of offering met with among the Kiwi Papuans. The natives occasionally lay down presents of food at places to which spirits come, and utter some request for assistance which the spirits are supposed to hear. 356 In such offerings and prayers we may detect the elements of a regular worship of the dead. Dreams as a source of the belief in immortality. With regard to the source of these beliefs among the Kiwi people, Dr. Lantman observes that undoubtedly dreams have largely contributed in supplying the natives with ideas about Adiri and life after death. A great number of dreams collected by me among the Kiwi people tell of wanderings to Adiri or of meetings with spirits of dead men, and as dreams are believed to describe the real things which the soul sees while roaming about outside the body, we understand that they must greatly influence the imagination of the people. 357 That concludes what I have to say as to the belief in immortality and the worship of the dead among the natives of British New Guinea. In the following lectures I shall deal with the same rudimentary aspect of religion as it is reported to exist among the Aborigines of the vast regions of German and Dutch New Guinea. Footnote 310, return, C.A.G. Seligman, The Melanesians of British New Guinea, Cambridge, 1910, pages 1 square. Footnote 311, return, see below, pages 242, 256, 261 square, 291. Footnote 312, return, Isaiah Haddon, Headhunters, Black, White, and Brown, London, 1901, pages 249 square. As to the Motu and their Melanesian or Polynesian affinities, see Reverend W. Y. Turner, The Ethnology of the Motu, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, 7. 1878, pages 470 SQQ. Footnote 313, return, Reverend J. Chalmers, Pioneering in New Guinea, London, 1887, pages 168 to 170. Compare Reverend W. Y. Turner, The Ethnology of the Motu, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, 7. 1878, pages 484 SQQ, Reverend W. E. G. Laws, Ethnological Notes on the Motu, Koitapu and Koiari Tribes of New Guinea, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, 8. 1879, pages 370 square. Footnote 314, return, Isaiah Haddon, Headhunters, Black, White, and Brown, pp. 249 square, C.G. Seligman, The Melanesians of British New Guinea, pages 16, 41. As to the Koita, or Koitapu, and the Motu, see further the Reverend W. Y. Turner, The Ethnology of the Motu, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, 7. 1878, pages 470 SQQ. Reverend W. E. G. Laws, Ethnological Notes on the Motu, Koitapu and Koiari Tribes of New Guinea, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, 8. 1879, pages 369 square. Footnote 315, return, C.E.G. Seligman, opposite pages 189 to 191. Footnote 316, return, C.E.G. Seligman, opposite pages 185 square. Footnote 317, return, C.E.G. Seligman, opposite page 192. Footnote 318, return, C.E.G. Seligman, opposite pages 190 to 192. As to the desertion of the house after death, CID. Pages 89 square. Footnote 319, return, the territory of the Roro-speaking tribes extends from Kavori, east of Waimatuma, Cape Possession, to Hiziu in the neighborhood of Galley Reach. Inland of these tribes lies a region called by them Mikio, which is inhabited by two closely related tribes, the Biofa and V. Off the coast lies Yule Island, which is commonly called Roro. C.C.G. Seligman, opposite page 195. Footnote 320, return, Viduit, La Société de Missionnaires du Sacre Cœur dans les Vicariats Apostoliques de la Mélanésie et de la Micronésie, Isudan, 1887, p. 30. Father Guys, Les Canaques, Mortual, Missions Catholiques, 34. 1902, pages 186, 200. Footnote 321, return, C.G. Seligman, opposite pages 274 square. Footnote 322, return, Father Guys, Les Canaques, Mortual, Missions Catholiques, 34. 1902, pages 208 square. See Psyche's Task, pages 75 square. Footnote 323, return, C.G. Seligman, opposite page 310. Footnote 324, return, Art W. Williamson, The Matthew Mountain People of British New Guinea, London, 1912, pages 2 square, 297 SQQ. Footnote 325, return, Art W. Williamson, opposite pages 243 square, 246, 266 to 269. Footnote 326, return, Art W. Williamson, opposite pages 245 to 250. Footnote 327, return, Art W. Williamson, opposite pages 256 to 258, 261 to 263. Footnote 328, return, Art W. Williamson, opposite pages 125 to 152. Footnote 329, return, Art W. Williamson, opposite pages 270 square. Footnote 330, return, J. Chalmers and W. Wyattgill, Work and Adventure in New Guinea, London, 1885, pages 84 to 86. Footnote 331, return, Art E. Guys, On the Tribes Inhabiting the Mouth of the Wanagila River, New Guinea, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, 28. 1899, page 205. Footnote 332, return, Isiahaddon, Headhunters, Black, White, and Brown, page 213. Footnote 333, return, R. E. Guys, opposite pages 216 square. Footnote 334, return, Art E. Guys, opposite pages 210 square. Footnote 335, return, Art E. Guys, opposite page 211. Footnote 336, return, Art E. Guys, opposite pages 213 square. Footnote 337, return, Psyche's Task, pages 52 SQQ. Taboo and the Perils of the Soul, pages 167 SQQ. Footnote 338, return, C.G. Seligman, The Melanesians of British New Guinea, page 607. Footnote 339, return, C.G. Seligman, opposite page 655. Footnote 340, return, C.G. Seligman, opposite pages 655 square. Footnote 341, return, C.G. Seligman, opposite page 610. Footnote 342, return, C.G. Seligman, opposite page 611. Footnote 343, return, C.G. Seligman, opposite pages 616 square. Footnote 344, return, C.G. Seligman, opposite page 611. Footnote 345, return, C.G. Seligman, opposite pages 618 square. Footnote 346, return, C.G. Seligman, opposite pages 613 square. Footnote 347, return, the Reverend J. T. Afield of Tube, Slade Island, quoted by George Brown, D.D., Melanesians and Polynesians, London, 1910, pages 442 square. Footnote 348, return, Reverend J. T. Afield, opposite pages 443 square. Footnote 349, return, C.G. Seligman, opposite pages 629 to 631. Dr. Seligman seems to think that the custom is at present dictated by courtesy and a reluctance to grieve the relatives of the deceased, but the original motive can hardly have been any other than a fear of the ghost. Footnote 350, return, C.G. Seligman, opposite pages 631 square. Footnote 351, return, Reverend J. Chalmers, Notes on the Natives of Kiwe Island, Fly River, British New Guinea, Journal of the Anthropological Institute, 33. 1903, pages 119, 120. Footnote 352, return, G. Lantman, Wanderings of the Dead in the Folklore of the Kiwe-speaking Papuans, Festskrift till and yet Edvard Westermark, Helsingfors, 1912, pages 59 to 66. Footnote 353, return, G. Lantman, opposite pages 67 square. Footnote 354, return, G. Lantman, opposite pages 68 to 71. Footnote 355, return, G. Lantman, opposite pages 77 square. Footnote 356, return, G. Lantman, opposite pages 78 square. Footnote 357, return, G. Lantman, opposite page 71. Lecture X: The Belief in Immortality Among the Natives of German New Guinea. Andrew Lang. I feel that I cannot begin my second course of lectures without referring to the loss which the study of primitive religion has lately sustained by the death of one of my predecessors in this chair, one who was a familiar and an honored figure in this place, Mr. Andrew Lang. Whatever may be the judgment of posterity on his theories, and all our theories on these subjects are as yet more or less tentative and provisional, there can be no question but that by the charm of his writings, the wide range of his knowledge, the freshness and vigor of his mind, and the contagious enthusiasm which he brought to bear on whatever he touched, he was a great power in promoting the study of primitive man not in this country only, but wherever the English language is spoken, and that he won for himself a permanent place in the history of the science to which he devoted so much of his remarkable gifts and abilities. As he spent a part of every winter in St. Andrews, I had thought that in the course on which I enter today I might perhaps be honored by his presence at some of my lectures. But it was not to be. Yet a fancy strikes me to which I will venture to give utterance. You may condemn, but I am sure you will not smile at it. It has been said of Macaulay that if his spirit ever revisited the earth, it might be expected to haunt the flagged walk beside the chapel in the great court of Trinity College, Cambridge, the walk which in his lifetime he loved to pace book in hand. And if Andrew Lang's spirit could be seen flitting pensively anywhere, would it not be just here, in the College of the Scarlet Gown, in the little city worn in grey, looking out on the cold North Sea, the city which he knew and loved so well? Be that as it may, his memory will always be associated with St. Andrews, and if the students who shall in future go forth from this ancient university to carry St. Andrew's cross, if I may say so, on their banner in the eternal warfare with falsehood and error, if they cannot imitate Andrew Lang in the versatility of his genius, in the variety of his accomplishments, in the manifold graces of his literary art, it is to be hoped that they will strive to imitate him in qualities which are more within the reach of us all, in his passionate devotion to knowledge, in his ardent and unflagging pursuit of truth. Review of preceding lectures. In my last course of lectures I explained that I proposed to treat of the belief in immortality from a purely historical point of view. My intention is not to discuss the truth of the belief or to criticize the grounds on which it has been maintained. To do so would be to trench on the province of the theologian and the philosopher. I limit myself to the far humbler task of describing, first, the belief as it has been held by some savage races, and, second, some of the practical consequences which these primitive peoples have deduced from it for the conduct of life, whether these consequences take the shape of religious rites or moral precepts. Now, in such a survey of savage creed and practice, it is convenient to begin with the lowest races of men about whom we have accurate information and to pass from them gradually to higher and higher races, because we thus start with the simplest forms of religion and advance by regular gradations to more complex forms, and we may hope in this way to render the course of religious evolution more intelligible than if we were to start from the most highly developed religions and to work our way down from them to the most embryonic. In pursuance of this plan I commenced my survey with the Aborigines of Australia, because among the races of man about whom we are well informed these savages are commonly and, I believe, justly supposed to stand at the foot of the human scale. Having given you some account of their beliefs and practices concerning the dead, I attempted to do the same for the islanders of Torres Straits and next for the natives of British New Guinea. There I broke off, and today I shall resume the thread of my discourse at the broken end by describing the beliefs and practices concerning the dead, as these beliefs are entertained and these practices observed by the natives of German New Guinea. German New Guinea. As you are aware, the German territory of New Guinea skirts the British territory on the north throughout its entire length and comprises roughly a quarter of the whole island, the British and German possessions making up together the eastern half of New Guinea, while the western half belongs to Holland. Information as to the natives of German New Guinea. Our information as to the natives of German New Guinea is very fragmentary, and is confined almost entirely to the tribes of the coast. As to the inhabitants of the interior we know as yet very little. However, German missionaries and others have described more or less fully the customs and beliefs of the natives at various points of this long coast, and I shall extract from their descriptions some notices of that particular aspect of the native religion with which in these lectures we are specially concerned. The points on the coast as to which a certain amount of ethnographical information is forthcoming are, to take them in the order from west to east, Berlin Harbor, Potsdam Harbor, Astrolabe Bay, the Maclay Coast, Cape King William, Finch Harbor, and the Tammy Islands in Huon Gulf. I propose to say something as to the natives at each of these points, beginning with Berlin Harbor, the most westerly of them. The island of Tumleo. Berlin Harbor is formed by a group of 4 small islands, which here lie off the coast. One of the islands bears the name of Tumleo or Tamara, and we possess an excellent account of the natives of this island from the pen of a Catholic missionary, Father Matthias Joseph Erdweg, 358, which I shall draw upon in what follows. We have also a paper by a German ethnologist, the late Mr. R. Parkinson, on the same subject, 359, but his information is in part derived from Father Erdweg, and he appears to have erred by applying too generally the statements which Father Erdweg strictly limited to the inhabitants of Tumleo. 360 The natives of Tumleo, their material and artistic culture. The island of Tumleo lies in 142 degrees 25 seconds of east longitude and 3 degrees 15 seconds of south latitude, and is distant about 60 sea miles from the westernmost point of German New Guinea. It is a coral island, surrounded by a barrier reef and rising for the most part only a few feet above the sea. 361 In stature, the natives fall below the average European height, but they are well fed and strongly built. Their color varies from black to light brown. Their hair is very frizzly. Women and children wear it cut short, men wear it done up into wigs. They number less than 300, divided into 4 villages. The population seems to have declined through wars, disease, and infanticide. 362 Like the Papuans generally, they live in settled villages and engage in fishing, agriculture, and commerce. The houses are solidly built of wood and are raised above the ground upon piles, which consist of a hard and durable timber, sometimes ironwood. 363 The staple food of the people is sago, which they obtain from the sago palm. These stately palms, with their fan-like foliage, are rare on the coral island of Tumleo, but grow abundantly in the swampy lowlands of the neighboring mainland. Accordingly, in the months of May and June, when the sea is calm, the natives cross over to the mainland in their canoes and obtain a supply of sago in exchange for the products of their island. The sago is eaten in the form both of porridge and of bread. 364 Other vegetable foods are furnished by sweet potatoes, taro, yams, bananas, sugarcane, and coconuts, all of which the natives cultivate. 365 Fishing is a principal industry of the people. It is plied by both sexes and by old and young, with nets, spears, and bows and arrows. 366 Pottery is another flourishing industry. As among many other savages, it is practiced only by women, but the men take the pots to market, for these islanders do a good business in pots with the neighboring tribes. 367 They build large outrigger canoes, which sail well before the wind, but can hardly beat up against it, being heavy to row. In these canoes the natives of Tumleo make long voyages along the coast, but as the craft are not very seaworthy they never stand out to sea, if they can help it, but hug the shore in order to run for safety to the beach in stormy weather. 368 In regard to art, the natives display some taste and skill in woodcarving. For example, the projecting housebeams are sometimes carved in the shape of crocodiles, birds, and grotesque human figures, and their canoes, paddles, headrests, drums, drumsticks, and vessels are also decorated with carving. Birds, fish, crocodiles, foliage, and scrollwork are the usual patterns. 369 The temples, barracks, of Tumleo. A remarkable feature in the villages of Tumleo and the neighboring islands in mainland consists of the barracks or temples, the high gables of which may be seen rising above the bushes in all the villages of this part of the coast. No such buildings exist elsewhere in this region. They are set apart for the worship of certain guardian spirits, and on them the native lavishes all the resources of his elementary arts of sculpture and painting. They are built of wood in 2 stories and raised on piles besides. The approach to one of them is always by 1 or 2 ladders provided on both sides with handrails or banisters. These banisters are elaborately decorated with carving, which is always of the same pattern. One banister is invariably carved in the shape of a crocodile holding a grotesque human figure in its jaws, while on the other hand the animal's tail is grasped by 1 or more human figures. The other banister regularly exhibits a row of human or rather ape-like effigies seated one behind the other, each of them resting his arms on the shoulders of the figure in front. Often there are 7 such figures in a row. The natives are so shy in speaking of these temples that it is difficult to ascertain the meaning of the curious carvings by which they are adorned. Mr. Parkinson supposed that they represent spirits, not apes. He tells us that there are no apes in New Guinea. The interior of the temple, Perak, is generally empty. The only things to be seen in its 2 rooms, the upper and lower, are bamboo flutes and drums made out of the hollow trunks of trees. On these instruments men concealed in the temple discourse music in order to signify the presence of the spirit. 370 The bachelors' houses, alals, of Tumleo. Different from these paraks or temples are the alals, which are bachelors' houses and council houses in one. Like the temples, they are raised above the ground and approached by a ladder, but unlike the temples they have only one story. In them the unmarried men live and the married men meet to take counsel and to speak of things which may not be mentioned before women. On a small stand or table in each of these alals or men's clubhouses are kept the skulls of dead men. And as the temple, parak, is devoted to the worship of spirits, so the men's clubhouse, alal, is the place where the dead ancestors are worshipped. Women and children may not enter it, but it is not regarded with such superstitious fear as the temple. The dead are buried in their houses or beside them. Afterwards the bones are dug up and the skulls of grown men are deposited, along with one of the leg bones, on the stand or table in the men's clubhouse, alal. The skulls of youths, women, and children are kept in the houses where they died. When the table in the clubhouse is quite full of grinning trophies of mortality, the old skulls are removed to make room for the new ones and are thrown away in a sort of charnel house, where the other bones are deposited after they have been dug up from the graves. Such a charnel house is called a chol paru. There is one such place for the bones of grown men and another for the bones of women and children. Some bones, however, are kept and used as ornaments or as means to work magic with. For the dead are often invoked, for example, to lay the wind or for other useful purposes, and at such invocations the bones play a part. 371 Spirits of the dead thought to be the causes of sickness and disease. But while the spirits of the dead are thus invited to help their living relations and friends, they are also feared as the causes of sickness and disease. Any serious ailment is usually attributed to magic or witchcraft, and the treatment which is resorted to aims rather at breaking the spell which has been cast on the sick man than at curing his malady by the application of physical remedies. In short, the remedy is exorcism rather than physic. Now the enchantment under which the patient is supposed to be laboring is often, though not always, ascribed to the malignant arts of the spirits of the dead, or the moes, as the natives of Tumleo call them. In such a case the ghosts are thought to be clinging to the body of the sufferer, and the object of the medical treatment is to detach them from him and send them far away. With this kindly intention some men will go into the forest and collect a number of herbs, including a kind of peppermint. These are tied into one or more bundles according to the number of the patients and then taken to the men's clubhouse, alal, where they are heated over a fire. Then the patient is brought, and two men strike him lightly with the packet of herbs on his body and legs, while they utter an incantation, inviting the ancestral spirits who are plaguing him to leave his body and go away, in order that he may be made whole. One such incantation, freely translated, runs thus: Spirit of the great-grandfather, of the father, come out. We give thee coconuts, sago porridge, fish. Go away from the sick man. Let him be well. Do no harm here and there. Tell the people of Lemming, O spirit, to give us tobacco. When the waves are still, we push off from the land, sailing northward, to Tumleo. It is the time of the northwest wind, when the surf is heavy. May the billows calm down in the south, in the south, on the coast of Lemming, that we may sail to the south, to Lemming. Out there may the sea be calm, that we may push off from the land for home. In this incantation a prayer to the spirit of the dead to relax his hold on the sufferer appears to be curiously combined with a prayer or spell to calm the sea when the people sail across to the coast of Lemming to fetch a cargo of tobacco. When the incantation has been recited and the patient stroked with the bundle of herbs, one of his ears and both his armpits are moistened with a blood-red spittle produced by the chewing of betel nut, pepper, and lime. Then they take hold of his fingers and make each of them crack, one after the other, while they recite some of the words of the preceding incantation. Next 3 men take each of them a branch of the vulture tree, bend it into a bow, and stroke the sick man from head to foot, while they recite another incantation, in which they command the spirit to let the sick man alone and to go away into the water or the mud. Often when a man is seriously ill he will remove from his own house to the house of a relation or friend, hoping that the spirit who has been tormenting him will not be able to discover him at his new address. 372 Burial and mourning customs in Tumleo. If despite of all these precautions the patient should die, he or she is placed in a wooden coffin and buried with little delay in a grave, which is dug either in the house or close beside it. The body is smeared all over with clay and decked with many rings or ornaments, most of which, however, are removed in a spirit of economy before the lid of the coffin is shut down. Sometimes arrows, sometimes a rudder, sometimes the bones of dead relations are buried with the corpse in the grave. When the grave is dug outside of the house, a small hut is erected over it, and a fire is kept burning on it for a time. In the house of mourning, the wife, sister, or other female relative of the deceased must remain strictly secluded for a period which varies from a few weeks to 3 months. In token of mourning, the widow's body is smeared with clay, and from time to time she is heard to chant a dirge in a whining, melancholy tone. This seclusion lasts so long as the ghost is supposed to be still on his way to the other world. When he has reached his destination, the fire is suffered to die down on the grave, and his widow or other female relative is free to quit the house and resume her ordinary occupations. Through her long seclusion in the shade, her swarthy complexion assumes a lighter tint, but it soon deepens again when she is exposed once more to the strong tropical sunshine. 373 Beliefs of the Tumleo people as to the fate of the human soul after death. The people of Tumleo firmly believe in the existence of the human soul after death, though their notions of the disembodied soul, or mos, as they call it, are vague. They think that on its departure from the body the soul goes to a place deep underground, where there is a great water. Over that water every soul must pass on a ladder to reach the abode of bliss. The ladder is in the keeping of a spirit called Suasan Jakin, or the Great Evil, who takes toll of the ghosts before he lets them use his ladder. Hence an ear-ring and a bracelet are deposited with every corpse in the grave in order that the dead man may have wherewithal to pay the toll to the spirit at the great water. When the ghost arrives at the place of passage and begs for the use of the ladder, the spirit asks him, "Shall I get my bracelet if I let you pass?" If he receives it and happens to be in a good humor, he will let the ghost scramble across the ladder to the further shore. But woe to the stingy ghost, who should try to sneak across the ladder without paying toll. The ghostly tollkeeper detects the fraud in an instant and roars out, "So you would cheat me of my dues? You shall pay for that." So saying, he tips the ladder up, and down falls the ghost plump into the deep water and is drowned. But the honest ghost, who has paid his way like a man and arrived on the further shore, is met by 2 other ghosts who ferry him in a canoe across to Sasano, which is a place on the mainland a good many miles to the north of Tumleo. A great river flows there, and in the river are 3 cities of the dead, in one of which the newly arrived ghost takes up his abode. Then it is that the fire on his grave is allowed to go out and his widow may mingle with her fellows again. However, the ghosts are not strictly confined to the spirit land. They can come back to earth and roam about, working good or evil for the living and especially for their friends and relations. 374 Monuments to the Dead in Tumleo. Disinterment of the bones. It is perhaps this belief not only in the existence but in the return of the spirits of the dead which induces the survivors to erect monuments or memorials to them. In Tumleo these monuments consist for the most part of young trees, which are cut down, stripped of their leaves, and set up in the ground beside the house of the deceased. The branches of such a memorial tree are hung with fruits, coconuts, loincloths, pots, and personal ornaments, all of which we may suppose are intended for the comfort and convenience of the ghost when he returns from Deadland to pay his friends a visit. 375 But the remains of the dead are not allowed to rest quietly in the grave forever. After 2 or 3 years they are dug up with much ceremony at the point of noon, when the sun is high overhead. The skull of the deceased, if he was a man, is then deposited, as we saw, with one of the thigh bones in the men's clubhouse, while of the remaining bones some are kept by the relations and the others thrown away in a charnel house. Among the relics which the relations preserve are the lower arm bones, the shoulder blades, the ribs, and the vertebra. The vertebrae is often fastened to a bracelet, a couple of ribs are converted into a necklace, and the shoulder blades are used to decorate baskets. The lower arm bones are generally strung on a cord, which is worn on solemn occasions round the neck so that the bones hang down behind. They are especially worn thus in war, and they are made use of also when their owner desires to obtain a favorable wind for a voyage. No doubt, though this is not expressly affirmed, the spirit of the departed is supposed to remain attached in some fashion to his bones and so to help the possessor of these relics in time of need. When the bones have been dug up and disposed of with all due ceremony, several men who were friends or relations of the deceased must keep watch and ward for some days in the men's clubhouse, where his grinning skull now stands amid similar trophies of mortality on a table or shelf. They may not quit the building except in case of necessity, and they must always speak in a whisper for fear of disturbing the ghost, who is very naturally lurking in the neighborhood of his skull. However, in spite of these restrictions the watchers enjoy themselves, for baskets of sago and fish are provided abundantly for their consumption, and if their tongues are idle, their jaws are very busy. 376 Propitiation of the souls of the dead and other spirits. The people think that if they stand on a good footing with the souls of the departed and with other spirits, these powerful beings will bring them good luck in trade and on their voyages. Now the time when trade is lively and the calm sea is dotted with canoes plying from island to island or from island to mainland, is the season when the gentle southeast monsoon is blowing. On the other hand, when the waves run high under the blast of the strong northwest monsoon, the sea is almost deserted and the people stay at home. 377 The season is to these tropical islanders what winter is to the inhabitants of northern latitudes. Accordingly, it is when the wind is shifting round from the stormy northwest to the balmy southeast that the natives set themselves particularly to win the favor of ghosts and spirits, and this they do by repairing the temples and clubhouses in which the spirits and ghosts are believed to dwell, and by cleaning and tidying up the open spaces around them. These repairs are the occasion of a festival accompanied by dances and games. Early in the morning of the festive day, the shrill notes of the flutes and the hollow rub-a-dub of the drums are heard to proceed from the interior of the temple, proclaiming the arrival of the guardian spirit and his desire to partake of fish and sago. So the men assemble and the feast is held in the evening. Festivals are also held both in the temples and in the men's clubhouses on the occasion of a successful hunt or fishing. Out of gratitude for the help vouchsafed them by the ancestral spirits, the hunters or fishers bring the larger game or fish to the temples or clubhouses and eat them there, and then hang up some parts of the animals or fish, such as the skeletons, the jawbones of pigs, or the shells of turtles, in the clubhouses as a further mark of homage to the spirits of the dead. 378 Guardian Spirits, Tapum, in Tumleo. So far as appears, the spirits who dwell in the temples are not supposed to be ancestors. Father Erdweg describes them as guardian spirits or goddesses, for they are all of the female sex. Every village has several of them, indeed in the village of Sapi almost every family has its own guardian spirit. The name for these guardian spirits is Tapum, which seems to be clearly connected with the now familiar word tapu or taboo, in the sense of sacred, which is universally understood in the islands of the Pacific. On the whole, the Tapum are kindly and beneficent spirits, who bring good luck to such as honor them. A hunter or a fisherman ascribes his success in the chase or in fishing to the protection of his guardian spirit, and when he is away from home trading for sago and other necessaries of life, it is his guardian spirit who gives him favor in the eyes of the foreigners with whom he is dealing. Curiously enough, though these guardian spirits are all female, they have no liking for women and children. Indeed, no woman or child may set foot in a temple, or even loiter in the open space in front of it. And at the chief festivals, when the temples are being repaired, all the women and children must quit the village till the evening shadows have fallen and the banquet of their husbands, fathers, and brothers at the temple is over. 379 On the whole, then, we conclude that a belief in the continued existence of the spirits of the dead, and in their power to help or harm their descendants, plays a considerable part in the life of the Papuans of Tumleo. Whether the guardian spirits or goddesses, who are worshipped in the temples, were originally conceived as ancestral spirits or not, must be left an open question for the present. The Manumbo of Potsdam Harbor. Passing eastward from Tumleo along the northern coast of German New Guinea, we come to Manumbo or Potsdam Harbor, situated about the 145th degree of east longitude. The Manumbo are a Papuan tribe numbering about 400 souls, who inhabit 12 small villages close to the seashore. Their territory is a narrow but fertile strip of country, well watered and covered with luxuriant vegetation, lying between the sea and a range of hills. The bay is sheltered by an island from the open sea, and the natives can paddle their canoes on its calm water in almost any weather. The villages, embowered on the landward side in groves of trees of many useful sorts and screened in front by rows of stately coconut palms, are composed of large houses solidly built of timber and are kept very clean and tidy. The Manumbo are a strongly built people, of the average European height, with what is described as a remarkably Semitic type of features. The men wear their hair plaited about a long tube, decorated with shells and dog's teeth, which sticks out stiffly from the head. The women wear their hair in a sort of mop, composed of countless plaits, which hang down and tangle. In disposition, the Manumbo are cheerful and contented, proud of themselves and their country. They think they are the cleverest and most fortunate people on earth, and look down with pity and contempt on Europeans. According to them, the business of the foreign settlers in their country is folly, and the teaching of the missionaries is nonsense. They subsist by agriculture, hunting, and fishing. Their well-kept plantations occupy the level ground and in some places extend up the hillsides. Among the plants which they cultivate are taro, yams, sweet potatoes, bananas, various kinds of vegetables, and sugarcane. Among their fruit trees are the sago palm, the coconut palm, and the breadfruit tree. They make use both of earthenware and of wooden vessels. Their dances, especially their masked dances, which are celebrated at intervals of 4 or 5 years, have excited the warm admiration of the despised European. 380 Beliefs of the Manumbo concerning the spirits of the dead. Dread of ghosts. With regard to their religion and morality, I will quote the evidence of a Catholic missionary who has labored among them. The Manumbo are acquainted with no supreme being, no moral good or evil, no rewards, no place of punishment or joy after death, no permanent immortality. When people die, their souls go to the land of spirits, a place where they dwell without work or suffering, but which they can also quit. Beetle chewing, smoking, dancing, sleeping, all the occupations that they loved on earth, are continued without interruption in the other world. They converse with men in dreams, but play them many a shabby trick, take possession of them and even, it may be, kill them. Yet they also help men in all manner of ways in war and the chase. Men invoke them, pray to them, make statues in their memory, which are called va, plural vaca, and bring them offerings of food, in order to obtain their assistance. But if the spirits of the dead do not help, they are rated in the plainest language. Death makes no great separation. The living converse with the dead very much as they converse with each other. Time alone brings with it a gradual oblivion of the departed. Falling stars and lightning are nothing but the souls of the dead, who stick dry banana leaves in their girdles, set them on fire, and then fly through the air. At last, when the souls are old, they die, but are not annihilated, for they are changed into animals and plants. Such animals are, for example, the white ants and a rare kind of wild pig, which is said not to allow itself to be killed. Such a tree, for example, is the barambar. That, apparently, is the whole religion of the Manumbo. Yet they are ghost-seers of the most errant sort. An anxious superstitious fear pursues them at every step. Superstitious views are the motives that determine almost everything that they do or leave undone. 381 Their dread of ghosts is displayed in their custom of doing no work in the plantations for 3 days after a death, lest the ghost, touched to the quick by their heartless indifference, should send wild boars to ravage the plantations. And when a man has slain an enemy in war, he has to remain a long time secluded in the men's clubhouse, touching nobody, not even his wife and children, while the villagers celebrate his victory with song and dance. He is believed to be in a state of ceremonial impurity, bolobolo, such that, if he were to touch his wife and children, they would be covered with sores. At the end of his seclusion he is purified by washings and other purgations and is clean once more. 382 The reason of this uncleanness of a victorious warrior is not mentioned, but analogy makes it nearly certain that it is a dread of the vengeful ghost of the man whom he has slain. A similar fear probably underlies the rule that a widower must abstain from certain foods, such as fish and sauces, and from bathing for a certain time after the death of his wife. 383 The Tamos of Astrolabe Bay. Mistake of attempting to combine descriptive with comparative anthropology. Leaving Potsdam Harbor and the Manumbo, and moving still eastward along the coast of German New Guinea, we come to a large indentation known as Astrolabe Bay. The natives of this part of the coast call themselves Tamos. The largest village on the bay bears the name of Bogadium and in 1894 numbered about 300 inhabitants. 384 Our principal authority on the natives is a German ethnologist, Dr. B. Hagen, who spent about 18 months at Steffensort on Astrolabe Bay. Unfortunately, he has mixed up his personal observations of these particular people not merely with second-hand accounts of natives of other parts of New Guinea but with discussions of general theories of the origin and migrations of races and of the development of social institutions, so that it is not altogether easy to disentangle the facts for which he is a first-hand witness, from those which he reports at second, third, or fourth hand. Scarcely anything, I may observe in passing, more impairs the value and impedes the usefulness of personal observations of savage races than this deplorable habit of attempting to combine the work of description with the work of comparison and generalization. The two kinds of work are entirely distinct in their nature, and require very different mental qualities for their proper performance. The one should never be confused with the other. The task of descriptive anthropology is to record observations, Without any admixture of theory, the task of comparative anthropology is to compare the observations made in all parts of the world, and from the comparison to deduce theories, more or less provisional, of the origin and growth of beliefs and institutions, always subject to modification and correction by facts which may afterwards be brought to light. There is no harm, indeed there is great positive advantage, in the descriptive anthropologist making himself acquainted with the theories of the comparative anthropologist, for by so doing his attention will probably be called to many facts which he might otherwise have overlooked and which, when recorded, may either confirm or refute the theories in question. But if he knows these theories, he should keep his knowledge strictly in the background and never interlard his descriptions of facts with digressions into an alien province. In this way, descriptive anthropology and comparative anthropology will best work hand in hand for the furtherance of their common aim, the understanding of the nature and development of man. The religion of the Tamos. Beliefs of the Tamos as to the souls of the dead. Like the Papuans in general, the Tamos of Astrolabe Bay are a settled agricultural people, who dwell in fixed villages, subsist mainly by the produce of the ground which they cultivate, and engage in a commerce of barter with their neighbors. 385 Their material culture thus does not differ essentially from that of the other Papuans, and I need not give particulars of it. With regard to their religious views, Dr. Hagen tells us candidly that he has great hesitation in expressing an opinion. Nothing, he says very justly, is more difficult for a European than to form an approximately correct conception of the religious views of a savage people, and the difficulty is infinitely increased when the inquirer has little or no knowledge of their language. Dr. Hagen had, indeed, an excellent interpreter and intelligent assistant in the person of a missionary, Mr. Hoffman, but Mr. Hoffman himself admitted that he had no clear ideas as to the religious views of the Tamos. However, in his opinion they are entirely destitute of the conception of God and of a creator. Yet among the Tamos of Bogadium, Dr. Hagen tells us, a belief in the existence of the soul after death is proved by their assertion that after death the soul, Dunung, goes to Bukakure, which seems to mean the village of ghosts. This abode of the dead appears to be situated somewhere in the earth, and the Tamos speak of it with a shudder. They tell of a man in the village of Bogadium who died and went away to the village of the ghosts. But as he drew near to the village, he met the ghost of his dead brother who had come forth with bow and arrows and spear to hunt a wild boar. This boar-hunting ghost was very angry at meeting his brother, who had just died, and drove him back to the land of the living. From this narrative it would seem that in the other world the ghosts are thought to pursue the same occupations which they followed in life. The natives are in great fear of ghosts, Buka. Traveling alone with them in the forest at nightfall you may mark their timidity and hear them cry anxiously, "Come, let us be going." The ghost is roaming about. The ghosts of those who have perished in battle do not go to the village of ghosts, Bukakure, they repair to another place called Bopakure. But this abode of the slain does not seem to be a happy land or Valhalla. The natives are even more afraid of it than of the village of ghosts, Bukakure. They will hardly venture at night to pass a spot where anyone has been slain. Then the melancholy notes of a horn are heard in the distance, at the sound of which all the women rush away. Soon the hornblower appears, paints the corpse white and red, crowns it with great red hibiscus roses, then blows his horn, and vanishes. 387 He is a member of a secret society, called Asa, which has its lodge standing alone in the forest. Only men belong to the society, women and children are excluded from it and look upon it with fear and awe. If anyone raises a cry, "Asa is coming," or the sound of the musical instruments of the society is heard in the distance, all the women and children scamper away. The natives are very unwilling to let any stranger enter one of the lodges of the society. The interior of such a building is usually somewhat bare, but it contains the wooden masks which are worn in the ceremonial dances of the society, and the horns and flutes on which the members discourse their awe-inspiring music. In construction it scarcely differs from the ordinary huts of the village, if anything it is worse built and more primitive. The secrets of the society are well kept, at least very little seems to have been divulged to Europeans. The most important of its ceremonies is that of the initiation of the young men, who on this occasion are circumcised before they are recognized as full-grown men and members of the secret society. At such times the men encamp and feast for weeks or even months together on the open space in front of the society's lodge, and masked dances are danced to the accompaniment of the instrumental music. These initiatory ceremonies are held at intervals of about 10 or 15 years, when there are a considerable number of young men to be initiated together. 388 Although we are still in the dark as to the real meaning of this and indeed of almost all similar secret societies among savages, the solemn part played by a member of the society at the funeral rites seems very significant. Why should he come mysteriously to the melancholy music of the horn, paint the corpse red and white, crown it with red roses, and then vanish again to music as he had come? It is scarcely rash to suppose that this ceremony has some reference to the state of the dead man's soul, and we may conjecture that just as the fruits hung on the scaffold are doubtless intended for the consumption of the ghost, and the souls of the dogs are expressly said to accompany him to the spirit land, so the painting of the corpse and the crown of red roses may be designed in some way to speed the parting spirit on the way to its long home. In the absence of exact information as to the beliefs of these savages touching the state of the dead, we can only guess at the meaning which they attach to these symbols. Perhaps they think that only ghosts who are painted red and white and who wear wreaths of red roses on their heads are admitted to the village of the ghosts, and that such as knock at the gate with no paint on their bodies and no wreath of roses on their brows are refused admittance and must turn sorrowfully away, to haunt their undutiful friends on earth who had omitted to pay the last marks of respect and honor to the dead. Burial customs of the Tamos. Removal of the lower jawbone. When the corpse has lain in all its glory, with its ornaments, its paint and its flowers, for a short time on the scaffold, it is removed and buried. The exposure never lasts more than a day. If the man died in the morning, he is buried at night. The grave is dug in the house itself. It is only about 3 feet deep and 4 feet long. If the corpse is too long for the grave, as usually happens, the legs are remorselessly doubled up and trampled in. It is the relations on the mother's side who dig the grave and lower the body, shrouded in mats or leaves, into its narrow bed. Before doing so they take care to strip it of its ornaments, its rings, necklaces, boar's teeth, and so forth, which no doubt are regarded as too valuable to be sacrificed. Yet a regard for the comfort of the dead is shown by the custom of covering the open grave with wood and then heaping the mold on the top, in order, we are told, that the earth may not press heavy on him who sleeps below. Sit tibi terra levis. After some months the grave is opened and the lower jaw removed from the corpse and preserved. This removal of the jaw is the occasion of solemnities and ceremonial washings, in which the whole male population of the village takes part. But as to the meaning of these ceremonies, and as to what is done with the jawbone, we have no exact information. 389 According to the Russian traveler, Baron N. von Maklucho-Maklay, who has also given us an account of the Papuans of Astrolabe Bay, 390 Though not apparently of the villages described by Dr. Hagen, the whole skull is dug up and separated from the corpse after the lapse of about a year, but only the lower jawbone is carefully kept by the nearest kinsman as a memorial of the deceased. Baron Maklucho-Maklay had great difficulty in inducing a native to part with one of these memorials of a dead relation. 391 In any case the preservation of this portion of the deceased may be supposed to have for its object the maintenance of friendly relations between the living and the dead. Similarly in Uganda the jawbone is the only part of the body of a deceased king which, along with his navel string, is carefully preserved in his temple tomb and consulted oracularly. 392 We may conjecture that the reason for preserving this part of the human frame rather than any other is that the jawbone is an organ of speech, and that therefore it appears to the primitive mind well fitted to maintain intercourse with the dead man's spirit and to obtain oracular communications from him. Sham fight is a funeral ceremony at Astrolabe Bay. The Russian traveler, Baron Maklucho-Maklay, has described a curious funeral ceremony which is observed by some of the Papuans of Astrolabe Bay. I will give the first part of his description in his own words, which I translate from the German. He says, the death of a man is announced to the neighboring villages by a definite series of beats on the drum. On the same day or the next morning the whole male population assembles in the vicinity of the village of the deceased. All the men are in full warlike array. To the beat of drum the guests march into the village, where a crowd of men, also armed for war, await the newcomers beside the dead man's hut. After a short parley the men divide into two opposite camps, and thereupon a sham fight takes place. However, the combatants go to work very gingerly and make no use of their spears. But dozens of arrows are continually discharged, and not a few are wounded in the sham fight, though not seriously. The nearest relations and friends of the deceased appear especially excited and behave as if they were frantic. When all are hot and tired and all arrows have been shot away, the pretended enemies seat themselves in a circle and in what follows most of them act as simple spectators. Thereupon the nearest relations bring out the corpse and deposit it in a crouching position, with the knees drawn up to the chin, on some mats and leaves of the sago palm, which had previously been spread out in the middle of the open space. Beside the corpse are laid his things, some presents from neighbors, and some freshly cooked food. While the men sit round in a circle, the women, even the nearest relatives of the deceased, may only look on from a distance. When all is ready, some men step out from the circle to help the nearest of kin in the next proceedings, which consist in tying the corpse up tightly into a bundle by means of rattans and creepers. Then the bundle is attached to a stout stick and carried back into the house. There the corpse in its bundle is fastened under the roof by means of the stick, and the dead man's property, together with the presents of the neighbors and the food, are left beside it. After that the house is abandoned, and the guests return to their own villages. A few days later, when decomposition is far advanced, the corpse is taken down and buried in a grave in the house, which continues to be inhabited by the family. After the lapse of about a year, the body is dug up, the skull separated from it, and the lower jawbone preserved by the nearest relation, as I have already mentioned. 393. The sham fight perhaps intended to deceive the ghost. What is the meaning of this curious sham fight which among these people seems to be regularly enacted after a death? The writer who reports the custom offers no explanation of it. I would conjecture with all due caution that it may possibly be intended as a satisfaction to the ghost in order to make him suppose that his death has been properly avenged. In a former lecture I shewed that natural deaths are regularly imagined by many savages to be brought about by the magical practices of enemies, and that accordingly the relations of the deceased take vengeance on some innocent person whom for one reason or another they regard as the culprit. It is possible that these Papuans of Astrolabe Bay, instead of actually putting the supposed sorcerer to death, have advanced so far as to abandon that cruel and unjust practice and content themselves with throwing dust in the eyes of the ghost by a sham instead of a real fight. But that is only a conjecture of my own, which I merely suggest for what it is worth. Altogether, looking over the scanty notices of the beliefs and practices of these Papuans of Astrolabe Bay concerning the departed, we may say in general that while the fear of ghosts is conspicuous enough among them, there is but little evidence of anything that deserves to be called a regular worship of the dead. Footnote 358, Return, Pied Matthias Joseph Erdweg, Die Bewohner der Insel Tumleo, Berlinhafen, Deutsch New Guinea, Mitteilungen der Anthropologischen Gesellschaft in Wien, 32. 1902, pages 274 to 310, 317 to 399. Footnote 359, Return, Art Parkinson, Die Berlinhofen Section, Ein Beitrag zur Ethnographie der Neuguinea-Kust, Internationales Archiv für Ethnographie, 13. 1900, pages 18 to 54. Footnote 360, Return, see the note of Father P. W. Schmidt on Father Erdweg's paper, opposite page 274. Footnote 361, Return, Erdweg, op. Sit page 274. Footnote 362, Return, Erdweg, opposite pages 277 square. The frizzly character of the hair is mentioned by Mr. R. Parkinson, opposite footnote 363, Return, Erdweg, opposite pages 355 SQQ. Footnote 364, Return, Erdweg, opposite pages 342 to 346. Footnote 365, Return, Erdweg, opposite pages 335 SQQ. Footnote 366, Return, Erdweg, opposite pages 330 SQQ. Footnote 367, Return, Erdweg, opposite pages 350 SQQ. Footnote 368, Return, Erdweg, opposite pages 363 SQQ. Footnote 369, Return, Erdweg, opposite pages 374. Footnote 370, Return, Art Parkinson, Die Berlinhofen Section, Ein Beitrag zur Ethnographie der Neuguinea-Kust, Internationales Archiv für Ethnographie, 13. 1900, pages 33 to 35. Father Erdweg speaks of the Parak as a spirit temple or spirit house in which the deities of the Tumleo dwell. Opposite page 377 he tells us that as a rule each village has only one Parak. As to the spirits which dwell in these temples, see below, pages 226 square. Footnote 371, Return, Art Parkinson, opposite pages 35, 42 square, Erdweg, opposite pages 292 square, 306. Footnote 372, Return, Erdweg, opposite pages 284 to 287. Footnote 373, Return, Erdweg, opposite pages 288 to 291. Footnote 374, Return, Erdweg, opposite pages 297 SQ. Footnote 375, return, Erdweg, opposite page 291. Footnote 376, return, Erdweg, opposite pages 291 to 293. Footnote 377, return, Erdweg, opposite pages 298, 371. Footnote 378, return, Erdweg, opposite pages 295 SQQ. 299 square, 334 square. Footnote 379, return, Erdweg, opposite pages 295 to 297. Footnote 380, return, P. Franz Vormann, Dorf und Hasenlige Beiden Manumbo, Deutschnubwinia, Anthropos, 4. 1909, pages 660 SQQ. ID. Zur Psychologie, Religion, Sociologie und Geschichte der Manumbo Papua, Deutschnubwinia, Anthropos, the 1910, pages 407 to 409. Footnote 381, return, P. Franz Vormann, in Anthropos, the 1910, pages 409 square. Footnote 382, return, P. Franz Vormann, in Anthropos, the 1910, pages 410, 411. Footnote 383, return, P. Franz Vormann, Ibid, page 412. Footnote 384, return, Via Hagen, Unter den Papuas, Wiesbaden, 1899, pages 143, 221. Footnote 385, return, for the evidence see Via Hagen, opposite pages 193 SQQ. As to barter, he tells us, page 216, that all articles in use at Bogadium are imported, nothing is made on the spot. Footnote 386, return, Via Hagen, Unter den Papuas, Wiesbaden, 1899, pages 264 to 266. Footnote 387, return, Via Hagen, opposite pages 258 square. Footnote 388, return, Via Hagen, op. Sit pages 270 square. As to the period and details of the circumcision ceremonies, CID. Pages 234 to 238. Footnote 389, return, Via Hagen, opposite page 260. Footnote 390, return, in von McClucho-Maclay, Ethnologisch Bemerkungen über die Papuas der Maclaykust in New Guinea, Nederkundig Tijdschrift voor Nederlandsch-Indie, 35. 1875, pages 66 to 93, ID. 36. 1876, pages 294 to 333. Footnote 391, return, N. von McClucho-Maclay, opposite 36. 1876, page 302. Footnote 392, return, Reverend J. Roscoe, The Baganda, London, 1911, pages 109 SQQ. Totemism and Exogamy, 2. 470, footnote 393, return, N. von McClucho-Maclay, opposite 36. 1876, pages 300 to 302. Lecture 11, The Belief in Immortality Among the Natives of German New Guinea, continued, the Papuans of Cape King William. In my last lecture I gave you some account of the beliefs and practices concerning the dead which have been recorded among the Papuans of German New Guinea. Today I resume the subject and shall first speak of the natives on the coast about Cape King William, at the foot of Mount Cromwell. We possess an account of their religion and customs from the pen of a German missionary, Mr. Stoltz, who has lived 3 years among them and studied their language. 394. His description applies to the inhabitants of 2 villages only, namely Lamatkabolo and Kwambu, or Sialam and Kwamkwam, as they are generally called on the maps, who together number about 500 souls. They belong to the Papuan stock and subsist chiefly by the cultivation of yams, which they plant in April or May and reap in January or February. But they also cultivate sweet potatoes and make some use of bananas and coconuts. They clear the land for cultivation by burning down the grass and afterwards turning up the earth with digging sticks, a labor which is performed chiefly by the men. The land is not common property, each family tills its own fields, though sometimes one family will aid another in the laborious task of breaking up the soil. Moreover, they trade with the natives of the interior, who, inhabiting a more fertile and better watered country, are able to export a portion of their superfluities, especially taro, sweet potatoes, betel nuts, and tobacco, to the less favored dwellers on the seacoast, receiving mostly dried fish in return. Curiously enough, the traffic is chiefly in the hands of old women. 395. Propitiation of ghosts and spirits. The spirit mate. Spirits called nigh. With regard to the religion of these people, Mr. Stoltz tells us that they know nothing of a deity who should receive the homage of his worshippers. They recognize only spirits and the souls of the dead. To these last they bring offerings, not because they feel any need to do them reverence, but simply out of fear and a desire to win their favor. The offerings are presented at burials and when they begin to cultivate the fields. Their purpose is to persuade the souls of the dead to ward off all the evil influences that might thwart the growth of the yams, their staple food. The ghosts are also expected to guard the fields against the incursions of wild pigs and the ravages of locusts. At a burial, the aim of the sacrifice is to induce the soul of the departed brother or sister to keep far away from the village and to do no harm to the people. Sacrifices are even offered to the souls of animals, such as dogs and pigs, to prevent them from coming back and working mischief. However, the ghosts of these creatures are not very exacting. A few pieces of sugar cane, a coconut shell, or a taro shoot suffice to content their simple tastes and to keep them quiet. Amongst the spirits to whom the people pay a sort of worship there is one named Mate, who seems to be closely akin to Balaam, a spirit about whom we shall hear more among the Yabam further to the east. However, not very much is known about Mate. His worship, if it can be called so, flourishes chiefly among the inland tribes, of whom the coast people stand so much in awe that they dare not speak freely on the subject of this mysterious being. Some of them indeed are bold enough to whisper that there is no such being as Mate at all, and that the whole thing is a cheat devised by sly rogues for the purpose of appropriating a larger share of roast pork at their religious feasts, from which women are excluded. Whatever may be thought of these skeptical views, it appears to be certain that the name of Mate is also bestowed on a number of spirits who disport themselves by day in open grassy places, while they retire by night to the deep shades of the forest, and the majority of these spirits are thought to be the souls of ancestors or of the recently departed. Again, there is another class of spirits called nigh, who unlike all other spirits are on friendly terms with men. These are the souls of dead villagers, who died far away from home. They warn people of danger and very obligingly notify them of the coming of trading steamers. When a man dies in a foreign land, his soul appears as a nigh to his sorrowing relatives and announces his sad fate to them. He does so always at night. When the men are gathered round the fire on the open square of the village, the ghost climbs the platform which usually serves for public meetings and banquets, and from this coign of vantage, plunged in the deep shadow, he lifts up his voice and delivers his message of warning, news, or prediction, as the case may be. 396 The Creator Nemunimu. Sickness and death often regarded as the effects of sorcery. However, ghosts of the dead are not the only spiritual beings with whom these people are acquainted. They know of a much higher being, of the name of Nemunimu, endowed with superhuman power, who made the heaven and the earth with the assistance of two brothers. The elder brother constructed the mainland of New Guinea, while the younger fashioned the islands and the sea. When the natives first saw a steamer on the horizon they thought it was Nemunimu's ship, and the smoke at the funnel they took to be the tobacco smoke which he puffed to beguile the tedium of the voyage. 397 They are also great believers in magic and witchcraft, and cases of sickness and death, which are not attributed to the malignity of ghosts and spirits, are almost invariably set down to the machinations of sorcerers. Only the deaths of decrepit old folks are regarded as natural. When a man has died, and his death is believed to have been caused by magic, the people resort to divination in order to discover the wicked magician who has perpetrated the crime. For this purpose they place the corpse on a bier, cover it with a mat, and set it on the shoulders of 4 men, while a 5th man taps lightly with an arrow on the mat and inquires of the departed whether such and such a village has bewitched him to death. If the bier remains still, it means no. But if it rocks backward and forward, it means yes, and the avengers of blood must seek their victim, the guilty sorcerer, in that village. The answer is believed to be given by the dead man's ghost, who stirs his body at the moment when his murderer's village is named. It is useless for the inhabitants of that village to disclaim all knowledge of the sickness and death of the deceased. The people repose implicit faith in this form of divination. His soul itself told us, they say, and surely he ought to know. Another form of divination which they employ for the same purpose is to put the question to the ghost, while 2 men hold a bough which belong to him and to which some personal articles of his are attached. The answer is again yes or no according as the bough moves or is still. 398 Funeral and Mourning Customs. When the author of the death has been discovered in one way or another, the corpse is decked with all the ornaments that can be collected from the relatives and prepared for burial. A shallow grave is dug under the house and lined with mats. Then the body is lowered into the grave, one of the sextons strikes up a lament, and the shrill voices of the women in the house join in the melancholy strain. When he lies in his narrow bed, the ornaments are removed from his person, but some of his tools, weapons, and other belongings are buried with him, no doubt for his use in the life hereafter. The funeral celebration, in which the whole village commonly takes part, lasts several days and consists in the bringing of offerings to the dead and the abstinence from all labor in the fields. Yams are brought from the field of the departed and cooked. A small pot filled with yams and a vessel of water are placed on the grave. The rest of the provisions is consumed by the mourners. The next of kin, especially the widow or widower, remain for about a week at the grave, watching day and night, lest the body should be dug up and devoured by a certain foul fiend with huge wings and long claws, who battens on corpses. The mourning costume of men consists in smearing the face with black and wearing a cord round the neck and a netted cap on the head. Instead of such a cap, a woman in mourning wraps herself in a large net and a great apron of grass. While the other ensigns of woe are soon discarded or disappear, the cord about the neck is worn for a longer time, generally till next harvest. The sacrifice of a pig brings the period of mourning to an end, and after it the cord may be laid aside. If anyone were so hard-hearted as not to wear that badge of sorrow, the people believed that the angry ghost would come back and fetch him away. He would die. 399 Thus among these savages the mourning costume is regarded as a protection against the dangerous ghost of the departed. It soothes his wounded feelings and prevents him from making raids on the living. Fate of the souls of the dead. As to the place to which the souls of the dead repair and the fate that awaits them there, very vague and contradictory ideas prevail among the natives of this district. Some say that the ghosts go eastward to Bukawa on Huon Gulf and there lead a shadowy life very like their life on earth. Others think that the spirits hover near the village where they lived in the flesh. Others again are of opinion that they transmigrate into animals and prolong their life in one or other of the bodies of the lower creatures. 400 The Yabam and Bukawa tribes. Leaving Cape King William, we pass eastward along the coast of German New Guinea and come to Finch Harbour. From a point some miles to the north of Finch Harbour as far as Samoa Harbour on Huon Gulf, the coast is inhabited by two kindred tribes, the Yabam and the Bukawa, who speak a Melanesian language. I shall deal first with the Yabam tribe, whose customs and beliefs have been described for us with a fair degree of fullness by two German missionaries, Mr. Conrad Vetter and Mr. Heinrich Zahn. For 01 The following account is based chiefly on the writings of Mr. Vetter, whose mission station is at the village of Simbang. Material and artistic culture of the Yabam. Like the other natives of New Guinea, the Yabam build permanent houses, live in settled villages, and till the ground. Every year they make a fresh clearing in the forest by cutting down the trees, burning the fallen timber, and planting taro, bananas, sugarcane, and tobacco in the open glade. When the crops have been reaped, the place is abandoned, and is soon overgrown again by the rank tropical vegetation, while the natives move on to another patch, which they clear and cultivate in like manner. This rude mode of tillage is commonly practiced by many savages, especially within the tropics. Cultivation of this sort is migratory, and in some places, though apparently not in New Guinea, the people shift their habitations with their fields as they move on from one part of the forest to another. Among the Yabam, the labor of clearing a patch for cultivation is performed by all the men of a village in common, but when the great trees have fallen with a crash to the ground, and the trunks, branches, foliage, and underwood have been burnt, with a roar of flames and a crackling like a rolling fire of musketry, each family appropriates a portion of the clearing for its own use and marks off its boundaries with sticks. But they also subsist in part by fishing, and for this purpose they build outrigger canoes. They display considerable skill and taste in woodcarving, and are fond of ornamenting their houses, canoes, paddles, tools, spears, and drums with figures of crocodiles, fish, and other patterns. 402 Men's clubhouses, Lum. The villages are divided into wards, and every ward contains its clubhouse for men, called a lum, in which young men and lads are obliged to pass the night. It consists of a bedroom above and a parlor with fireplaces below. In the parlor the grown men pass their leisure hours during the day, and here the councils are held. The wives cook the food at home and bring it for their husbands to the clubhouse. The bull roarers which are used at the initiatory ceremonies are kept in the principal clubhouse of the village. Such a clubhouse serves as an asylum. Men fleeing from the avenger of blood who escape into it are safe. It is said that the spirit, Balaam, has swallowed or concealed them. But if they steal out of it and attempt to make their way to another village, they carry their life in their hand. For 03 among the Yabam, according to Mr. Zahn, religion in the proper sense does not exist, but on the other hand the whole people is dominated by the fear of witchcraft and of the spirits of the dead. For the following is the account which Mr. Vetter gives of the beliefs and customs of these people concerning the departed. Beliefs of the Yabam concerning the state of the dead. The ghostly fairy. They do not believe that death is the end of all things for the individual. They think that his soul survives and becomes a spirit or ghost, which they call a Balam. The life of human spirits in the other world is a shadowy continuation of the life on earth, and as such it has little attraction for the mind of the Papuan. Of heaven and hell, a place of reward and a place of punishment for the souls of the good and bad respectively, he has no idea. However, his world of the dead is to some extent divided into compartments. In one of them reside the ghosts of people who have been slain, in another the ghosts of people who have been hanged, and in a third the ghosts of people who have been devoured by a shark or a crocodile. How many more compartments there may be for the accommodation of the souls, we are not told. The place is in one of the islands of Siasi. No living man has ever set foot in the island, for smoke and mist hang over it perpetually, but from out the mist you may hear the sound of the barking of dogs, the grunting of swine, and the crowing of cocks, which seems to shew that in the opinion of these people animals have immortal souls as well as men. The natives of the Siasi Islands say that the newly arrived ghosts may often be seen strolling on the beach. Sometimes the people can even recognize the familiar features of friends with whom they did business in the flesh. The mode in which the spirits of the dead arrive at their destination from the mainland is naturally by a ferry. Indeed, the prow of the ghostly ferry boat may be seen to this day in the village of Bogisang. The way in which it came to be found there was this. A man of the village lay dying, and on his deathbed he promised to give his friends a sign of his continued existence after death by appearing as a ghost in their midst. Only he stipulated that in order to enable him to do so they would place a stone club in the hand of his corpse. This was done. He died, the club was placed in his cold hand, and his sorrowing but hopeful relations awaited results. They had not very long to wait. For no sooner had the ghost, armed with the stone club, stepped down to the seashore than he called imperiously for the ferry boat. It soon hove in sight, with the ghostly ferryman in it paddling to the beach to receive the passenger. But when the prow grated on the pebbles, the artful ghost, instead of stepping into it as he should have done, lunged out at it with the stone club so forcibly that he broke the prow clean off. In a rage the ferryman roared out to him, "I won't put you across. You and your people shall be kangaroos." The ghost had gained his point. He turned back from the ferry and brought to his friends as a trophy the prow of the ghostly canoe, which is treasured in the village to this day. I should add that the prow in question bears a suspicious resemblance to a powder horn which has been floating about for some time in the water, but no doubt this resemblance is purely fortuitous and without any deep significance. Transmigration of human souls into animals. From this veracious narrative we gather that sometimes the souls of the dead, instead of going away to the spirit land, transmigrate into the bodies of animals. The case of the kangaroos is not singular. In the village of Simbang Mr. Vetter knows two families, of whom the ghosts pass at death into the carcasses of crocodiles and a species of fabulous pigs respectively. Hence members of the one family are careful not to injure crocodiles, lest the souls of their dead should chance to be lodged in the reptiles, and the members of the other family would be equally careful not to hurt the fabulous pigs if ever they fell in with them. However, the crocodile people, not to be behind their neighbors, assert that after death their spirits can also roam about the wood as ghosts and go to the spirit land. In explanation they say that every human being has two souls, one of them is his reflection on the water, the other is his shadow on the land. No doubt it is the water soul which goes to the island of Siasi, while the land soul is free to occupy the body of a crocodile, a kangaroo, or some other animal. 405 Return of the Ghosts. But even when the ghosts have departed to their island home, they are by no means strictly confined to it. They can return, especially at night, to roam about the woods and the villages, and the living are very much afraid of them, for the ghosts delight in doing mischief. It is especially in the first few days after a death that the ghost is an object of terror, for he is then still loitering about the village. During these days everybody is afraid to go alone into the forest for fear of meeting him, and if a dog or a pig strays in the wood and is lost, the people make sure that the ghost has made off with the animal, and the aggrieved owners roundly abuse the sorrowing family, telling them that their old father or mother, as the case may be, is no better than a thief. They are also very unwilling to mention the names of dead persons, imagining that with a ghost to hear his name pronounced he might fancy he was being called for and might accordingly suspend his habitual occupation of munching sour fruits in the forest to come and trouble the living. Offerings to ghosts. Hence, in order to keep the short-tempered ghost in good humor by satisfying his wants, lest he should think himself neglected and wreak his vexation on the survivors, the people go away fishing after a death, or they kill a pig or a dog, sometimes also they cut down a fruit tree. But it is only the souls of the animals which are destined for the consumption of the ghost, their bodies are roasted and eaten by the living. On a grave you may sometimes see a small basket suspended from a stick, but if you look into it you will find nothing but a little soot and some fish scales, which is all that remains of the fried fish. Ghosts provided with fire. The Yabam also imagine that the ghost has need of fire to guide him to the door of the man who has done him to death by sorcery. Accordingly, they provide the spirit with this necessary as follows. On the evening of the day on which the body has been buried, they kindle a fire on a potsherd and heap dry leaves on it. As they do so, they mention the names of all the sorcerers they can think of, and he at whose name the smoldering leaves burst into a bright flame is the one who has done the deed. Having thus ascertained the true cause of death, beyond reach of cavil, they proceed to light up the ghost to the door of his murderer. For this purpose a procession is formed. A man, holding the smoldering fire in the potsherd with one hand and a bundle of straw with the other, leads the way. He is followed by another who draws droning notes from a water bottle of the deceased, which he finally smashes. After these two march a number of young fellows who make a plumping sound by smacking their thighs with the hollow of their hands. This solemn procession wends its way to a path in the neighboring forest. By this time the shades of night have fallen. The fire-bearer now sets the fire on the ground and calls on the ghost to come and take it. They firmly believe that he does so and that having got it he hies away to cast the glowing embers down at the door of the man who has done him to death. They even fancy they see the flickering light carried by the invisible hand retreating through the shadows into the depth of the forest, and in order to follow it with their eyes they will sometimes climb tall trees or launch a canoe and put out to sea, gazing intently at the glimmering ray till it vanishes from their sight in the darkness. Perhaps the gleam of fireflies, which abound in these tropical forests, or the flashing of a meteor, as it silently drops from the starry heaven into the sea, may serve to feed this superstitious fancy. 406 Ghosts thought to help in the cultivation of the land. But the spirits of the dead are supposed to be able to help as well as harm the living. Good crops and a successful hunt are attributed to their influence. It is especially the spirits of the ancient owners of the land who are credited with the power of promoting the growth of the crops. Hence, when a clearing has been made in the forest and planted with taro, and the plants are shewing a good head of leaves, preparations are made to feast the ghosts of the people to whom the land belonged in days gone by. For this purpose a sago palm is cut down, sago porridge made, and a wild boar killed. Then the men arrayed in all their finery march out in solemn procession by day to the taro field, and the leader invites the spirits in a loud voice to come to the village and partake of the sago porridge and pork that have been made ready for them. But the invisible guests content themselves as usual with snuffing up the fragrant smell of the roast pork and the steam of the porridge. The substance of these dainties is consumed by the living. Yet the help which the ghosts give in the cultivation of the land would seem to be conceived as a purely negative one. The offerings are made to them for the purpose of inducing them to keep away and not injure the growing crops. It is also believed that the ghosts of the dead make communications to the living in dreams or by whistling, and even that they can bring things to their friends and relations. But on the whole, Mr. Vetter tells us, the dominant attitude of the living to the dead is one of fear. The power of the ghosts is oftener exerted for evil than for good. 407 The ghost of a murdered man in particular is dreaded, because he is believed to haunt his murderer and to do him a mischief. Hence they drive away such a dangerous ghost with shouts and the beating of drums, and by way of facilitating his departure they launch a model of a canoe, laden with taro and tobacco, in order to transport him with all comfort to the land of souls. 408 Burial and mourning customs among the Yabam. Among the Yabam the dead are usually buried in shallow graves close to the houses where they died. Some trifles are laid with the body in the grave, in order that the dead man or woman may have the use of them in the other world. But any valuables that may be deposited with the corpse are afterwards dug up and appropriated by the survivors. If the deceased was the householder himself or his wife, the house is almost always deserted, however solidly it may be built. The reason for thus abandoning so valuable a piece of property is not mentioned, but we may assume that the motive is a fear of the ghost, who is supposed to haunt his old home. A temporary hut is built on the grave, and in it the family of the deceased take up their abode for 6 weeks or more. Here they cook, eat, and sleep. A widower sits in a secluded corner by himself, invisible to all and unwashed. During the period of full mourning he may not shew himself in the village. When he does come forth again, he wears a mourning hat made of bark in the shape of a cylinder without crown or brim. A widow wears a great ugly net, which wraps her up almost completely from the head to the knees. Sometimes in memory of the deceased they wear a lock of his hair or a bracelet. Other relations wear cords round their necks in sign of mourning. The period of mourning varies greatly, it may last for months or even years. Sometimes the bodies of beloved children or persons who have been much respected are not buried but tied up in bundles and set up in a house until the flesh has quite mouldered away. Then the skull and the bones of the arms and legs are anointed, painted red, and preserved for a time. Mr. Vedder records the case of a chief whose corpse was thus preserved in the assembly house of the village, after it had been dried over a fire. When it had been reduced to a mummy, the skull and the arm bones and leg bones were detached, oiled, and reddened, and then kept for some years in the house of the chief's eldest son, till finally they were deposited in the grave of a kinsman. In some of the inland villages of this part of New Guinea, the widow is sometimes throttled by her relations at the death of her husband, in order that she may accompany him to the other world. 409 deaths attributed by the Yabam to sorcery. The Yabam believe that except in the case of very old people every death is caused by sorcery, hence when anybody has departed this life, his relations make haste to discover the wicked sorcerer who has killed their kinsman. For that purpose they have recourse to various forms of divination. One of them has been already described, but they have others. For example, they put a powder like sulfur in a piece of bamboo tube and kindle a fire under it. Then an old man takes a bull roarer and taps with it on the bamboo tube, naming all the sorcerers in the neighboring villages. He at the mention of whose name the fire catches the powder and blazes up is the guilty man. Another way of detecting the culprit is to attach the feather of a bird of paradise to a staff and give the staff to 2 men to hold upright between the palms of their right hands. Then somebody names the sorcerers, and he at whose name the staff turns round and the feather points downwards is the one who caused the death. When the avengers of blood, wrought up to a high pitch of fury, fall in with the family of the imaginary criminal, they may put the whole of them to death lest the sons should afterwards avenge their father's murder by the black art. Sometimes a dangerous and dreaded sorcerer will be put out of the way with the connivance of the chief of his own village, and after a few days the murderers will boldly shew themselves in the village where the crime was perpetrated and will reassure the rest of the people, saying, "Be still. The wicked man has been taken off. No harm will befall you." 410 Bull Roarers, Balaam. Initiation of young men. It is very significant that the word Balaam, which means a ghost, is applied by the Yabam to the instrument now generally known among anthropologists as a bull roarer. It is a small fish-shaped piece of wood which, being tied to a string and whirled rapidly round, produces a humming or booming sound like the roaring of a bull or the muttering of distant thunder. Instruments of this sort are employed by savages in many parts of the world at their mysteries. The weird sound which the implement makes when swung is supposed by the ignorant and uninitiated to be the voice of a spirit and serves to impress them with a sense of awe and mystery. So it is with the Papuans about Finch Harbor, with whom we are at present concerned. At least one such bull roarer is kept in the lum or bachelor's clubhouse of every village, and the women and uninitiated boys are forbidden to see it under pain of death. The instrument plays a great part in the initiation of young men, which takes place at intervals of several years, when there are a number of youths ready to be initiated, and enough pigs can be procured to furnish forth the feasts which form an indispensable part of the ceremony. The principal initiatory rite consists of circumcision, which is performed on all youths before they are admitted to the rank of full-grown men. The age of the candidates varies considerably, from 4 years up to 20. Many are married before they are initiated. The operation is performed in the forest, and the procession of the youths to the place appointed is attended by a number of men swinging bull roarers. As the procession sets out, the women look on from a distance, weeping and howling, for they are taught to believe that the lads, their sons and brothers, are about to be swallowed up by a monster called a Balaam or ghost, who will only release them from his belly on condition of receiving a sufficient number of roast pigs. How, then, can the poor women be sure that they will ever see their dear ones again? So amid the noise of weeping and wailing the procession passes into the forest, and the booming sound of the bull roarers dies away in the distance. The rite of circumcision, the lads supposed to be swallowed by a monster, Balaam. The sacred flutes. The place where the operation is performed on the lads is a long hut, about 100 feet in length, which diminishes in height towards the rear. This represents the belly of the monster which is to swallow up the candidates. To keep up the delusion, a pair of great eyes are painted over the entrance, and above them the projecting roots of a beetle palm represent the monster's hair, while the trunk of the tree passes for his backbone. As the awestruck lads approach this imposing creature, he is heard from time to time to utter a growl. The growl is in fact no other than the humming note of bull roarers swung by men, who are concealed within the edifice. When the procession has come to a halt in front of the artificial monster, a loud defiant blast blown on shell trumpets summons him to stand forth. The reply follows in the shape of another muffled roar of the bull roarers from within the building. At the sound the men say that Balaam is coming up, and they raise a shrill song like a scream and sacrifice pigs to the monster in order to induce him to spare the lives of the candidates. When the operation has been performed on the lads, they must remain in strict seclusion for 3 or 4 months, avoiding all contact with women and even the sight of them. They live in the long hut, which represents the monster's belly, and their food is brought them by elder men. Their leisure time is spent in weaving baskets and playing on certain sacred flutes, which are never used except at such seasons. The instruments are of 2 patterns. One is called the male and the other the female, and they are supposed to be married to each other. No woman may see these mysterious flutes; if she did she would die. Even if she hears their shrill note in the distance, she will hasten to hide herself in a thicket. When the initiatory ceremonies are over, the flutes are carefully kept in the men's clubhouse of the village till the next time they are wanted for a similar occasion. On the other hand, if the women are obliged to go near the place where the lads are living in seclusion, they beat on certain bamboo drums in order to warn them to keep out of the way. Sometimes, though perhaps rarely, one of the lads dies under the operation. In that case the men explain his disappearance to the women by saying that the monster has a pig's stomach as well as a human stomach, and that unfortunately the deceased young man slipped by mistake into the wrong stomach and so perished miserably. But as a rule the candidates pass into the right stomach, and after a sufficient period has been allowed for digestion, they come forth safe and sound, the monster having kindly consented to let them go free in consideration of the roast pigs which have been offered to him by the men. Indeed, he is not very exacting, for he contents himself with devouring the souls of the pigs, while he leaves their bodies to be consumed by his worshippers. This is a kindly and considerate way of dealing with sacrifice, which our New Guinea ghost or monster shares with many deities of much higher social pretensions. However, lest he should prove refractory and perhaps run away with the poor young men in his inside, or possibly make a dart at any women or children who might be passing, the men take the precaution of tying him down tight with ropes. When the time of seclusion is up, one of the last acts in the long series of ceremonies is to cast off the ropes and let the monster go free. He avails himself of his liberty to return to his subterranean abode, and the young men are brought back to the village with much solemnity. The return of the novices to the village. An eyewitness has described the ceremony. The lads, now ranking as full-grown men, were first bathed in the sea and then elaborately decorated with paint and so forth. In marching back to the village they had to keep their eyes tightly shut, and each of them was led by a man who acted as a kind of godfather. As the procession moved on, an old bald-headed man touched each boy solemnly on the chin and brow with a bull roarer. In the village preparations for a banquet had meanwhile been made, and the women and girls were waiting in festal attire. The women were much moved at the return of the lads; they sobbed and tears of joy ran down their cheeks. Arrived in the village, the newly initiated lads were drawn up in a row and fresh palm leaves were spread in front of them. Here they stood with closed eyes, motionless as statues. Then a man passed behind them, touching each of them in the hams with the handle of an axe and saying, "O circumcised one, sit down." But still the lads remained standing, stiff and motionless. Not till another man had knocked repeatedly on the ground with the stalk of a palm leaf, crying, "O circumcised ones, open your eyes," did the youths, one after another, open their eyes as if awaking from a profound stupor. Then they sat down on the mats and partook of the food brought them by the men. Young and old now ate in the open air. Next morning the circumcised lads were bathed in the sea and painted red instead of white. After that they might talk to women. This was the end of the ceremony. For 11 the essence of the initiatory rite seems to be a simulation of death and resurrection. The novice is supposed to be killed and to come to life or be born again. The new birth among the Akikuyu of British East Africa. The meaning of these curious ceremonies observed on the return of the lads to the village is not explained by the writer who describes them, but the analogy of similar ceremonies observed at initiation by many other races allows us to divine it with a fair degree of probability. As I have already observed in a former lecture, the ceremony of initiation at puberty is very often regarded as a process of death and resurrection. The candidate is supposed to die or to be killed and to come to life again or be born again, and the pretense of a new birth is not uncommonly kept up by the novices, feigning to have forgotten all the most common actions of life and having accordingly to learn them all over again like newborn babes. We may conjecture that this is why the young circumcised Papuans, with whom we are at present concerned, march back to their village with closed eyes. This is why, when bidden to sit down, they remain standing stiffly, as if they understood neither the command nor the action, and this, too, we may surmise, is why their mothers and sisters receive them with a burst of emotion, as if their dead had come back to them from the grave. This interpretation of the ceremony is confirmed by a curious rite which is observed by the Akikuyu of British East Africa. Amongst them, every boy or girl at or about the age of 10 years has solemnly to pretend to be born again, not in a moral or religious, but in a physical sense. The mother of the child, or, if she is dead, some other woman, goes through an actual pantomime of bringing forth the boy or girl. I will spare you the details of the pantomime, which is very graphic, and will merely mention that the bouncing infant squalls like a newborn babe. Now, this ceremony of the new birth was formerly enacted among the Akikuyu at the rite of circumcision, though the two ceremonies are now kept distinct. For 12 hence it is not very rash to conjecture that the ceremony performed by the young Papuans of Finch Harbour on their return to the village after undergoing circumcision is merely a way of keeping up the pretense of being born again and of being therefore as ignorant and helpless as babes. The mock death of the novices as a preliminary to the mock birth. But if the end of the initiation is a mock resurrection, or rather new birth, as it certainly seems to be, we may infer with some confidence that the first part of it, namely the act of circumcision, is a mock death. This is borne out by the explicit statement of a very good authority, Mr. Vetter, that the circumcision is designated as a process of being swallowed by the spirit, out of whose stomach, represented by a long hut, the release must take place by means of a sacrifice of pigs, for 13, and it is further confirmed by the observation that both the spirit which is supposed to operate on the lads, and the bull roarer, which apparently represents his voice, are known by the name of Balam, which means the ghost or spirit of a dead person. Similarly, among the Tujari or Kaya, a large Papuan tribe on the south coast of Dutch New Guinea, the name of the bull roarer, which they call Sazam, is given to a mythical giant, who is supposed to appear every year with the southeast monsoon. When he comes, a festival is held in his honor and bull roarers are swung. Boys are presented to the giant, and he kills them, but brings them to life again. For 14, thus the initiatory rite of circumcision, to which all lads have to submit among the Yabam, seems to be closely bound up with their conception of death and with their belief in a life after death, since the whole ceremony apparently consists in a simulation of dying and coming to life again. That is why I have touched upon these initiatory rites, which at first sight might appear to have no connection with our immediate subject, the belief in immortality and the worship of the dead. General summary as to the Yabam. On the whole, we may say that the Yabam have a very firm and practical belief in a life after death, and that while their attitude to the spirits of the departed is generally one of fear, they nevertheless look to these spirits also for information and help on various occasions. Thus their beliefs and practices contain at least in germ the elements of a worship of the dead. Footnote 394, Return, Stolz, Die Umgebung von Kapkönig Wilhelm, in Art Neuhauses Deutsch New Guinea, Berlin, 1911, 3. 243 to 286, footnote 395, Return, Stolz, opposite pages 252 to 254. Footnote 396, Return, Stolz, opposite pages 245 to 247. Footnote 397, Return, Stolz, opposite pages 247 square. Footnote 398, Return, Stolz, opposite pages 248 to 250. Footnote 399, Return, Stolz, opposite page 258. Footnote 400, Return, Stolz, opposite page 259. Footnote 401, Return, Kate Vetter, in Kalm Hariber und Hilf UNS. Oder die Arbeiter neuen Detelsauermission, numbers 1 to 4, Barman, 1898, ID. In Nachrichten über Kaiser Wilhelmsland, 1897, pages 86 to 102, ID. In Mitteilungen der Geographischen Gesellschaft zu Jena, 11. Jena, 1892, pages 102 to 106, id. In Mitteilungen der Geographischen Gesellschaft zu Jena, 12. Jena, 1893, pages 95 to 97, Hzon, die Jabem, in our Neuhauses Deutsch New Guinea, 3, Berlin, 1911, pages 287 to 394. Footnote 402, return, Cade Vetter, Com Hariber und Hilf UNS. 2, Barman, 1898, pages 6 to 12. Footnote 403, return, Cade Vetter, opposite 2. 8, Hzon, die Jabem, in our Neuhauses Deutsch New Guinea, 3. 291, 308, 311. Footnote 404, return, Hzon, opposite 3. 291, footnote 405, return, Cade Vetter, Com Hariber und Hilf UNS. 3, 21 square. According to Mr. Hzon, opposite page 324, every village has its own entrance into the spirit land. Footnote 406, return, Cade Vetter, Com Hariber und Hilf UNS. 3, 19 to 24, id. In Mitteilungen der Geographischen Gesellschaft zu Jena, 12. 1893, pages 96 square. Footnote 407, return, Cade Vetter, Com Hariber und Hilf UNS. 2, 7, 3. 24, id. In Nachrichten über Kaiser Wilhelmsland und den Bismarck Archipel, 1897, page 94. Footnote 408, return, Cade Vetter, in Nachrichten über Kaiser Wilhelmsland, 1897, page 94. Footnote 409, return, Cade Vetter, in Nachrichten über Kaiser Wilhelmsland, 1897, pages 94 square, id. Com Hariber und Hilf UNS. 3, 15 to 19. Compare Hzon, die Jabem, in our Neuhauses Deutsch New Guinea, 3. 320 square. Footnote 410, return, H. Zon, die Jabem, in our Neuhauses Deutsch New Guinea, 3. 318 to 320. Footnote 411, return, Cade Vetter, in Nachrichten über Kaiser Wilhelmsland und den Bismarck Archipel, 1897, pages 92 square, id. In Mitteilungen der Geographischen Gesellschaft zu Jena, 11. 1892, page 105, id. Com Hariber und Hilf UNS. 2, 1898, page 18, id. Cited by M. Krieger, New Guinea, pages 167 to 170, Oak Shillong, Das Barlam, Sick, Festergegen Finchhafens, Kaiser Wilmsland, Ian Beitrag zur Kenntnis der Beschneidung der Melanesier, Internationales Archiv für Ethnographie, 2. 1889, pages 145 to 162, Hzon, die Jabem, in our Neuhauses Deutsch New Guinea, 3. 296 to 298, footnote 412, return, W.S. Routledge and K. Routledge, with a prehistoric people, the Akikuyu of British East Africa, London, 1910, pages 151 square. Compare totemism and exogamy, 4. 228, C.W. Hobley, Kikuyu Customs and Beliefs, Journal of the Royal Anthropological Institute, XL. 1910, pages 440 square. Footnote 413, return, Cade Vetter, in Nachrichten über Kaiser Wilhelmsland und den Bismarck Archipel, 1897, page 93. Footnote 414, return, Art Poch, Vierterbericht über mein Reis nach New Guinea, Sitzungsbericht der Mathematisch der Wissenschaftlichen Klasse der Kaiserlichen Akademie der Wissenschaften, Vienna, CXV. 1906, Abteilung 1, pages 901, 902. Lecture 12, The Belief in Immortality Among the Natives of German New Guinea, continued, the Bukawa of German New Guinea. In the last lecture I described the beliefs and practices concerning the dead as they are to be found among the Yabam of German New Guinea. Today we begin with the Bukawa, a kindred and neighboring tribe, which occupies the coastlands of the northern portion of Huon Gulf from Scalenbruch Point to Samoa Harbor. The language which the Bukawa speak belongs, like the language of the Yabam, to the Melanesian, not to the Papuan family. Their customs and beliefs have been reported by a German missionary, Mr. Stefan Lehner, whose account I follow. For 15 in many respects they closely resemble those of their neighbors the Yabam. Means of subsistence of the Bukawa. Men's clubhouses. The Bukawa are an agricultural people who subsist mainly on the crops of taro which they raise. But they also cultivate many kinds of bananas and vegetables, together with sugarcane, sago, and tobacco. From time to time they cut down and burn the forest in order to obtain fresh fields for cultivation. The land is not held in common. Each family has its own fields and patches of forest, and would resent the intrusion of others on their hereditary domain. Hunting and fishing supply them with animal food to eke out the vegetable nourishment which they draw from their fields and plantations. For 16 every village contains one or more of the men's clubhouses which are a common feature in the social life of the tribes on this coast. In these clubhouses the young men are obliged to sleep, and on the platforms in front of them the older men hold their councils. Such a clubhouse is called a lum. 417 Beliefs of the Bukawa concerning the souls of the dead. Sickness and disease attributed to ghostly agency. The Bukawa have a firm belief in the existence of the human soul after death. They think that a man's soul can even quit his body temporarily in his lifetime during sleep or a swoon, and that in its disembodied state it can appear to people at a distance, but such apparitions are regarded as omens of approaching death, when the soul will depart for good and all. The soul of a dead man is called a balam. The spirits of the departed are believed to be generally mischievous and spiteful to the living, but they can be appeased by sacrifice, and other measures can be taken to avert their dangerous influence. 418 They are very touchy, and if they imagine that they are not honored enough by their kinsfolk, and that the offerings made to them are insufficient, they will avenge the slight by visiting their disrespectful and stingy relatives with sickness and disease. Among the maladies which the natives ascribe to the anger of ghosts are epilepsy, fainting fits, and wasting decline. For 19 When a man suffers from a sore which he believes to have been inflicted on him by a ghost, he will take a stone from the fence of the grave and heat it in the fire, saying, "Father, see, thou hast gone, I am left, I must till the land in thy stead and care for my brothers and sisters. Do me good again." Then he dips the hot stone in a puddle on the grave, and holds his sore in the steam which rises from it. His pain is eased thereby, and he explains the alleviation which he feels by saying, "The spirit of the dead man has eaten up the wound." For 20 Sickness and death often ascribed by the Bukawa to sorcery. But like most savages the Bukawa attribute many illnesses and many deaths not to the wrath of ghosts but to the malignant arts of sorcerers, and in such cases they usually endeavor by means of divination to ascertain the culprit and to avenge the death of their friend by taking the life of his imaginary murderer. 421 If they fail to exact vengeance, the ghost is believed to be very angry, and they must be on their guard against him. He may meet them anywhere, but is especially apt to dog the footsteps of the sorcerer who killed him. Hence when on the occasion of a great feast the sorcerer comes to the village of his victim, the surviving relatives of the dead man are at particular pains to protect themselves and their property against the insidious attacks of the prowling ghost. For this purpose they bury a creeper with white blossoms in the path leading to the village. The ghost is thought to be filled with fear at the sight of it and to turn back, leaving his kinsfolk, their dogs, and pigs in peace. For 22 Fear of the ghosts of the slain. Another class of ghosts who are much dreaded are the spirits of slain foes. They are believed to pursue their slayers to the village and to blind them so that sooner or later they fall an easy prey to their enemies. Hence when a party of warriors has returned home from a successful attack on a village, in which they have butchered all on whom they could lay their hands, they kindle a great fire, dance wildly about it, and hurl burning brands in the direction of the battlefield in order to keep the ghosts of their slaughtered foes at bay. Phosphorescent lights seen under the houses throw the inmates into great alarm, for they are thought to be the souls of the slain. Sometimes the vanquished in battle resort to a curious ruse for the purpose of avenging themselves on the victors by means of a ghost. They take the sleeping mat of one of the slain, roll it up in a bundle along with his loincloth, apron, netted bag, or headrest, and give the bundle to 2 cripples to carry. Then they steal quietly to the landing place of their foes, peering warily about lest they should be observed. The bundle represents the dead man, and the cripples who carry it reel to and fro, and finally sink to the ground with their burden. In this way the ghost of the victim, whose things are carried in the bundle, is supposed to make their enemies weak and tottery. Strong young men are not given the bundle to carry, lest the ghost should spoil their manly figures, whereas if he should wound or maim a couple of poor cripples, no great harm is done. 423 Ghosts of ancestors appealed to for help, especially in the cultivation of the ground. First fruits offered to the spirits of the dead. However, the Bukawa also look on the ghosts of their ancestors in a more amiable light as beings who, if properly appealed to, can and will help them in the affairs of life, especially by procuring for them good crops. Hence, when they are planting their fields, which are formed in clearings of the forest, they take particular care to insert shoots of all their crops in the ground near the tree stumps which remain standing, because the souls of their dead grandfathers and great-grandfathers are believed to be sitting on the stumps watching their descendants at their work. Accordingly, in the act of planting, they call out the names of these forefathers and pray them to guard the field in order that their living children may have food and not suffer from hunger. And at harvest, when the first fruits of the taro, bananas, sugarcane, and so forth have been brought back from the fields, a portion of them is offered in a bowl to the spirits of the forefathers in the house of the landowner, and the spirits are addressed in prayer as follows: O ye who have guarded our field as we prayed you to do, there is something for you, now and henceforth behold us with favor. While the family are feasting on the rest of the first fruits, the householder will surreptitiously stir the offerings in the bowl with his finger, and will then shew the bowl to the others as a proof that the souls of the dead have really partaken of the good things provided for them. For 24, a hunter will also pray to his dead father to drive the wild pigs into his net. For 25, burial and mourning customs of the Bukawa. The Bukawa bury their dead in shallow graves, which are sometimes dug under the houses but more usually in front of or beside them. Along with the corpses are deposited bags of taro, nuts, drinking vessels, and other articles of daily use. Only the stone axes are too valuable to be thus sacrificed. Over the grave is erected a rude hut in which the widower, if the deceased was a married woman, remains for a time in seclusion. A widow on the death of her husband remains in the house. Widow and widower may not shew themselves in public until they have prepared their mourning costume. The widower wears a black hat made of bark, cords round his neck, wicker work on his arms and feet, and a torn old bracelet of his wife and a bag on his breast. A widow is completely swathed in nets, one over the other, and she carries about with her the loincloth of her deceased husband. The souls of the dead dwell in a subterranean region called Lambone, and their life there seems to resemble life here on earth, but the ideas of the people on the subject are very vague. 426, initiation of young men among the Bukawa. Lads at circumcision supposed to be swallowed by a monster. The customs and beliefs of the Bukawa in regard to the initiation of young men are practically identical with those of their neighbors the Yabam. Indeed, the initiatory ceremonies are performed by the tribes jointly, now in the territory of the Bukawa, now in the territory of the Yabam, or in the land of the Kai, a tribe of mountaineers, or again in the neighboring Tami Islands. The intervals between the ceremonies vary from 10 to 18 years. For 27, the central feature of the initiatory rites is the circumcision of the novices. It is given out that the lads are swallowed by a ferocious monster called a Balam, who, however, is induced by the sacrifice of many pigs to vomit them up again. In spewing them out of his maw, he bites or scratches them, and the wound so inflicted is circumcision. This explanation of the rite is fobbed off on the women, who more or less believe it and weep accordingly when their sons are led away to be committed to the monster's jaws. And when the time for the ceremony is approaching, the fond mothers busy themselves with rearing and fattening young pigs, so that they may be able with them to redeem their loved ones from the belly of the ravenous beast, for he must have a pig for every boy. When a lad bleeds to death from the effect of the operation, he is secretly buried, and his sorrowful mother is told that the monster swallowed him and refused to bring him up again. What really happens is that the youths are shut up for several months in a house specially built for the purpose in the village. During their seclusion they are under the charge of guardians, usually 2 young men, and must observe strictly a rule of fasting and chastity. When they are judged to be ready to undergo the rite, they are led forth and circumcised in front of the house amid a prodigious uproar made by the swinging of bull roarers. The noise is supposed to be the voice of the monster who swallows and vomits up the novice at circumcision. The bull roarer as well as the monster bears the name of Balam, and the building in which the novices are lodged before and after the operation is called the monster's house, Balumslam. After they have been circumcised, the lads remain in the house for several months till their wounds are healed, then, painted and bedizened with all the ornaments that can be collected, they are brought back and restored to their joyful mothers. Women must vacate the village for a long time while the initiatory ceremonies are being performed. 428 novices at circumcision supposed to be killed and then restored to a new and higher life. The meaning of the whole rite, as I pointed out in dealing with the similar initiatory rite of the Yabam, appears to be that the novices are killed and then restored to a new and better life, for after their initiation they rank no longer as boys but as full-grown men, entitled to all the privileges of manhood and citizenship, if we can speak of such a thing as citizenship among the savages of New Guinea. This interpretation of the rite is supported by the notable fact that the Bukawa, like the Yabam, give the name of Balam to the souls of the dead as well as to the mythical monster and to the bull roarer. This shows how intimately the three things are associated in their minds. Indeed, not only is the bull roarer in general associated with the souls of the dead by a community of name, but among the Bukawa each particular bull roarer bears in addition the name of a particular dead man and varies in dignity and importance with the dignity and importance of the deceased person whom it represents. The most venerated of all are curiously carved and have been handed down for generations. They bear the names of famous warriors or magicians of old and are supposed to reproduce the personal peculiarities of the celebrated originals in their shape and tones. And there are smaller bull roarers which emit shriller notes and are thought to represent the shrill-voiced wives of the ancient heroes. For 29, the Kai tribe of Saddle Mountain in German New Guinea. The land of the Kai. Their mode of cultivation. Their villages. The Bukawa and the Yabam, the two tribes with which I have been dealing in this and the last lecture, inhabit, as I have said, the coast about Finch Harbor and speak a Melanesian language. We now pass from them to the consideration of another people, belonging to a different stock and speaking a different language, who inhabit the rugged and densely wooded mountains inland from Finch Harbor. Their neighbors on the coast call these mountaineers by the name of Kai, a word which signifies forest or inland in opposition to the seashore, and this name of the tribe we may adopt, following the example of a German missionary, Mr. C.H. Keyser, who has labored among them for more than 11 years and has given us an excellent description of their customs and beliefs. His account applies particularly to the natives of what is called Saddle Mountain, the part of the range which advances nearest to the coast and rises to the height of about 3,000 feet. It is a rough, broken country, cleft by many ravines and covered with forest, bush, or bamboo thickets, though here and there at rare intervals some brown patches mark the clearings which the sparse inhabitants have made for the purpose of cultivation. Water is plentiful. Springs gush forth everywhere in the glens and valleys, and rushing streams of crystal-clear water pour down the mountainsides, and in the clefts of the hills or lonely tarns, the undisturbed haunts of wild ducks and other waterfowl. During the wet season, which extends from June to August, the rain descends in sheets and the mountains are sometimes covered for weeks together with so thick a mist that all prospect is cut off at the distance of 100 yards. The natives are then loath to leave their huts and will spend the day crouching over a fire. They are a shorter and sturdier race than the tribes on the coast, the expression of their face is less frank and agreeable, and their persons are very much dirtier. They belong to the aboriginal Papuan stock, whereas the Yabam and Bukawa on the coast are probably immigrants from beyond the sea, who have driven the indigenous population back into the mountains. 430 Their staple foods are taro and yams, which they grow in their fields. A field is cultivated for only 1 year at a time, it is then allowed to lie fallow and is soon overgrown with rank underwood. 6 or 8 years may elapse before it is again cleared and brought under cultivation. Game and fish abound in the woods and waters, and the Kai make free use of these natural resources. They keep pigs and dogs, and eat the flesh of both. Pork is indeed a favorite viand, figuring largely in the banquets which are held at the circumcision festivals. For 31 the people live in small villages, each village comprising from 2 to 6 houses. The houses are raised on piles and the walls are usually constructed of pandanus leaves, though many natives now make them of boards. After 18 months or 2 years the houses are so rotten and tumbledown that the village is deserted and a new one built on another site. Assembly houses are erected only for the circumcision ceremonies, and the bull roarers used on these occasions are kept in them. Husband and wife live together, often 2 couples in one hut, but each family has its own side of the house and its own fireplace. In times of insecurity the Kai used to build their huts for safety among the spreading boughs of great trees. A whole village, consisting of 3 or 4 huts, might thus be quartered on a single tree. Of late years, with the peace and protection for life introduced by German rule, these tree houses have gone out of fashion. 432 Observations of a German missionary on the animistic beliefs of the Kai. After describing the manners and customs of the Kai people at some length, the German missionary, who knows them intimately, proceeds to give us a very valuable account of their old native religion or superstition. He prefaces his account with some observations, the fruit of long experience, which deserve to be laid to heart by all who attempt to penetrate into the inner life, the thoughts, the feelings, the motives of savages. As his remarks are very germane to the subject of these lectures, I will translate them. He says, in the preceding chapters one have sketched the daily life of the Kai people. But I have not attempted to set forth the reasons for their conduct, which is often very peculiar and unintelligible. The explanation of that conduct lies in the animistic view which the Papuan takes of the world. It must be most emphatically affirmed that nobody can judge the native aright who has not gained an insight into what we may call his religious opinions. The native must be described as very religious, although his ideas do not coincide with ours. His feelings, thoughts, and will are most intimately connected with his belief in souls. With that belief he is born, he has sucked it in with his mother's milk, and from the standpoint of that belief he regards the things and occurrences that meet him in life. By that belief he regulates his behavior. An objective way of looking at events is unknown to him, everything is brought by him into relation to his belief, and by it he seeks to explain everything that to him seems strange and rare. 433 The labyrinth of animistic customs at first sight presents an appearance of wild confusion to him who seeks to penetrate into them and reduce them to order, but on closer inspection he will soon recognize certain guiding lines. These guiding lines are the laws of animism, which have passed into the flesh and blood of the Papuan and influence his thought and speech, his acts and his omissions, his love and hate, in short his whole life and death. When once we have discovered these laws, the whole of the superstitious nonsense falls into an orderly system which compels us to regard it with a certain respect that increases in proportion to the contempt in which we had previously held the people. We need not wonder, moreover, that the laws of animism partially correspond to general laws of nature, for 34 The essential rationality of the savage. Thus, according to Mr. Keyser, who has no theory to maintain and merely gives us in this passage the result of long personal observation, the Kai savages are thinking, reasoning men, whose conduct, however strange and at first sight unintelligible it may appear to us, is really based on a definite religious or if you please superstitious view of the world. It is true that their theory as well as their practice differs widely from ours, but it would be false and unjust to deny that they have a theory and that on the whole their practice squares with it. Similar testimony is borne to other savage races by men who have lived long among them and observed them closely. 435 And on the strength of such testimony I think we may lay it down as a well-established truth that savages in general, so far as they are known to us, have certain more or less definite theories, whether we call them religious or philosophical, by which they regulate their conduct, and judged by which their acts, however absurd they may seem to the civilized man, are really both rational and intelligible. Hence it is, in my opinion, a profound mistake hastily to conclude that because the behavior of the savage does not agree with our notions of what is reasonable, natural, and proper, it must therefore necessarily be illogical, the result of blind impulse rather than of deliberate thought and calculation. No doubt the savage, like the civilized man, does often act purely on impulse, his passions overmaster his reason, and sweep it away before them. He is probably indeed much more impulsive, much more liable to be whirled about by gusts of emotion than we are, yet it would be unfair to judge his life as a whole by these occasional outbursts rather than by its general tenor, which to those who know him from long observation reveals a groundwork of logic and reason resembling our own in its operations, though differing from ours in the premises from which it sets out. I think it desirable to emphasize the rational basis of savage life because it has been the fashion of late years with some writers to question or rather deny it. According to them, if I understand them aright, the savage acts first and invents his reasons, generally very absurd reasons, for so doing afterwards. Significantly enough, the writers who argue in favor of the essential irrationality of savage conduct have none of them, I believe, any personal acquaintance with savages. Their conclusions are based not on observation but on purely theoretical deductions, a most precarious foundation on which to erect a science of man or indeed of anything. As such, they cannot be weighed in the balance against the positive testimony of many witnesses who have lived for years with the savage and affirm emphatically the logical basis which underlies and explains his seeming vagaries. At all events, I for one have no hesitation in accepting the evidence of such men to matters of fact with which they are acquainted, and I unhesitatingly reject all theories which directly contradict that evidence. If there ever has been any race of men who invariably acted first and thought afterwards, I can only say that in the course of my reading and observation I have never met with any trace of them, and I am apt to suppose that, if they ever existed anywhere but in the imagination of bookish dreamers, their career must have been an exceedingly short one, since in the struggle for existence they would surely succumb to adversaries who tempered and directed the blind fury of combat with at least a modicum of reason and sense. The myth of the illogical or pre-logical savage may safely be relegated to that museum of learned absurdities and abortions which speculative anthropology is constantly enriching with fresh specimens of misapplied ingenuity and wasted industry. But enough of these fantasies. Let us return to facts. The Kai theory of the soul. The life of the Kai people, according to Mr. Keys Sayre, is dominated by their conception of the soul. That conception differs greatly from and is very much more extensive than ours. The Kai regards his reflection and his shadow as his soul or parts of it, hence you should not tread on a man's shadow for fear of injuring his soul. The soul likewise dwells in his heart, for he feels it beating. Hence if you give a native a friendly poke in the ribs, he protests, saying, "Don't poke me so, you might drive my soul out of my body, and then I should die." The soul moreover resides in the eye, where you may see it twinkling. When it departs, the eye grows dim and vacant. Moreover, the soul is in the foot as much as in the head, it lurks even in the spittle and the other bodily excretions. The soul in fact pervades the body just as warmth does. Everything that a man touches he infects, so to say, with his soul. That mysterious entity exists in the very sound of his voice. The sorcerer catches a man's soul by his magic, shuts it up tight, and destroys it. Then the man dies. He dies because the sorcerer has killed his soul. Yet the Kai believes, whether consistently or not, that the soul of the dead man continues to live. He talks to it, he makes offerings to it, he seeks to win its favor in order that he may have luck in the chase, he fears its ill will and anger, he gives it food to eat, liquor to drink, tobacco to smoke, and betel to chew. What could a reasonable ghost ask for more, for 36 two kinds of human souls? Thus, according to Mr. Keys Sayre, whose exposition I am simply reproducing, the Kai believes not in one nor yet in many souls belonging to each individual. He implicitly assumes that there are two different kinds of souls. One of these is the soul which survives the body at death. In all respects it resembles the man himself as he lived on earth, except that it has no body. It is not indeed absolutely incorporeal, but it is greatly shrunken and attenuated by death. That is why the souls of the dead are so angry with the living. They repine at their own degraded condition, they envy the full-blooded life which the living enjoy and which the dead have lost. The second kind of soul is distinguished by Mr. Keys Sayre from the former as a spiritual essence or soul stuff, which pervades the body as sap pervades the tree, and which diffuses itself like corporeal warmth over everything with which the body is brought into contact. 437 In these lectures we are concerned chiefly with the former kind of soul, which is believed to survive the death of the body, and which answers much more nearly than the second to the popular European conception of the soul. Accordingly, in what follows we shall confine our attention mainly to it. Death thought by the Kai to be commonly caused by sorcery. Like many other savages, the Kai do not believe in the possibility of a natural death. They think that everybody dies through the maleficent arts of sorcerers or ghosts. Even in the case of old people, we are told, they assume the cause of death to be sorcery, and to sorcery all misfortunes are ascribed. If a man falls on the path and wounds himself to death, as often happens, on the jagged stump of a bamboo, the natives conclude that he was bewitched. The way in which the sorcerer brought about the catastrophe was this. He obtained some object which was infected with the soul stuff or spiritual essence of his victim, he stuck a pile in the ground, he spread the soul stuff on the pile, then he pretended to wound himself on the pile and to groan with pain. Anybody can see for himself that by a natural and necessary concatenation of causes this compelled the poor fellow to stumble over the jagged bamboo stump and to perish miserably. Again, take the case of a hunter in the forest who is charged and ripped up by a wild boar. On a superficial view of the circumstances it might perhaps occur to you that the cause of death was the boar. But you would assuredly be mistaken. The real cause of death was again a sorcerer, who pounded up the soul stuff of his victim with a boar's tooth. Again, suppose that a man is bitten by a serpent and dies. A shallow rationalist might say that the man died of the bite, but the Kai knows better. He is aware that what really killed him was the sorcerer who took a pinch of his victim's soul and bunged it up tight in a tube along with the sting of a snake. Similarly, if a woman dies in childbed, or if a man hangs himself, the cause of death is still a sorcerer operating with the appropriate means and gestures. Thus, to make a man hang himself, all that the sorcerer has to do is to get a scrap of his victim's soul, and the smallest scrap is quite enough for his purpose. It may be a mere shred or speck of soul adhering to a hair of the man's head, to a drop of his sweat, or to a crumb of his food. I say that the sorcerer need only obtain a tiny little bit of his victim's soul, clap it in a tube, set the tube dangling at the end of a string, and go through a pantomime of gurgling, goggling, and so forth, like a man in the last stage of strangulation, and his victim is thereby physically compelled to put his neck in the noose and hang himself in good earnest. For 38 Danger incurred by the sorcerer. Where these views of sorcery prevail, it is no wonder that the sorcerer is an unpopular character. He naturally therefore shrinks from publicity and hides his somewhat lurid light under a bushel. Not to put too fine a point on it, he carries his life in his hand and may be knocked on the head at any moment without the tedious formality of a trial. Once his professional reputation is established, all the deaths in the neighborhood may be set down at his door. If he gets wind of a plot to assassinate him, he may stave off his doom for a while by soothing the angry passions of his enemies with presents, but sooner or later his fate is sealed. For 39 many hurts and maladies attributed by the Kai to the action of ghosts. In other cases the sickness is traced to witchcraft. Capturing a lost soul. However, the Kai savage is far from attributing all deaths without distinction to sorcerers. For 40 in many hurts and maladies he detects the cold clammy hand of a ghost. If a man, for example, wounds himself in the forest, perhaps in the pursuit of a wild beast, he may imagine that he has been speared or clubbed by a malignant ghost. And when a person falls ill, the first thing to do is naturally to ascertain the cause of the illness in order that it may be treated properly. In all such inquiries, Mr. Keyser tells us, suspicion first falls on the ghosts, they are looked upon as even worse than the sorcerers. For 41 so when a doctor is called in to see a patient, the only question with him is whether the sickness is caused by a sorcerer or a ghost. To decide this nice point he takes a boiled taro over which he has pronounced a charm. This he bites, and if he finds a small stone in the fruit, he decides that ghosts are the cause of the malady, but if on the other hand he detects a minute roll of leaves, he knows that the sufferer is bewitched. In the latter case the obvious remedy is to discover the sorcerer and to induce him, for an adequate consideration, to give up the magic tube in which he has bottled up a portion of the sick man's soul. If, however, the magician turns a deaf ear alike to the voice of pity and the allurement of gain, the resources of the physician are not yet exhausted. He now produces his whip or scourge for souls. This valuable instrument consists, like a common whip, of a handle with a lash attached to it, but what gives it the peculiar qualities which distinguish it from all other whips is a small packet tied to the end of the lash. The packet contains a certain herb, and the sick man and his friends must all touch it in order to impregnate it with the volatile essence of their souls. Armed with this potent implement the doctor goes by night into the depth of the forest, for the darkness of night and the solitude of the woods are necessary for the success of the delicate operation which this good physician of souls has now to perform. Finding himself alone he whistles for the lost soul of the sufferer, and if only the sorcerer by his infernal craft has not yet brought it to death's door, the soul appears at the sound of the whistle, for it is strongly attracted by the soul stuff of its friends in the packet. But the doctor has still to catch it, a feat which is not so easily accomplished as might be supposed. It is now that the whip of souls comes into play. Suddenly the doctor heaves up his arm and lashes out at the truant soul with all his might. If only he hits it, the business is done, the soul is captured, the doctor carries it back to the house in triumph, and restores it to the body of the poor sick man, who necessarily recovers. 442 Extracting ghosts from a sick man. But suppose that the result of the diagnosis is different, and that on mature consideration the doctor should decide that a ghost and not a sorcerer is at the bottom of the mischief. The question then naturally arises whether the sick man has not of late been straying on haunted ground and infected himself with the very dangerous soul stuff or spiritual essence of the dead. If he remembers to have done so, some leaves are fetched from the place in the forest where the mishap occurred, and with them the whole body of the sufferer or the wound, as the case may be, is stroked or brushed down. The healing virtue of this procedure is obvious. The ghosts who are vexing the patient are attracted by the familiar smell of the leaves which come from their old home, and yielding in a moment of weakness to the soft emotions excited by the perfume they creep out of the body of the sick man and into the leaves. Quick as thought the doctor now whisks the leaves away with the ghosts in them, he belabors them with a cudgel, he hangs them up in the smoke, or he throws them into the fire. Such powerful disinfectants have their natural results. If the ghosts are not absolutely destroyed they are at least disarmed, and the sick is made whole. Scraping ghosts from the patient's body. Another equally effective cure for sickness caused by ghosts is this. You take a stout stick, cleave it down the middle so that the two ends remain entire, and give it to 2 men to hold. Then the sick man pokes his head through the cleft, after that you rub him with the stick from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet. In this way you obviously scrape off the blood-sucking ghosts who are clinging like flies or mosquitoes to his person, and having thus transferred them to the cleft stick you throw it away or otherwise destroy it. The cure is now complete, and if the patient does not recover, he cannot reasonably blame the doctor, who has done all that humanly speaking could be done to bring back the bloom of health to the poor sick man. 443 Extravagant demonstrations of grief at the death of a sick man. If, however, the sick man obstinately persists in dying, there is a great uproar in the village. For the fear of his ghost has now fallen like a thunderclap on all the people. His disembodied spirit is believed to be hovering in the air, seeing everything that is done, hearing every word that is spoken, and woe to the unlucky wight who does not display a proper degree of sorrow for the irreparable loss that has just befallen the community. Accordingly, shrieks of despair begin to resound, and crocodile tears to flow in cataracts. The whole population assemble and give themselves up to the most frantic demonstrations of grief. Cries are raised on all sides, "Why must he die? Wherefore did they bewitch him? Those wicked, wicked men! I'll do for them. I'll hew them in pieces. I'll destroy their crops. I'll fell all their palm trees. I'll stick all their pigs. Oh brother, why did you leave me? Oh friend, how can I live without you?" To make good these threats, one man will be seen prancing wildly about and stabbing with a spear at the invisible sorcerers, another catches up a cudgel and at one blow shivers a water pot of the deceased into atoms, or rushes out like one demented and lays a palm tree level with the ground. Some fling themselves prostrate beside the corpse and sob as if their very hearts would break. They take the dead man by the hand, they stroke him, they straighten out the poor feet which are already growing cold. They coo to him softly, they lift up the languid head, and then lay it gently down. Then in a frenzy of grief one of them will leap to his feet, shriek, bellow, stamp on the floor, grapple with the roof beams, shake the walls, as if he would pull the house down, and finally hurl himself on the ground and roll over and over, howling as if his distress was more than he could endure. Another looks wildly about him. He sees a knife. He grasps it. His teeth are set, his mind is made up. "Why did he die?" he cries, "he, my friend, with whom I had all things in common, with whom I ate out of the same dish." Then there is a quick movement of the knife, and down he falls. But he is not dead. He has only slit the flap of one of his ears, and the trickling blood bedabbles his body. Meantime, with the hoarse cries of the men are mingled the weeping and wailing, the shrill screams and lamentations of the women, while above all the din and uproar rises the booming sound of the shell trumpets blown to carry the tidings of death to all the villages in the neighborhood. But gradually the wild tumult dies away into silence. Grief, or the simulation of it, has exhausted itself. The people grow calm, they sit down, they smoke or chew betel, while some engage in the last offices of attention to the dead. 444 Hypocritical character of these demonstrations, which are intended to deceive the ghost. A civilized observer who witnessed such a scene of boisterous lamentation, but did not know the natives well, might naturally set down all these frantic outbursts to genuine sorrow, and might enlarge accordingly on the affectionate nature of savages, who are thus cut to the heart by the death of any one of their acquaintance. But the missionary who knows them better assures us that most of these expressions of mourning and despair are a mere blind to deceive and soothe the dreaded ghost of the deceased into a comfortable persuasion that he is fondly loved and sadly missed by his surviving relatives and friends. This view of the essential hypocrisy of the lamentations is strongly confirmed by the threats which sick people will sometimes utter to their attendants. "If you don't take better care of me," a man will sometimes say, "and if you don't do everything you possibly can to preserve my valuable life, my ghost will serve you out." That is why friends and relations are so punctilious in paying visits of respect and condolence to the sick. Sometimes the last request which a dying man addresses to his kinsfolk is that they will kill this or that sorcerer who has killed him, and he enforces the injunction by threats of the terrible things he will do to them in his disembodied state if they fail to avenge his death on his imaginary murderer. As all the relatives of a dead man stand in fear of his ghost, the body may not be buried until all of them have had an opportunity of paying their respects to it. If, as sometimes happens, a corpse is interred before a relative can arrive from a distance, he will on arrival break out into reproaches and upbraidings against the grave diggers for exposing him to the wrath of the departed spirit. 445 Burial and mourning customs of the Kai. Preservation of the lower jawbone. When all the relations and friends have assembled and testified their sorrow, the body is buried on the second or third day after death. The grave is usually dug under the house and is so shallow that even when it has been closed the stench is often very perceptible. The ornaments which were placed on the body when it was laid out are removed before it is lowered into the grave, and the dead takes his last rest wrapped in a simple leaf mat. Often a dying man expresses a wish not to be buried. In that case his corpse, tightly bandaged, is deposited in a corner of the house, and the products of decomposition are allowed to drain through a tube into the ground. When they have ceased to run, the bundle is opened and the bones taken out and buried, except the lower jawbone, which is preserved, sometimes along with one of the lower arm bones. The lower jawbone reminds the possessor of the duty of blood revenge which he owes to the deceased, and which the dying man may have inculcated on him with his last breath. The lower arm bone brings luck in the chase, especially if the departed relative was a mighty hunter. However, if the hunters have a long run of bad luck, they conclude that the ghost has departed to the underworld and accordingly bury the lower arm bone and the lower jawbone with the rest of the skeleton. The length of the period of mourning is similarly determined by the good or bad fortune of the huntsman. If the ghost provides them with game in abundance for a long time after his death, the days of mourning are proportionally extended, but when the game grows scarce or fails altogether, the mourning comes to an end and the memory of the deceased soon fades away. For 46, the savage is a thoroughly practical man and is not such a fool as to waste his sorrow over a ghost who gives him nothing in return. Nothing for nothing is his principle. His relations to the dead stand on a strictly commercial basis. Mourning costume. Widows strangled to accompany their dead husbands. The mourning costume consists of strings round the neck, bracelets of reed on the arms, and a cylindrical hat of bark on the head. A widow is swathed in nets. The intention of the costume is to signify to the ghost the sympathy which the mourner feels for him in his disembodied state. If the man in his lifetime was wont to crouch shivering over the fire, a little fire will be kept up for a time at the foot of the grave in order to warm his homeless spirit. For 47, the widow or widower has to discharge the disagreeable duty of living day and night for several weeks in a hovel built directly over the grave. Not unfrequently the lot of a widow is much harder. At her own request she is sometimes strangled and buried with her husband in the grave, in order that her soul may accompany his on the journey to the other world. The other relations have no interest in encouraging the woman to sacrifice herself, rather the contrary, but if she insists they fear to balk her, lest they should offend the ghost of her husband, who would punish them in many ways for keeping his wife from him. But even such voluntary sacrifices, if we may believe Mr. C.H. Key Sayre, are dictated rather by a selfish calculation than by an impulse of disinterested affection. He mentions the case of a man named Jabu, both of whose wives chose thus to attend their husband in death. The deceased was an industrious man, a skillful hunter and farmer, who provided his wives with abundance of food. As such men are believed to work hard also in the other world, tilling fields and killing game just as here, the widows thought they could not do better than follow him as fast as possible to the spirit land, since they had no prospect of getting such another husband here on earth. How firmly convinced, adds the missionary admiringly, must these people be of the reality of another world when they sacrifice their earthly existence, not for the sake of a better life hereafter, but merely in order to be no worse off there than they have been on earth. And he adds that this consideration explains why no man ever chooses to be strangled at the death of his wife. The labor market in the better land is apparently not recruited from the ranks of women. For 48, house or village deserted after a death. The house in which anybody has died is deserted, because the ghost of the dead is believed to haunt it and make it unsafe at night. If the deceased was a chief or a man of importance, the whole village is abandoned and a new one built on another site. For 49 footnote 415, return, Stefan Lehner, Okawa, in our Neuhaus's Deutsch New Guinea, 3. Berlin, 1911, pages 395 to 485. Footnote 416, return, S. Lehner, opposite pages 399, 433 square, 437 SQQ. Footnote 417, return, S. Lehner, opposite page 399. Footnote 418, return, S. Lehner, opposite page 414. Footnote 419, return, S. Lehner, opposite page 466, 468. Footnote 420, return, S. Lehner, opposite page 469. Footnote 421, return, S. Lehner, opposite pages 462 SQQ. 466, 467, 471 SQQ. Footnote 422, return, S. Lehner, opposite page 462. Footnote 423, return, S. Leaner, opposite pages 444 square. Footnote 424, return, S. Leaner, opposite pages 434 SQQ. Compare ID. Pages 478 square. Footnote 425, return, S. Leaner, opposite page 462. Footnote 426, return, S. Leaner, opposite pages 430, 470, 472 square, 474 square. Footnote 427, return, S. Leaner, opposite page 403. Footnote 428, return, S. Leaner, opposite pages 402 to 410. Footnote 429, return, S. Leaner, opposite pages 410 to 414. Footnote 430, return, Ch. Kieser, Aus dem Leben der Kalut, in our Neuhaus's Deutsch New Guinea, 3. 3-6. Footnote 431, return, Ch. Kieser, opposite pages 12 square, 17-20. Footnote 432, return, Ch. Kieser, opposite pages 9-12. Footnote 433, return, Ch. Kieser, opposite page 111. Footnote 434, return, Ch. Kieser, opposite page 113. Footnote 435, return, compare Ch. Hose and W. McDougall, The Pagan Tribes of Borneo, London, 1912, 2. 221 square. It has often been attempted to exhibit the mental life of savage peoples as profoundly different from our own, to assert that they act from motives, and reach conclusions by means of mental processes, so utterly different from our own motives and processes that we cannot hope to interpret or understand their behavior unless we can first, by some impossible or at least by some hitherto undiscovered method, learn the nature of these mysterious motives and processes. These attempts have recently been renewed in influential quarters. If these views were applied to the savage peoples of the interior of Borneo, we should characterize them as fanciful delusions natural to the anthropologist who has spent all the days of his life in a stiff collar and a black coat upon the well-paved ways of civilized society. We have no hesitation in saying that, the more intimately one becomes acquainted with these pagan tribes, the more fully one realizes the close similarity of their mental processes to one's own. Their primary impulses and emotions seem to be in all respects like our own. It is true that they are very unlike the typical civilized man of some of the older philosophers, whose every action proceeded from a nice and logical calculation of the algebraic sum of pleasures and pains to be derived from alternative lines of conduct, but we ourselves are equally unlike that purely mythical personage. The Kayan or the Iban often acts impulsively in ways which by no means conduce to further his best interests or deeper purposes, but so do we also. He often reaches conclusions by processes that cannot be logically justified, but so do we also. He often holds, and upon successive occasions acts upon, beliefs that are logically inconsistent with one another, but so do we also. For further testimonies to the reasoning powers of savages, which it would be superfluous to affirm if it were not at present a fashion with some theorists to deny, see Taboo and the Perils of the Soul, pages 420 SQQ. And on the tendency of the human mind in general, not of the savage mind in particular, calmly to acquiesce in inconsistent and even contradictory conclusions, I may refer to a note in Adonis, Addis, Osiris, 2nd edition, page 4. But indeed to observe such contradictions in practice the philosopher need not quit his own study. Footnote 436, return, Ch. Kieser, opposite pages 111 square. Footnote 437, return, Ch. Kieser, opposite page 112. Footnote 438, return, Ch. Kieser, opposite page 140. As to the magical tubes in which the sorcerer seals up some part of his victim's soul, cid, page 135. Footnote 439, return, Ch. Kieser, opposite pages 140 square. Footnote 440, return, Mr. Kieser indeed affirms that in the mind of the Kai sorcery is regarded as the cause of all deaths, opposite page 102, and again that all men without exception die in consequence of the baneful acts of these sorcerers and their accomplices, page 134, and again that even in the case of old people they assume sorcery to be the cause of death, to sorcery, too, all misfortunes whatever are ascribed, p. 140, but that these statements are exaggerations seems to follow from Mr. Kieser's own account of the wounds, sicknesses, and deaths which these savages attribute to ghosts and not to sorcerers. Footnote 441, return, Ch. Kieser, opposite page 141. Footnote 442, return, Ch. Kieser, opposite pages 133 square. Footnote 443, return, Ch. Kieser, opposite pages 141 square. Footnote 444, return, Ch. Kieser, opposite pages 80 square, 142. Footnote 445, return, ch Keyser, opposite page 142. Footnote 446, return, ch Keyser, opposite pages 82, 83. Footnote 447, return, ch Keyser, opposite pages 82, 142 square. Footnote 448, return, ch Keyser, opposite pages 83 square, 143. Footnote 449, return, ch Keyser, opposite page 83. Lecture 13, The Belief in Immortality Among the Natives of German New Guinea, continued, offerings to appease ghosts. In the last lecture I gave you some account of the fear and awe which the Kai of German New Guinea entertain for the spirits of the dead. Believing that the ghost is endowed with all the qualities and faculties which distinguished the man in his lifetime, they naturally dread most the ghosts of warlike, cruel, violent, and passionate men, and take the greatest pains to soothe their anger and win their favor. For that purpose they give the departed spirit all sorts of things to take with him to the far country. And in order that he may have the use of them, it is necessary to smash or otherwise spoil them. Thus the spear that is given him must be broken, the pot must be shivered, the bag must be torn, the palm tree must be cut down. Fruits are offered to the ghost by dashing them in pieces or hanging a bunch of them over the grave. Objects of value, such as boar's tusks or dog's teeth, are made over to him by being laid on the corpse, but the economical savage removes these precious things from the body at burial. All such offerings and sacrifices, we are told, are made simply out of fear of the ghost. It is no pleasure to a man to cut down a valuable palm tree, which might have helped to nourish himself and his family for years. He does it only lest a worse thing should befall him at the hands of the departed spirit. 450 Mode of discovering the sorcerer who caused a death. But the greatest service that the Kai can render to a dead man is to take vengeance on the sorcerer who caused his death by witchcraft. The first thing is to discover the villain, and in the search for him the ghost obligingly assists his surviving kinsfolk. Sometimes, however, it is necessary to resort to a stratagem in order to secure his help. Thus, for example, one day while the ghost, blinded by the strong sunlight, is cowering in a dark corner or reposing at full length in the grave, his relatives will set up a low scaffold in a field, cover it with leaves, and pile up over it a mass of the field fruits which belong to the dead man, so that the whole erection may appear to the eye of the unsuspecting ghost a heap of taro, yams, and so forth, and nothing more. But before the sun goes down, 2 or 3 men steal out from the house, and ensconce themselves under the scaffold, where they are completely concealed by the piled-up fruits. When darkness has fallen, out comes the ghost and prowling about espies the heap of yams and taro. At sight of the devastation wrought in his field he flies into a passion, and curses and swears in the feeble wheezy whisper in which ghosts always speak. In the course of his fluent imprecations he expresses a wish that the miscreants who have wasted his substance may suffer so and so at the hands of the sorcerer. That is just what the men in hiding have been waiting for. No sooner do they hear the name of the sorcerer than they jump up with a great shout. The startled ghost takes to his heels, and all the people in the village come pouring out of the houses. Very glad they are to know that the murderer has been found out, and sooner or later they will have his blood. 451 Another way of detecting the sorcerer. Another mode of eliciting the requisite information from the ghost is this. In order to allow him to communicate freely with his moldering body, his relations insert a tube through the earth of the grave down to the corpse, then they sprinkle powdered lime on the grave. At night the ghost comes along, picks up the powdered lime, and makes off in a beeline for the village where the sorcerer who bewitched him resides. On the way he drops some of the powder here and there, so that next morning, on the principle of the paper chase, his relatives can trace his footsteps to the very door of his murderer. In many districts the people tie a packet of lime to the knee of a corpse so that his ghost may have it to hand when he wants it. For 52 Cross-questioning the ghost by means of fire. But the favorite way of cross-questioning the ghost on subject of his decease is by means of fire. A few men go out before nightfall from the village and sit down in a row, one behind the other, on the path. The man in front has a leaf mat drawn like a hood over his head and back in order that the ghost may not touch him from behind unawares. In his hand he holds a glowing coal and some tinder, and as he puts the one to the other he calls to the ghost, "Come, take, come, take," and so on. Meantime his mates behind him are reckoning up the names of all the men near and far who are suspected of sorcery, and a portion of the village youth have clambered up trees and are on the lookout for the ghost. If they do not see his body they certainly see his eye twinkling in the gloom, though the uninstructed European might easily mistake it for a glowworm. No sooner do they catch sight of it than they bawl out, "Come hither, fetch the fire, and burn him who burnt thee." If the tinder blazes up at the name of a sorcerer, it is flung towards the village where the man in question dwells. And if at the same time a glowworm is seen to move in the same direction, the people entertain no doubt that the ghost has appeared and fetched the soul of the fire. 453 Necessity of destroying the sorcerer who caused a death. In whichever way the author of the death may be detected, the Avengers of Blood set out for the village of the miscreant and seek to take his life. Almost all the wars between villages or tribes spring from such expeditions. The sorcerer or sorcerers must be extirpated, nay, all their kith and kin must be destroyed root and branch, if the people are to live in peace and quiet. The ghost of the dead calls, nay, clamors for vengeance, and if he does not get it, he will wreak his spite on his negligent relations. Not only will he give them no luck in the chase, but he will drive the wild swine into the fields to trample down and root up the crops, and he will do them every mischief in his power. If rain does not fall, so that the freshly planted root crops wither, or if sickness is rife, the people recognize in the calamity the wrath of the ghost, who can only be appeased by the slaughter of the wicked magician or of somebody else. Hence the Avengers of Blood often do not set out until a fresh death, an outbreak of sickness, failure in the chase, or some other misfortune reminds the living of the duty they owe to the dead. The Kai is not by nature warlike, and he might never go to war if it were not that he dreads the vengeance of ghosts more than the wrath of men. 454 Slayers dread the ghosts of the slain. If the expedition has been successful, if the enemy's village has been surprised and stormed, the men and old women butchered, and the young women taken prisoners, the warriors beat a hasty retreat with their booty in order to be safe at home, or at least in the shelter of a friendly village, before nightfall. Their reason for haste is the fear of being overtaken in the darkness by the ghosts of their slaughtered foes, who, powerless by day, are very dangerous and terrible by night. Restlessly through the hours of darkness these unquiet spirits follow like sleuthhounds in the tracks of their retreating enemies, eager to come up with them and by contact with the blood-stained weapons of their slayers to recover the spiritual substance which they have lost. Not till they have done so can they find rest in peace. That is why the victors are careful not at first to bring back their weapons into the village but to hide them somewhere in the bushes at a safe distance. There they leave them for some days until the baffled ghosts may be supposed to have given up the chase and returned, sad and angry, to their mangled bodies in the charred ruins of their old home. The first night after the return of the warriors is always the most anxious time. All the villagers are then on the alert for fear of the ghosts, but if the night passes quietly, their terror gradually subsides and gives place to the dread of their surviving enemies. 455 Seclusion of manslayers from fear of their victims' ghosts. As the victors in a raid are supposed to have more or less of the soul stuff or spiritual essence of their slain foes adhering to their persons, none of their friends will venture to touch them for some time after their return to the village. A hint is given to the scoundrel's next of kin, it may be his brother, son, or nephew, that if he will only wink at the slaughter of his obnoxious relative, he will receive a handsome compensation from the slayers. Should he privately accept the offer, he is most careful to conceal his connivance at the deed of blood, lest he should draw down on his head the wrath of his murdered kinsman's ghost. So, when the deed is done and the murder is out, he works himself up into a state of virtuous sorrow and indignation, covers his head with the leaves of a certain plant, and chanting a dirge in tones of heart-rending grief, marches straight to the village of the murderers. There, on the public square, surrounded by an attentive audience, he opens the floodgates of his eloquence and pours forth the torrent of an aching heart. "You have slain my kinsman," says he, "you are wicked men. How could you kill so good a man, who conferred so many benefits on me in his lifetime? I knew nothing of the plot. Had I had an inkling of it, I would have foiled it. How can I now avenge his death? I have no property with which to hire men of war to go and punish his murderers. Yet in spite of everything my murdered kinsman will not believe in my innocence. He will be angry with me, he will pay me out, he will do me all the harm he can. Therefore do you declare openly whether I had any share whatever in his death, and come and strew lime on my head in order that he may convince himself of my innocence." This appeal of injured innocence meets with a ready response. The people dust the leaves on his head with powdered lime, and so, decorated with the white badge of spotless virtue, and enriched with a boar's tusk or other valuable object as the price of his compliance, he returns to his village with a conscience at peace with all the world, reflecting with satisfaction on the profitable transaction he has just concluded, and laughing in his sleeve at the poor deluded ghost of his murdered relative. For 57, comedy acted to deceive the ghost of a murdered kinsman. Sometimes the worthy soul who thus for a valuable consideration consents to waive all his personal feelings, will even carry his self-abnegation so far as to be present and look on at the murder of his kinsman. But true to his principles, he will see to it that the thing is done decently and humanely. When the struggle is nearly over and the man is down, writhing on the ground with the murderers busy about him, his loving kinsmen will not suffer them to take an unfair advantage of their superior numbers to cut him up alive with their knives, to chop him with their axes, or to smash him with their clubs. He will only allow them to stab him with their spears, repeating of course the stabs again and again till the victim ceases to writhe and quiver, and lies there dead as a stone. Then begins the real time of peril for the virtuous kinsman who has been a spectator and director of the scene, for the ghost of the murdered man has now deserted its mangled body, and, still blinded with blood and smarting with pain, might easily and even excusably misunderstand the situation. It is essential, therefore, in order to prevent a painful misapprehension, that the kinsman should at once and emphatically disclaim any part or parcel in the murder. This he accordingly does in language which leaves no room for doubt or ambiguity. He falls into a passion, he rails at the murderers, he proclaims his horror at their deed. All the way home he refuses to be comforted. He upbraids the assassins, he utters the most frightful threats against them, he rushes at them to snatch their weapons from them and dash them in pieces. But they easily wrench the weapons from his unresisting hands. For the whole thing is only a piece of acting. His sole intention is that the ghost may see and hear it all, and being convinced of the innocence of his dear kinsman may not punish him with bad crops, wounds, sickness, and other misfortunes. Even when he has reached the village, he keeps up the comedy for a time, raging, fretting and fuming at the irreparable loss he has sustained by the death of his lamented relative. 458 Pretense of avenging the ghost of a murdered sorcerer. Similarly, when a chief has among his subjects a particular sorcerer whom he fears but with whom he is professedly on terms of friendship, he will sometimes engage a man to murder him. No sooner, however, is the murder perpetrated than the chief who bespoke it hastens in seeming indignation with a band of followers to the murderer's village. The assassin, of course, has got a hint of what is coming, and he and his friends take care not to be at home when the chief arrives on his mission of vengeance. Balked by the absence of their victim, the avengers of blood breathe out fire and slaughter, but content themselves in fact with smashing an old pot or two, knocking down a deserted hut, and perhaps felling a banana tree or a beetle palm. Having thus given the ghost of the murdered man an unequivocal proof of the sincerity of their friendship, they return quietly home. For 59, the Kai afraid of ghosts. The habits of Kai ghosts are to some extent just the contrary of those of living men. They sleep by day and go about their business by night, when they frighten people and play them all kinds of tricks. Usually they appear in the form of animals. As light has the effect of blinding or at least dazzling them, they avoid everything bright, and hence it is easy to scare them away by means of fire. That is why no native will go even a short way in the dark without a bamboo torch. If it is absolutely necessary to go out by night, which he is very loath to do, he will hum and haw loudly before quitting the house so as to give notice to any lurking ghost that he is coming with a light, which allows the ghost to scuttle out of his way in good time. The people of a village live in terror above all so long as a corpse remains unburied in it. After nightfall nobody would then venture out of sight of the houses. When a troop of people go by night to a neighboring village with flaring torches in their hands, nobody is willing to walk last on the path, they all huddle together for safety in the middle, till one man braver than the rest consents to act as rear guard. The rustling of a bush in the evening twilight startles them with the dread of some ghastly apparition. The sight of a pig in the gloaming is converted by their fears into the vision of a horrible spectre. If a man stumbles, it is because a ghost has pushed him, and he fancies he perceives the frightful thing in a tree stump or any chance object. No wonder a Kai man fears ghosts, since he believes that the mere touch of one of them may be fatal. People who fall down in fits or in faints are supposed to have been touched by ghosts, and on coming to themselves they will tell their friends with the most solemn assurance how they felt the death-cold hand of the ghost on their body, and how a shudder ran through their whole frame at contact with the uncanny being. 460 Services rendered to the living by ghosts of the dead. But it would be a mistake to imagine that the ghosts of the dead are a source of danger, annoyance, and discomfort, and nothing more. That is not so. They may and do render the Kai the most material services in everyday life, particularly by promoting the supply of food both vegetable and animal. I have said that these practical savages stand towards their departed kinsfolk on a strictly commercial footing, and I will now illustrate the benefits which the Kai hope to receive from the ghosts in return for all the respect and attention lavished on them. In the first place, then, so long as a ghost remains in the neighborhood of the village, it is expected of him that he shall make the crops thrive and neither tread them down himself nor allow wild pigs to do so. The expectation is reasonable, yet the conduct of the ghost does not always answer to it. Occasionally, whether out of sheer perverseness or simple absence of mind, he will sit down in a field, and wherever he does so, he makes a hollow where the fruits will not grow. Indeed, any fruit that he even touches with his foot in passing, shrivels up. Where these things have happened, the people offer boiled taro and a few crabs to the ghosts to induce them to keep clear of the crops and to repose their weary limbs elsewhere than in the tilled fields. 461 ghosts help Kai hunters to kill game. But the most important service which the dead render to the living is the good luck which they vouchsafe to hunters. Hence, in order to assure himself of the favor of the dead, the hunter hangs his nets on a grave before he uses them. If a man was a good and successful hunter in his lifetime, his ghost will naturally be more than usually able to assist his brethren in the craft after his death. For that reason, when such a man has just died, the people, to adopt a familiar proverb, hasten to make hay while the sun shines by hunting very frequently, in the confident expectation of receiving ghostly help from the deceased hunter. In the evening, when they return from the chase, they lay a small portion of their bag near his grave, scatter a powder which possesses the special virtue of attracting ghosts, and call out, "So-and-so, come and eat, here I set down food for you, it is a part of all we have." If after such an offering and invocation the night wind rustles the tops of the trees or shakes the thatch of leaves on the roofs, they know that the ghost is in the village. The twinkle of a glowworm near his grave is the glitter of his eye. In the morning, too, before they sally forth to the woods, one of the next of kin to the dead huntsman will go betimes to his grave, stamp on it to waken the sleeper below, and call out, "So-and-so, come. We are now about to go out hunting. Help us to a good bag." If they have luck, they praise the deceased as a good spirit and in the evening supply his wants again with food, tobacco, and betel. The sacrifice, as usually happens in such cases, does not call for any great exercise of self-denial, since the spirit consumes only the spiritual essence of the good things, while he leaves their material substance to be enjoyed by the living. For 62 ill-treatment of a ghost who fails to help hunters. However, it sometimes happens that the ghost disappoints them, and that the hunters return in the evening hungry and empty-handed. This may even be repeated day after day, and still the people will not lose hope. They think that the ghost is perhaps busy working in his field, or that he has gone on a visit and will soon come home. To give him time to do his business or see his friends at leisure, they will remain in the village for several days. Then, when they imagine that he must surely have returned, they go out into the woods and try their luck again. But should there still be no ghost and no game, they begin to be seriously alarmed. They think that some evil must have befallen him. But if time goes on and still he gives no sign and the game continues scarce and shy, their feelings towards the ghost undergo a radical alteration. Passion getting the better of prudence, they will even reproach him with ingratitude, taunt him with his uselessness, and leave him to starve. Should he after that still remain deaf to their railing and regardless of the short comments to which they have reduced him, they will discharge a volley of abuse at his grave and trouble themselves about him no more. However, if, not content with refusing his valuable assistance in the chase, the ghost should actually blight the crops or send wild boars into the fields to trample them down, the patience of the long-suffering people is quite exhausted, the vials of their wrath overflow, and snatching up their cudgels in a fury they belabor his grave till his bones ache, or even drive him with blows and curses altogether from the village. For 63 The journey of ghosts to the spirit land. Such an outcast ghost, if he does not seek his revenge by prowling in the neighborhood and preying on society at large, will naturally bethink himself of repairing to his long home in the underworld. For sooner or later the spirits of the dead congregate there. It is especially when the flesh has quite mouldered away from his bones that the ghost packs up his little traps and sets out for the better land. The entrance to the abode of bliss is a cave to the west of Saddle Mountain. Here in the gully there is a projecting tree stump on which the ghosts perch waiting for a favorable moment to jump into the mouth of the cavern. When a slight earthquake is felt, a Kai man will often say, "A ghost has just leaped from the tree into the cave, that is why the earth is shaking." Down below the ghosts are received by Tulmang, lord of the netherworld. Often he appears in a canoe to ferry them over to the further shore. "Blood or wax," is the laconic question which he puts to the ghost on the bank. He means to say, were you killed or were you done to death by magic? For it is with wax that the sorcerer stops up the fatal little tubes in which he encloses the souls of his enemies. And the reason why the Lord of the Dead puts the question to the newcomer is that the ghosts of the slain and the ghosts of the bewitched dwell in separate places. Right in front of the land of souls rises a high steep wall, which cannot be climbed even by ghosts. The spirits have accordingly to make their way through it and thereupon find themselves in their new abode. According to some Kai, before the ghosts are admitted to Ghostland they must swing to and fro on a rope and then drop into water, where they are washed clean of bloodstains and all impurity, after which they ascend, spick and span, the last slope to the village of ghosts. Life of ghosts in the other world. Tulming has the reputation of being a very stern ruler in his weird realm, but the Kai really know very little about him. He beats refractory souls, and it is essential that every ghost should have his ears and nose bored. The operation is very painful, and to escape it most people take the precaution of having their ears and noses bored in their lifetime. Life in the other world goes on just like life in this one. Houses are built exactly like houses on earth, and there is here pigs swarm in the streets. Fields are tilled and crops are got in, ghostly men marry ghostly women, who give birth to ghostly children. The same old round of love and hate, of quarreling and fighting, of battle, murder and sudden death goes on in the shadowy realm below ground just as in the more solid world above ground. Sorcerers are there also, and they breed just as bad blood among the dead as among the living. All things indeed are the same except for their shadowy unsubstantial texture. 464 ghosts die and turn into animals. But the ghosts do not live forever in the netherworld. They die the second death and turn into animals, generally into cuscus. In the shape of animals they haunt the wildest, deepest, darkest glens of the rugged mountains. No one but the owner has the right to set foot on such haunted ground. He may even kill the ghostly animals. Anyone else who dared to disturb them in their haunts would do so at the peril of his life. But even the owner of the land who has killed one of the ghostly creatures is bound to appease the spirit of the dead beast. He may not cut up the carcass at once, but must leave it for a time, perhaps for a whole night, after laying on it presents which are intended to mollify and soothe the injured spirit. In placing the gifts on the body he says, "Take the gifts and leave us that which was a game animal, that we may eat it." When the animal's ghost has appropriated the spiritual essence of the offerings, the hunter and his family may eat the carcass. Should one of these ghostly creatures die or be killed, its spirit turns either into an insect or into an anthill. Children who would destroy such an anthill or throw little darts at it, are warned by their elders not to indulge in such sacrilegious sport. When the insect also dies, the series of spiritual transformations is at an end. 465 ghosts of persons eminent for good or evil in their lives are remembered and appealed to for help long after their deaths. Prayers to ghosts for rain, a good crop of yams, and so forth. The ghosts whose help is invoked by hunters and farmers are commonly the spirits of persons who have lately died, since such spirits linger for a time in the neighborhood, or rather in the memory of the people. But besides these spirits of the recent dead there are certain older ghosts who may be regarded as permanent patrons of hunting and other departments of life and nature, because their fame has survived long after the men or women themselves were gathered to their fathers. For example, men who were bold and resolute in battle during their life will be invoked long after their death, whenever a stout heart is needed for some feat of daring. And men who were notorious thieves and villains in the flesh will be invited, long after their bodies have mouldered in the grave, to lend their help when a deed of villainy is to be done. The names of men or women who were eminent for good or evil in their lives survive indefinitely in the memory of the tribe. Thus before a battle many a Kai warrior will throw something over the enemy's village, and as he does so he will softly call on two ghosts, "We and Gunong, ye two heroes, come and guard me and keep the foes from me, that they may not be able to hurt me. But stand by me that I may be able to riddle them with spears." Again, when a magician wishes to cause an earthquake, he will take a handful of ashes, wrap them in certain leaves, and pronounce the following spell over the packet: "Thou man Seong, throw about everything that exists, houses, villages, paths, fields, bushes and tall forest trees, yams, and taro, throw them all hither and thither, break and smash everything, but leave me in peace." While he utters this incantation or prayer, the sorcerer's body itself twitches and quivers more and more violently, till the hut creaks and cracks and his strength is exhausted. Then he throws the packet of ashes out of the hut, and after that the earthquake is sure to follow sooner or later. So when they want rain, the Kai call upon two ghostly men named Balong and Batu, or Dinding and Bujun, to drive away a certain woman named Yandami, so that the rain which she is holding up may fall upon the earth. The prayer for rain addressed to the ghosts is combined with a magical spell pronounced over a stone. And when rain has fallen in abundance and the Kai wish to make it cease, they strew hot ashes on the stone or lay it in a wood fire. On the principle of homeopathic magic, the heat of the ashes or of the fire is supposed to dry up the rain. Thus in these ceremonies for the production or cessation of rain we see that religion, represented by the invocation of the ghosts, goes hand in hand with magic, represented by the hocus pocus with the stone. Again, certain celebrated ghosts are invoked to promote the growth of taro and yams. Thus to ensure a good crop of taro, the suppliant will hold a bud of taro in his hand and pray, "O Mrs. Zuanong, may my taro leaves unfold till they are as broad as the petticoat which covers thy loins." When they are planting yams, they pray to two women named Tendung and Molwa that they would cause the yams to put forth as long suckers as the strings which the women twist to make into carrying nets. Before they dig up the yams, they take a branch and drive with it the evil spirits or ghosts from the house in which the yams are to be stored. Having effected this clearance, they stick the branch in the roof of the house and appoint a certain ghostly man named Ihang to act as warden. Again, fowlers invoke a married pair of ghosts called Mans and Tamangoka to frighten the birds from the trees and drive them on the lime twigs. Or they pray to a ghostly woman named Lane, saying, "In all places of the neighborhood shake the betel nuts from the palms, that they may fall down to me on this fruit tree and knock the berries from the boughs." But by the betel nuts the fowler in veiled language means the birds, which are to come in flocks to the fruit tree and be caught fast by the lime on the branches. Again, when a fisherman wishes to catch eels, he prays to two ghosts called Yambi and Jigwali, saying, "Come, ye two men, and go down into the holes of the pool, smite the eels in them, and draw them out on the bank, that I may kill them." Once more, when a child suffers from enlarged spleen, which shews as a swelling on its body, the parent will pray to a ghost named Idolo for help in these words, "Come and help this child. It is big with a ball of sickness. Cut it up and squeeze and squash it, that the blood and pus may drain away and my child may be made whole." To give point to the prayer, the petitioner simultaneously pretends to cut a cross on the swelling with a knife. 466 Possible development of departmental gods out of ghosts. From this it appears that men and women who impress their contemporaries by their talents, their virtues, or their vices in their lifetime, are sometimes remembered long after their death and continue to be invoked by their descendants for help in the particular department in which they had formerly rendered themselves eminent either for good or for evil. Such powerful and admired or dreaded ghosts might easily grow in time into gods and goddesses, who are worshipped as presiding over the various departments of nature and of human life. There is good reason to think that among many tribes and nations of the world the history of a god, if it could be recovered, would be found to be the history of a spirit who served his apprenticeship as a ghost before he was promoted to the rank of deity. Kai lads at circumcision supposed to be swallowed by a monster. Bull roarers. Before quitting the Kai tribe, I will mention that they, like the other tribes on this coast, practice circumcision and appear to associate the custom more or less vaguely with the spirits of the dead. Like their neighbors, they impress women with the belief that at circumcision the lads are swallowed by a monster, who can only be induced to disgorge them by the bribe of much food and especially of pigs, which are accordingly bred and kept nominally for this purpose, but really to furnish a banquet for the men alone. The ceremony is performed at irregular intervals of several years. A long hut, entered through a high door at one end and tapering away at the other, is built in a lonely part of the forest. It represents the monster which is to swallow the novices in its capacious jaws. The process of deglutition is represented as follows. In front of the entrance to the hut a scaffold is erected and a man mounts it. The novices are then led up one by one and passed under the scaffold. As each comes up, the man overhead makes a gesture of swallowing, while at the same time he takes a great gulp of water from a coconut flask. The trembling novice is now supposed to be in the maw of the monster, but a pig is offered for his redemption. The man on the scaffold, as representative of the beast, accepts the offering, a gurgling sound is heard, and the water which he had just gulped descends in a jet on the novice, who now goes free. The actual circumcision follows immediately on this impressive pantomime. The monster who swallows the lads is named Ngosa, which means grandfather, and the same name is given to the bull roarers which are swung at the festival. The Kai bull roarer is a lance-shaped piece of palm wood, more or less elaborately carved, which being swung at the end of a string emits the usual droning, booming sound. When they are not in use, the instruments are kept, carefully wrapped up, in the men's house, which no woman may enter. Only the old men have the right to undo these precious bundles and take out the sacred bull roarers. Women, too, are strictly excluded from the neighborhood of the circumcision ground. Any who intrude on it are put to death. The mythical monster who is supposed to haunt the ground is said to be very dangerous to the female sex. When the novices go forth to be swallowed by him in the forest, the women who remain in the village weep and wail, and they rejoice greatly when the lads come back safe and sound. For 67, the Tami Islanders of Huon Gulf. The last tribe of German New Guinea to which I shall invite your attention are the Tami. Most of them live not on the mainland but in a group of islands in Huon Gulf, to the southeast of Yabam. They are of a purer Melanesian stock than most of the tribes on the neighboring coast of New Guinea. The German missionary Mr. G. Bamler, who lived amongst them for 10 years and knows the people and their language intimately, thinks that they may even contain a strong infusion of Polynesian blood. For 68, they are a seafaring folk, who extend their voyages all along the coast for the purpose of trade, bartering mats, pearls, fish, coconuts, and other tree fruits which grow on their islands for taro, bananas, sugarcane, and sago, which grow on the mainland. For 69, the long soul and the short soul. In the opinion of these people, every man has two souls, a long one and a short one. The long soul is identified with the shadow. It is only loosely attached to its owner, wandering away from his body in sleep and returning to it when he wakes with a start. The seat of the long soul is in the stomach. When the man dies, the long soul quits his body and appears to his relations at a distance, who thus obtain the first intimation of his decease. Having conveyed the sad intelligence to them, the long soul departs by way of Malajep, on the west coast of New Britain, to a village on the north coast, the inhabitants of which recognize the Tami ghosts as they flit past. For 70, departure of the short soul to Lambome, the netherworld. The short soul, on the other hand, never leaves the body in life but only after death. Even then it tarries for a time in the neighborhood of the body before it takes its departure for Lambome, which is the abode of the dead in the netherworld. The Tami bury their dead in shallow graves under or near the houses. They collect in a coconut shell the maggots which swarm from the decaying corpse, and when the insects cease to swarm, they know that the short soul has gone away to its long home. It is the short soul which receives and carries away with it the offerings that are made to the deceased. These offerings serve a double purpose: they form the nucleus of the dead man's property in the far country, and they ensure him a friendly reception on his arrival. For example, the soul shivers with cold when it first reaches the subterranean realm, and the other ghosts, the old stagers, obligingly heat stones to warm it up. For 71, dilemma of the Tami. However, the restless spirit returns from time to time to haunt and terrify the sorcerer, who was the cause of its death. But its threats are idle, it can really do him very little harm. Yet it keeps its ghostly eye on its surviving relatives to see that they do not stand on a friendly footing with the wicked sorcerer. Strictly speaking, the Tami ought to avenge his death, but as a matter of fact they do not. The truth of it is that the Tami do a very good business with the people on the mainland, among whom the sorcerer is usually to be found, and the amicable relations which are essential to the maintenance of commerce would unquestionably suffer if a merchant were to indulge his resentment so far as to take his customer's head instead of his sago and bananas. These considerations reduce the Tami to a painful dilemma. If they gratify the ghost, they lose a customer; if they keep the customer, they must bitterly offend the ghost, who will punish them for their disrespect to his memory. In this delicate position, the Tami endeavor to make the best of both worlds. On the one hand, by loudly professing their wrath and indignation against the guilty sorcerer, they endeavor to appease the ghost, and on the other hand, by leaving the villain unmolested, they do nothing to alienate their customers. For 72, funeral and mourning customs of the Tami. But if they do not gratify the desire for vengeance of the bloodthirsty ghost, they are at great pains to testify their respect for him in all other ways. The whole village takes part in the mourning and lamentation for a death. The women dance death dances, the men lend a hand in the preparations for the burial. All festivities are stopped, the drums are silent. As the people believe that when anybody has died, the ghosts of his dead kinsfolk gather in the village and are joined by other ghosts, they are careful not to leave the mourners alone, exposed to the too pressing attentions of the spectral visitors. They keep the bereaved family company, especially at night. Indeed, if the weather be fine, the whole population of the village will encamp round the temporary hut which is built on the grave. This watch at the grave lasts about 8 days. The watchers are supported and comforted in the discharge of their pious duty by a liberal allowance of food and drink. Nor are the wants of the ghost himself forgotten. Many families offer him taro broth at this time. The period of mourning lasts 2 or 3 years. During the first year, the observances prescribed by custom are strictly followed, and the nearest relations must avoid publicity. After a year, they are allowed more freedom. For example, the widow may lay aside the heavy net, which is her costume in full mourning, and may replace it by a lighter one. Moreover, she may quit the house. At the end of the long period of mourning, dances are danced in honor of the deceased. They begin in the evening and last all night till daybreak. The mourners on these occasions smear their heads, necks, and breasts with black earth. A great quantity of food, particularly of pigs and taro broth, has been made ready, for the whole village, and perhaps a neighboring village also, has been invited to share in the festivity, which may last 8 or 10 days, if the provisions suffice. The dances begin with a gravity and solemnity appropriate to a memorial of the dead, but towards the close the performers indulge in a lighter vein and act comic pieces, which so tickle the fancy of the spectators, that many of them roll on the ground with laughter. Finally, the temporary hut erected on the grave is taken down and the materials burned. As the other ghosts of the village are believed to be present in attendance on the one who is the guest of honor, all the villagers bring offerings and throw them into the fire. However, persons who are not related to the ghosts may snatch the offerings from the flames and convert them to their own use. Precious objects, such as boar's tusks and dog's teeth, are not committed to the fire but merely swung over it in a bag, while the name of the person who offers the valuables in this economical fashion is proclaimed aloud for the satisfaction of the ghost. With these dances, pantomimes, and offerings, the living have discharged the last duties of respect and affection to the dead. Yet for a while his ghost is thought to linger as a domestic or household spirit, but the time comes when he is wholly forgotten. 473 bones of the dead dug up and kept in the house for a time. Many families, however, not content with the observance of these ordinary ceremonies, dig up the bodies of their dead when the flesh has moldered away, redden the bones with ochre, and keep them bundled up in the house for 2 or 3 years, when these relics of mortality are finally committed to the earth. The intention of thus preserving the bones for years in the house is not mentioned, but no doubt it is to maintain a closer intimacy with the departed spirit than seems possible if his skeleton is left to rot in the grave. When he is at last laid in the ground, the tomb is enclosed by a strong wooden fence and planted with ornamental shrubs. Yet in the course of years, as the memory of the deceased fades away, his grave is neglected, the fence decays, the shrubs run wild. Another generation, which knew him not, will build a house on the spot, and if in digging the foundations they turn up his bleached and moldering bones, it is nothing to them. Why should they trouble themselves about the spirit of a man or woman whose very name is forgotten? For 74 footnote 450, return, ch. Keyser, opposite pages 142 square footnote 451, return, ch Keyser, opposite page 143. Footnote 452, return, ch Keyser, LC footnote 453, return, ch Keyser, opposite pages 143 square footnote 454, return, ch Keyser, opposite pages 62 square footnote 455, return, ch Keyser, pages 64 sqq. 147 square footnote 456, return, ch Keyser, opposite page 132. Footnote 457, return, ch Keyser, opposite page 148. Footnote 458, return, ch Keyser, opposite pages 148 square footnote 459, return, ch Keyser, opposite page 149. Footnote 460, return, ch Keyser, opposite page 147. Footnote 461, return, ch Keyser, opposite page 145. Footnote 462, return, ch Keyser, opposite page 145. Footnote 463, return, ch Keyser, opposite pages 145 square footnote 464, return, ch Keyser, opposite pages 149 square footnote 465, return, ch Keyser, opposite pages 112, 150 square footnote 466, return, ch Keyser, opposite pages 151 to 154. In this passage the ghosts are spoken of simply as spirits, Geister, but the context proves that the spirits in question are those of the dead. Footnote 467, return, ch Keyser, opposite pages 34 to 40. Footnote 468, return, G. Bamler, Tammy, in our Neuhaus's Deutsch New Guinea, 3. Berlin, 1911, p. 489, compare IB page 7. Footnote 469, return, Hazan, die Jabam, in our Neuhaus's Deutsch New Guinea, 3. 315 square. Footnote 470, return, G. Abamler, opposite page 518. Footnote 471, return, G. Abamler, LC. Footnote 472, return, G. Abamler, opposite pages 518 square. Footnote 473, return, G. Abamler, opposite pages 519 to 522. Footnote 474, return, G. Abamler, opposite page 518. Lecture 14, The Belief in Immortality Among the Natives of German and Dutch New Guinea. The Tami Doctrine of Souls and Gods. The Tego spirits, represented by masked men. At the close of the last lecture I dealt with the Tami, a people of Melanesian stock who inhabit a group of islands off the mainland of New Guinea. I explained their theory of the human soul. According to them, every man has two distinct souls, a long one and a short one, both of which survive his death, but depart in different directions, one of them repairing to the lower world, and the other being last sighted off the coast of New Britain. But the knowledge which these savages possess of the spiritual world is not limited to the souls of men. They are acquainted with several deities, Buwan, who live in the otherwise uninhabited island of Jan. They are beings of an amorous disposition, and though their real shape is that of a fish's body with a human head, they can take on the form of men in order to seduce women. They also cause epidemics and earthquakes, yet the people shew them no respect, for they believe them to be dull-witted as well as lecherous. At most, if a fearful epidemic is raging, they will offer the gods a lean little pig or a mangy cur, and should an earthquake last longer than usual they will rap on the ground, saying, "Hello, you down there. Easy a little. We men are still here." They also profess acquaintance with a god named Inuto, who created the heaven and the earth together with the first man and woman. He is a good being, nobody need be afraid of him. At festivals and meat markets the Tami offer him the first portion in a little basket, which a lad carries away into the wood and leaves there. As usual, the deity consumes only the soul of the offering, the bearer eats the material substance. For 75 the Tami further believe in certain spirits called Tego which are very old, having been created at the same time as the village. Every family or clan possesses its own familiar spirits of this class. They are represented by men who disguise their bodies in dense masses of sago leaves and their faces in grotesque masks with long hooked noses. In this costume the maskers jig it as well as the heavy unwieldy disguise allows them to do. But the dance consists in little more than running round and round in a circle, with an occasional hop. The orchestra stands in the middle, singing and thumping drums. Sometimes 2 or 3 of the masked men will make a round of the village, pelting the men with pebbles or hard fruits, while the women and children scurry out of their way. When they are not in use the masks are hidden away in a hut in the forest, which women and children may not approach. Their secret is sternly kept, any betrayal of it is punished with death. The season for the exhibition of these masked dances recurs only once in 10 or 12 years, but it extends over a year or thereabout. During the whole of the dancing season, curiously enough, coconuts are strictly tabooed, no person may eat them, so that the unused nuts accumulate in thousands. As coconuts ordinarily form a daily article of diet with the Tami, their prohibition for a year is felt by the people as a privation. The meaning of the prohibition and also of the masquerades remains obscure. 476 The superhuman beings with whom the Tami are chiefly concerned are the souls of the dead. Offerings to the dead. But while the Tami believe in gods and spirits of various sorts, the superhuman beings with whom they chiefly concern themselves are the souls of the dead. On this subject Mr. Bamler writes, all the spirits whom we have thus far described are of little importance in the life and thought of the Tami, they are remembered only on special occasions. The spirits who fill the thoughts and attract the attention of the Tami are the Kani, that is, the souls of the departed. The Tami therefore practice the worship of ancestors. Yet the memory of ancestors does not reach far back, people occupy themselves only with the souls of those relatives whom they have personally known. Hence the worship seldom extends beyond the grandfather, even when a knowledge of more remote progenitors survives. An offering to the ancestors takes the form of a little dish of boiled taro, a cigar, betel nuts, and the like, but the spirits partake only of the image or soul of the things offered, while the material substance falls to the share of mankind. There is no fixed rule as to the manner or time of the offering. It is left to the caprice or childlike affection of the individual to decide how he will make it. With most natives, it is a simple matter of business, the throwing of a sprat to catch a salmon. The man brings his offering only when he needs the help of the spirits. There is very little ceremony about it. The offerer will say, for example, "There, I lay a cigar for you, smoke it and hereafter drive fish towards me," or, "Accompany me on the journey, and see to it that I do good business." The place where the food is presented is the shelf for pots and dishes under the roof. Thus they imagine that the spirits exert a tolerably far-reaching influence over all created things, and it is their notion that the spirits take possession of the objects. In like manner, the spirits can injure a man by thwarting his plans, for example, by frightening away the fish, blighting the fruits of the fields, and so forth. If the native is forced to conclude that the spirits are against him, he has no hesitation about deceiving them in the grossest manner. Should the requisite sacrifices be inconvenient to him, he flatly refuses them, or gives the shabbiest things he can find. In all this the native displays the same craft and cunning which he is apt to practice in his dealings with the whites. He fears the power which the spirit has over him, yet he tries whether he cannot outwit the spirit like an arrant blockhead. 477 Crude Motives for Sacrifice. This account of the crude but quite intelligible motives which lead these savages to sacrifice to the spirits of their dead may be commended to the attention of writers on the history of religion who read into primitive sacrifice certain subtle and complex ideas which had never entered into the mind of primitive man to conceive, and which, even if they were explained to him, he would in all probability be totally unable to understand. Lambom, the land of the dead. According to the Tami, the souls of the dead live in the netherworld. The spirit land is called Lambom, the entrance to it is by a cleft in a rock. The natives of the mainland also call Hades by the name of Lambom, but whereas according to them every village has its own little Lambom, the Tami hold that there is only one big Lambom for everybody, though it is subdivided into many mansions, of which every village has one to itself. In Lambom everything is fairer and more perfect than on earth. The fruits are so plentiful that the blessed spirits can, if they choose, give themselves up to the delights of idleness. The villages are full of ornamental plants. Yet on the other hand we are informed that life beneath the ground is very like life above it. People work and marry, they squabble and wrangle, they fall sick and even die, just as people do on earth. Souls which die the second death in Lambom are changed into vermin, such as ants and worms. However, others say that they turn into wood spirits, who do men a mischief in the fields. It is not so easy as is commonly supposed to effect an entrance into the spirit land. You must pass a river, and even when you have crossed it you will be very likely to suffer from the practical jokes which the merry old ghosts play on a raw newcomer. A very favorite trick of theirs is to send him up a pandanus tree to look for fruit. If he is simple enough to comply, they catch him by the legs as he is swarming up the trunk and drag him down, so that his whole body is fearfully scratched, if not quite ripped up, by the rough bark. That is why people put valuable things with the dead in the grave, in order that their ghosts on arrival in Lambom may have the wherewithal to purchase the good graces of the facetious old stagers. For 78 Return of the ghosts to earth, sometimes in the form of serpents. However, even when the ghosts have succeeded in effecting a lodgment in Lambom, they are not strictly confined to it. They can break bounds at any moment and return to the upper air. This they do particularly when any of their surviving relations is at the point of death. Ghosts of deceased kinsfolk and of others gather round the parting soul and attend it to the far country. Yet sometimes, apparently, the soul sets out alone, for the anxious relatives will call out to it, "Miss not the way." But ghosts visit their surviving friends at other times than at the moment of death. For example, some families possess the power of calling up spirits in the form of serpents from the vasty deep. The spirits whom they evoke are usually those of persons who have died quite lately, for such ghosts cannot return to earth except in the guise of serpents. In this novel shape they naturally feel shy and hide under a mat. They come out only in the dusk of the evening or the darkness of night and sit on the shelf for pots and dishes under the roof. They have lost the faculty of speech and can express themselves only in whistles. These whistles the seer, who is generally a woman, understands perfectly and interprets to his or her less gifted fellows. In this way a considerable body of information, more or less accurate in detail, is collected as to life in the other world. More than that, it is even possible for men, and especially for women, to go down alive into the nether world and prosecute their inquiries at first hand among the ghosts. Women who possess this remarkable faculty transmit it to their daughters, so that the profession is hereditary. When anybody wishes to ascertain how it fares with one of his dead kinsfolk in Lambone, he has nothing to do but to engage the services of one of these professional mediums, giving her something which belonged to his departed friend. The medium rubs her forehead with ginger, muttering an incantation, lies down on the dead man's property, and falls asleep. Her soul then goes down in a dream to Deadland and elicits from the ghosts the required information, which on waking from sleep she imparts to the anxious inquirer. For 79 sickness caused by a spirit. Sickness accompanied by fainting fits is ascribed to the action of a spirit. It may be the ghost of a near relation, who has carried off the long soul of the sufferer. The truant soul is recalled by a blast blown on a triton shell, in which some chewed ginger or masoi bark has been inserted. The booming sound attracts the attention of the vagrant spirit, while the smell of the bark or of the ginger drives away the ghost. 480 Tammy lads supposed to be swallowed by a monster at circumcision. The monster and the bull roarer are both called Connie. The name which the Tammy give to the spirits of the dead is Connie, but like other tribes in this part of New Guinea, they apply the same term to the bull roarer and also to the mythical monster who was supposed to swallow the lads at circumcision. The identity of the name for the three things seems to prove that in the mind of the Tammy the initiatory rites, of which circumcision is the principal feature, are closely associated with their conception of the state of the human soul after death, though what the precise nature of the association may be still remains obscure. Like their neighbors on the mainland of New Guinea, the Tammy give out that the novices at initiation are swallowed by a monster or dragon, who only consents to disgorge his prey in consideration of a tribute of pigs, the rate of the tribute being 1 novice 1 pig. In the act of disgorging the lad, the dragon bites him, and the bite is visible to all in the cut called circumcision. The voice of the monster is heard in the hum of the bull roarers, which are swung at the ceremony in such numbers and with such force that in still weather the booming sound may be heard across the sea for many miles. To impress women and children with an idea of the superhuman strength of the dragon, deep grooves are cut in the trunks of trees and afterwards exhibited to the uninitiated as the marks made by the monster in tugging at the ropes which bound him to the trees. However, the whole thing is an open secret to the married women, though they keep their knowledge to themselves, fearing to incur the penalty of death which is denounced upon all who betray the mystery. The rite of circumcision. Seclusion and return of the newly circumcised lads. The initiatory rites are now celebrated only at intervals of many years. When the time has come for the ceremony, women are banished from the village and special quarters prepared for them elsewhere, for they are strictly forbidden to set foot in the village while the monster or spirit who swallows the lads has his abode in it. A special hut is then built for the accommodation of the novices during the many months which they spend in seclusion before and after the operation of circumcision. The hut represents the monster. It consists of a framework of thin poles covered with palm leaf mats and tapering down at one end. Looked at from a distance, it resembles a whale. The backbone is composed of a betel nut palm, which has been grubbed up with its roots. The root with its fibers represents the monster's head and hair, and under it are painted a pair of eyes and a great mouth in red, white, and black. The passage of the novices into the monster's belly is represented by causing them to defile past a row of men who hold bull roarers aloft over the heads of the candidates. Before this march past takes place, each of the candidates is struck by the chief with a bull roarer on his chin and brow. The operation of circumcising the lads is afterwards performed behind a screen set up near the monster-shaped house. It is followed by a great feast on swine's flesh. After their wounds are healed, the circumcised lads have still to remain in seclusion for 3 or 4 months. Finally, they are brought back to the village with great pomp. For this solemn ceremony their faces, necks, and breasts are whitened with a thick layer of chalk, while red stripes, painted round their mouths and eyes and prolonged to the ears, add to the grotesqueness of their appearance. Their eyes are closed with a plaster of chalk, and thus curiously arrayed and blindfolded they are led back to the village square, where leave is formally given them to open their eyes. At the entrance to the village they are received by the women, who weep for joy and strew boiled field fruits on the way. Next morning the newly initiated lads wash off the crust of chalk, and have their hair, faces, necks, and breasts painted bright red. This ends their time of seclusion, which has lasted 5 or 6 months. They now rank as full-grown men. 481 Simulation of death and resurrection. In these initiatory rites, as in the similar rites of the neighboring tribes on the mainland of New Guinea, we may perhaps detect a simulation of death and of resurrection to a new and higher life. But why circumcision should form the central feature of such a drama is a question to which as yet no certain or even very probable answer can be given. The bodily mutilations of various sorts, which in many savage tribes mark the transition from boyhood to manhood, remain one of the obscurest features in the life of uncultured races. That they are in most cases connected with the great change which takes place in the sexes at puberty seems fairly certain, but we are far from understanding the ideas which primitive man has formed on this mysterious subject. The natives of Dutch New Guinea. That ends what I have to say as to the notions of death and a life hereafter which are entertained by the natives of German New Guinea. We now turn to the natives of Dutch New Guinea, who occupy roughly speaking the western half of the great island. Our information as to their customs and beliefs on this subject is much scantier, and accordingly my account of them will be much briefer. Geelvink Bay Indoor Bay. The Nufor or Noomfer people. Their material culture and arts of life. Towards the western end of the Dutch possession there is on the northern coast a deep and wide indentation known as Geelvink Bay, which in its northwest corner includes a very much smaller indentation known as Door Bay. Scattered about in the waters of the Great Geelvink Bay are many islands of various sizes, such as Biak or Wyak, Japan or Jobi, Run or Ron, Noomfer, and many more. It is in regard to the natives who inhabit the coasts or islands of Geelvink Bay that our information is perhaps least imperfect, and it is accordingly with them that I shall begin. In physical appearance, expression of the face, mode of wearing the hair, and still more in manners and customs these natives of the coast and islands differ from the natives of the mountains in the interior. The name given to them by Dutch and German writers is Nufor or Noomfer. Their original home is believed to be the island of Biak or Wyak, which lies at the northern entrance of the bay, and from which they are supposed to have spread southwards and southwestwards to the other islands and to the mainland of New Guinea. For 82 they are a handsomely built race. Their color is usually dark brown, but in some individuals it shades off to light brown, while in others it deepens into black brown. The forehead is high and narrow, the eye is dark brown or black with a lively expression, the nose broad and flat, the lips thick and projecting. The cheekbones are not very high. The facial angle agrees with that of Europeans. The hair is abundant and frizzly. The people live in settled villages and subsist by agriculture, hunting, and fishing. Their large communal houses are raised above the ground on piles, on the coast they are built over the water. Each house has a long gallery, one in front and one behind, and a long passage running down the middle of the dwelling, with the rooms arranged on either side of it. Each room has its own fireplace and is occupied by a single family. One such communal house may contain from 10 to 20 families with 100 or more men, women, and children, besides dogs, fowls, parrots, and other creatures. When the house is built over the water, it is commonly connected with the shore by a bridge, but in some places no such bridge exists, and at high water the inmates can only communicate with the shore by means of their canoes. The staple food of the people is sago, which they extract from the sago palm, but they also make use of breadfruit, together with millet, rice, and maize, whenever they can obtain these cereals. Their flesh diet includes wild pigs, birds, fish, and trepang. While some of them subsist mainly by fishing and commerce, others devote themselves almost exclusively to the cultivation of their gardens, which they lay out in clearings of the dense tropical forest, employing chiefly axes and chopping knives as their instruments of tillage. Of plows they, like most savages, seem to know nothing. The rice and other plants which they raise in these gardens are produced by the dry method of cultivation. In hunting birds they employ chiefly bows and arrows, but sometimes also snares. The arrows with which they shoot the birds of paradise are blunted so as not to injure the splendid plumage of the birds. Turtle shells, feathers of the birds of paradise, and trepang are among the principal articles which they barter with traders for cotton goods, knives, swords, axes, beads, and so forth. They display some skill and taste in woodcarving. The art of working in iron has been introduced among them from abroad and is now extensively practiced by the men. They make large dugout canoes with outriggers, which seem to be very seaworthy, for they accomplish long voyages even in stormy weather. The making of pottery, basketwork, and weaving, together with pounding rice and cooking food, are the special business of women. The men wear waistbands or loincloths made of bark, which is beaten till it becomes as supple as leather. The women wear petticoats or strips of blue cotton round their loins, and as ornaments they have rings of silver, copper, or shell on their arms and legs. For 83 thus the people have attained to a fair degree of barbaric culture. Fear of ghosts. Ideas of the spirit world. Now it is significant that among these comparatively advanced savages the fear of ghosts and the reverence entertained for them have developed into something which might almost be called a systematic worship of the dead. As to their fear of ghosts, I will quote the evidence of a Dutch missionary, Mr. J. L. van Hasselt, who lived for many years among them and is the author of a grammar and dictionary of their language. He says that a great fear of ghosts prevails among the Papuans is intelligible. Even by day they are reluctant to pass a grave, but nothing would induce them to do so by night. For the dead are then roaming about in their search for gambir and tobacco, and they may also sail out to sea in a canoe. Some of the departed, above all the so-called mambri or heroes, inspire them with a special fear. In such cases, for some days after the burial you may hear about sunset a simultaneous and horrible din in all the houses of all the villages, a yelling, screaming, beating and throwing of sticks. Happily the uproar does not last long. Its intention is to compel the ghost to take himself off. They have given him all that befits him, namely, a grave, a funeral banquet, and funeral ornaments, and now they beseech him not to thrust himself on their observation any more, not to breathe any sickness upon the survivors, and not to kill them or fetch them, as the Papuans put it. Their ideas of the spirit world are very vague. Their usual answer to such questions is, "We know not." If you press them, they will commonly say that the spirit realm is under the earth or under the bottom of the sea. Everything there is as it is in the upper world, only the vegetation down below is more luxuriant, and all plants grow faster. Their fear of death and their helpless wailing over the dead indicate that the misty kingdom of the shades offers but little that is consolatory to the Papuan at his departure from this world. 484 Fear of ghosts in general and of the ghosts of the slain in particular. Again, speaking of the natives of Dor, a Dutch official observes that superstition and magic play a principal part in the life of the Papuan. Occasions for such absurdities he discovers at every step. Thus he cherishes a great fear of the ghosts of slain persons, for which reason their bodies remain unburied on the spot where they were murdered. When a murder has taken place in the village, the inhabitants assemble for several evenings in succession and raise a fearful outcry in order to chase away the soul, in case it should be minded to return to the village. They set up miniature wooden houses here and there on trees in the forest for the ghosts of persons who die of disease or through accidents, believing that the souls take up their abode in them. For 85 the same writer remarks that these savages have no priests, but that they have magicians, kokinser, who practice exorcisms, work magic, and heal the sick, for which they receive a small payment in articles of barter or food. For 86 speaking of the Papuans of Dutch New Guinea in general, another writer informs us that they honor the memory of the dead in every way, because they ascribe to the spirits of the departed a great influence on the life of the survivors. Whereas in life all good and evil comes from the soul, after death, on the other hand, the spirit works for the most part only evil. It loves especially to haunt by night the neighborhood of its old dwelling in the grave, so the people particularly avoid the neighborhood of graves at night, and when darkness has fallen they will not go out except with a burning brand. According to the belief of the Papuans, the ghosts cause sickness, bad harvests, war, and in general every misfortune. From fear of such evils and in order to keep them in good humor, the people make provision for the spirits of the departed after death. Also they sacrifice to them before every important undertaking and never fail to ask their advice. 487 Papuan Ideas as to the state of the dead. A Dutch writer, who has given us a comparatively full account of the natives of Geelvink Bay, describes as follows their views in regard to the state of the dead. According to the Papuans, the soul, which they imagine to have its seat in the blood, continues to exist at the bottom of the sea, and everyone who dies goes thither. They imagine the state of things there to be much the same as that in which they lived on earth. Hence at his burial the dead man is given an equipment suitable to his rank and position in life. He is provided with a bow and arrow, armlets and body ornaments, pots and pans, everything that may stand him in good stead in the life hereafter. This provision must not be neglected, for it is a prevalent opinion that the dead continue always to maintain relations with the world and with the living, that they possess superhuman power, exercise great influence over the affairs of life on earth, and are able to protect in danger, to stand by in war, to guard against shipwreck at sea, and to grant success in fishing and hunting. For such weighty reasons the Papuans do all in their power to win the favor of their dead. On undertaking a journey they are said never to forget to hang amulets about themselves in the belief that their dead will then surely help them. Hence, too, when they are at sea in rough weather, they call upon the souls of the departed, asking them for better weather or a favorable breeze, in case the wind happens to be contrary. 488 Wooden Images of the Dead, Korwer. In order to communicate with these powerful spirits and to obtain their advice and help in time of need, the Papuans of Geelvink Bay make wooden images of their dead, which they keep in their houses and consult from time to time. Every family has at least one such ancestral image, which forms the medium whereby the soul of the deceased communicates with his or her surviving relatives. These images, or panades, as we may call them, are carved of wood, about a foot high, and represent the deceased person in a standing, sitting, or crouching attitude, but commonly with the hands folded in front. The head is disproportionately large, the nose long and projecting, the mouth wide and well furnished with teeth. The eyes are formed of large green or blue beads with black dots to indicate the pupils. Sometimes the male figures carry a shield in the left hand and brandish a sword in the right, while the female figures are represented grasping with both hands a serpent which stands on its coiled tail. Rags of many colors adorn these figures, and the hair of the deceased, whom they represent, is placed between their legs. Such an ancestral image is called a korwar or karvar. The natives identify these effigies with the deceased persons whom they portray, and accordingly they will speak of one as their father or mother or other relation. Tobacco and food are offered to the images, and the natives greet them reverentially by bowing to the earth before them with the two hands joined and raised to the forehead. Such images carried on voyages and consulted as oracles. The images consulted in sickness. Such images are kept in the houses and carried in canoes on voyages, in order that they may be at hand to help and advise their kinsfolk and worshippers. They are consulted on many occasions, for example, when the people are going on a journey, or about to fish for turtles or trepang, or when a member of the family is sick, and his relations wish to know whether he will recover. At these consultations the inquirer may either take the image in his hands or crouch before it on the ground, on which he places his offerings of tobacco, cotton, beads, and so forth. The spirit of the dead is thought to be in the image and to pass from it into the inquirer, who thus becomes inspired by the soul of the deceased and acquires his superhuman knowledge. As a sign of his inspiration, the medium shivers and shakes. According to some accounts, however, this shivering and shaking of the medium is an evil omen, whereas if he remains tranquil, the omen is good. It is especially in cases of sickness that the images are consulted. The mode of consultation has been described as follows by a Dutch writer: when anyone is sick and wishes to know the means of cure, or when anyone desires to avert misfortune or to discover something unknown, then in presence of the whole family one of the members is stupefied by the fumes of incense or by other means of producing a state of trance. The image of the deceased person whose advice is sought is then placed on the lap or shoulder of the medium in order to cause the soul to pass out of the image into his body. At the moment when that happens, he begins to shiver, and, encouraged by the bystanders, the soul speaks through the mouth of the medium and names the means of cure or of averting the calamity. When he comes to himself, the medium knows nothing of what he has been saying. This they call kor karvar, that is, invoking the soul, and they say karvar iwos, the soul speaks. The writer adds, it is sometimes reported that the souls go to the underworld, but that is not true. The Papuans think that after death the soul abides by the corpse and is buried with it in the grave, hence before an image is made, if it is necessary to consult the soul, the inquirer must betake himself to the grave in order to do so. But when the image is made, the soul enters into it and is supposed to remain in it so long as satisfactory answers are obtained from it in consultation. But should the answers prove disappointing, the people think that the soul has deserted the image, on which they throw the image away as useless. Where the soul has gone, nobody knows, and they do not trouble their heads about it, since it has lost its power. For 89, the person who acts as medium in consulting the spirit may be either the housefather himself or a magician, Konor. 490.